梁歌制作，红杏出墙记，刘云若著。第一章红杏出墙。话说这一天夜里，从山海关到天津的李督办专车驶过了军粮城，天已是夜里2点了。最后面一辆车队长办公车里。
Production by Liang Gu, Hongxing Comes Out of the Wall, written by Lu Yunrua. Chapter 1, Hongxing Comes Out of the Wall. It is said that that night, the special car headed by Supervisor Li from Shanhaiguan to Tianjin passed through Junliang City. It was already 2 o'clock in the night. The last one is in the team captain's office car.
有2个少年正对坐谈着，那车队长弹去了雪茄上的烟灰，笑着向那穿铁路稽查制服的少年叫道：“小林。”那少年不答言，只推开窗子向外去望。那车队长又叫道：“白平，这我又把你送到家了。”
There were 2 teenagers sitting across from each other and talking. The captain flicked the ashes from his cigar, smiled and called to the young man wearing a railway inspection uniform, Xiao Lin. The young man did not answer, but opened the window and looked out. The captain of the car called again, "Bai Ping, I'm sending you home again."
林白平回头笑道：“我不劳驾你，铁路上的人坐铁路上的车，还用得着你送？”那车队长用雪茄指着他道：“坏了良心的东西，我就该在山海关就不教你上车，如今把你带了来，快到地方。”
Lin Baiping turned around and said with a smile, "I won't bother you. People on the railway take the train on the railway. Do you need to give them to them?" The captain of the train pointed at him with a cigar and said, "Things that offend your conscience. I should be there. Shanhaiguan didn't teach you how to get on the bus, but now I've brought you here. Get there soon."
嘴又硬了。林白平推上了窗子，回身坐下道：“你别着急，明天回去我烧好东西给你吃。”那车队长笑了笑道：“这你还伶俐，不过我不明白你的太太是不是身上抹着蜜。”
The mouth is hard again. Lin Baiping pushed up the window, turned around and sat down and said, "Don't worry, I will bring you something to eat when you go back tomorrow." The captain smiled and said, "You are quite smart, but I don't know if your wife is covered in honey."
引得你迟不了10天半月就要往家里颠。林白平笑道：“大家都是过来人，你又何必单要笑我？”那车队长道：“这也难怪你，结婚才不到1年，正在热扑扑的时候，像我已娶了7、8年。”
It will cause you to rush home within 10.5 days. Lin Baiping smiled and said, "Everyone has been here before, so why do you only laugh at me?" The captain said, "It's no wonder that you have been married for less than a year and you are in the heat of the moment. I have been married for 7 or 8 years."
把爱情就看得淡了，妻子也变成家常便饭，觉得没有什么好吃。林白平道：“你们一定当初感情就不好，不然绝不会变成冷淡。”那车队长笑道：“这我不抬杠，你现在正掉在火炉里面。”
Take love lightly. The wife also became a common occurrence. "Nothing tastes good to me." Lin Baiping said, "You must not have a good relationship at the beginning, otherwise it would never become cold." The captain smiled and said, "I won't argue with you. You are falling into the furnace now."
等过几年就知道我的话不错了。所以西洋人常有因为夫妇结婚日久，提不起高兴，想到当日做情人时偷偷摸摸的甜蜜光阴，便要由回味而实行，令丈夫假扮情人，半夜3更跳墙入室。
After a few years, you will know that my words are good. Therefore, Westerners often cannot be happy because a couple has been married for a long time. When they think of the secretly sweet time when they were lovers, they have to relive it through aftertaste. She made her husband pretend to be her lover, jump over the wall and break into the house in the middle of the night.
妻子装作少女，在室内殷勤接待，以求得那自己赚自己的快乐。这种事说来可笑，想着倒很有深长的意思。林白平听了才要说话，只听得机车上汽笛长叫了一声。那车队长道
The wife pretends to be a girl and entertains her indoors in order to earn her own happiness. The wife pretends to be a girl and entertains her indoors in order to earn her own happiness. This kind of thing sounds ridiculous to say, but it has profound meaning when thinking about it. Lin Baiping was about to speak after hearing this. She only heard a long whistle from the locomotive. The captain said,
车进了洋旗了，便匆匆出去。续车已进站停住，林白平便自己下了车。在众人纷乱中，他出了站门，雇辆人力车，雇到法租界长干里家里。他坐在车上，自己揣想，这次到了家里。
The car entered Yangqi. He hurried out. After a while, the car had stopped at the station. Lin Baiping got out of the car by herself. Amid the commotion, he went out of the station and hired a rickshaw. He hired a rickshaw and went to the house of Chang Qinli in the French concession. He sat down in the car. I thought to myself, this time I am at home.
芷华定已睡了，我最喜欢看他睡眼朦胧，向着人笑。今天第一眼看见的准是这种情致，只这一眼已不负我带月披星的回来这一趟。又想到方才车队长高鬼子的话
Zai Waiting has fallen asleep. What I like most is seeing her sleepy-eyed and smiling at people. This was definitely the first thing I saw today. Just this one glance is worthy of my return, Dai Yu Pixing. Then I thought of what the team leader Gao Gizi said just now.
觉得到底不算无稽之谈，天下事哪能一概而论？像我和芷华的爱情，莫说10年8年，就是千年100年，也绝不会冷淡。不过他说的外国人那种把戏，倒真好玩得很。
I don't think it's nonsense after all. How can everything in the world be generalized? Like the love between Jihua and I, it will never become cold even if it lasts not only 10 years to 8 years, but also thousands and hundreds of years. But the foreigner's tricks he mentioned were really fun.
想我当初和芷华没结婚的时候，那种偷偷摸摸的情形真是有味。有一次和他去看电影，在黑暗中偷接了一吻，不想被旁座一个坏蛋看见，咳嗽了一声，只羞得我俩从黑影中跑了出来。
I think that when Jihua and I were not married, the sneaky situation was really interesting. Once I went to a movie with her and secretly kissed her in the dark. I didn't want to be seen by the bad guy sitting next to me and coughed. We were so embarrassed that we ran out of the shadows.
路上芷华再不理我，我脸上虽然羞惭，心里却有说不出的趣味。但是从结婚后，已变成了光明正大的夫妇，再想不到这般情趣了。想到这里，忽然一阵心血来潮，心想我今天回去。
Jihua ignored me on the way. Although I was ashamed on my face, I felt unspeakably interesting in my heart. But after getting married, they have become an upright couple and can no longer enjoy such fun. Thinking of this, I suddenly had a sudden impulse, thinking that I would go back today.
何不仿照西洋人的办法，偷偷地跑上楼，到他屋里，也不闹醒他，只坐在床边饱看他个海棠春睡。等他自己醒来，瞧见我正坐在旁边，说不定有什么爱煞人的神情，叫我领略。
Why not follow the Western method and sneak upstairs to her room without waking her up? He just sat by the bed and watched her sleep. When she woke up on her own and saw me sitting next to her, she might have some evil look on her face that I could appreciate.
那时她向床上一躲，我就想到这里，一阵喜心翻倒，只仿佛有什么奇遇当前，便催着车夫快走。须臾已到了长干里口，林白平便叫停住，付了钱，自己走进巷里。只见四邻寂寂，都熄了灯光。
At that time she hid on the bed. Thinking of this, I felt overjoyed. It seemed that he had encountered some adventure, so he urged the driver to go quickly. In a moment, we have arrived at the mouth of Changqian. Lin Baiping stopped, paid the money, and walked into the alley. I saw silence all around. All lights were turned off.
只有巷外的路灯，光淡淡的照满了巷口的几家楼，自己门首却是黑黢黢的。上前推推门，却关得很紧。心想，若喊老妈子开门，定要把芷华惊醒，这把戏就唱不成了，便自己退回几步。
There were only street lights outside the alley, and their light illuminated several buildings at the entrance of the alley. The head of his family is dark. He stepped forward and pushed the door, but it was closed tightly. I thought that if I asked the old lady to open the door, Zhihua would be awakened and the trick would not work. Then he took a few steps back.
向上相渡地势，见芷华在临街住的那间楼的后窗，正下临着邻家的门墙，只是那墙很高，不能上去。想了想，便从巷底搬了个盛垃圾的空箱子来垫脚。这时正是5月天气。
Measure the terrain upward. I saw that the back window of the building where Zhihua lived facing the street was directly facing the door wall of the neighbor's house. It's just that the wall is very high and cannot be climbed up. Think about it. So I moved an empty box containing garbage from the bottom of the alley to use as a stepping stone. It was May weather at this time.
衣服穿得单薄利落，不费什么事便已爬上了墙头，伸手已摸的后窗的窗沿，心里暗暗祷告：后窗里面切莫加栓，那我就徒劳往返，白爬了墙头了。哪知用手指把窗户轻轻一推。
Wearing thin and neat clothes, he climbed up the wall without any effort, and reached out to touch the sill of the back window. I secretly prayed in my heart that the back window should not be bolted, otherwise I would be going back and forth in vain and climbing up the wall in vain. Unexpectedly, he pushed the window gently with his finger.
竟已开了一道缝，心里暗喜，便用手扳住窗下的枕木，身体向上一提，便已爬上窗沿。反过身来，坐在窗沿上喘息一会，回手把窗子慢慢推得大敞四开，向里一看，黑黑的，瞧不见什么。
A crack has actually been opened. I was secretly happy. He grabbed the sleeper under the window with his hand, lifted his body up, and climbed up to the window edge. Turn around and sit on the window edge, breathing for a while. He turned back and slowly pushed the window wide open. A crack has actually been opened. I was secretly happy. He grabbed the sleeper under the window with his hand, lifted his body up, and climbed up to the window edge. Turn around and sit on the window edge, breathing for a while. He turned back and slowly pushed the window wide open. When he looked inside, he could see nothing in the darkness.
只闻一阵暗香扑鼻，心里动了几动，便又翻过身来，膝盖跪在窗沿上，头钻到屋里。自己知道窗内便是一张写字台， 伸手摸了摸，并没有什么碰得响的物件，便慢慢爬进去。
I only smelled a faint fragrance, and my heart moved a little. Then he turned over again, knelt on the window sill, and got into the room. He knew that there was a writing desk inside the window. I reached out and touched it, but there was nothing that made a sound. Then he climbed in slowly.
坐在台上，用脚找着了地。他立在地下，直了直腰，定神向床上看时，只看白成一块，并无一些黑处。知道帐子放得严密，暗叹纸花园是胆小且空房的人，我真算抛得他苦了。便又走进帐前。
He sat on the stage and touched the ground with his feet. He stood on the ground, straightened his back, and when he looked intently at the bed, he saw only a white patch with no dark spots. I know the tent is kept tightly. I sighed secretly that Jihua was originally a timid person who had no room for herself. I really made her suffer by leaving her behind. Then he approached the tent again.
鼻里的香气闻得更浓，觉得有茉莉和芝兰香水两种气味。细听床里还听得轻轻的喘息。白平心里一阵发迷，几乎忘了原定的计划，便轻轻揭开帐子，探进半身，用手摸了摸。
The aroma in my nose is stronger, and I feel like it has the smell of jasmine and orchid perfume. Listen carefully to the bed and hear gentle breathing. Bai Ping felt confused and almost forgot her original plan. Then he gently opened the curtain, reached in and touched it with his hand.
正触着他夹背里的香肩，便在黑暗里对准了方位，向着他的颊上轻轻吻了一下。嘴儿接到唇上时，只觉得有毛茸茸的东西触到嘴上，还疑惑是吻错了地方，再伸手去摸时，
It was touching her fragrant shoulder under the quilt. He took his position in the darkness and kissed her gently on the cheek. When the mouth was connected to the lips, I only felt something furry touching my mouth. I was still wondering if I kissed the wrong place, so I reached out to touch it again.
这毛茸茸的东西可不是生在人的横嘴上，分明是个带胡子的嘴。不禁呀了一声，便伸手去摸床栏上挂的电门，一下摸个正着。熟识床里灯光大亮，定睛再看，那十字布绣花的长枕上。
This furry thing was not born on a human's mouth, it was clearly a mouth with a beard. He couldn't help but let out a sigh, and then reached out to touch the switch hanging on the bed rail. Touch it all at once. Suddenly the light in the bed came on brightly, and I looked carefully at the cross-embroidered pillow.
平放着两张人面，第一眼先看见里边躺着自己的爱妻芷华，睡得正香，粉面上还露着甜微微的笑容，樱唇涂得猩红，显见临睡时曾经加以装饰过，只是双颊上有些处褪了粉。
There are two human faces lying flat. The first thing he saw was his beloved wife Jihua sleeping soundly inside. There was a sweet smile on her pink face, and her lips were painted scarlet. It was obvious that it had been carefully decorated before going to bed. It's just that the powder on her cheeks has faded in some places.
却微染了淡红颜色，分明是吻过的余痕。一只玉臂从枕边平身向外，压在那在外面睡的人颈下。白平顺着他的臂儿瞧回来，只见外面睡的不是旁人。
But it was slightly stained with a light red color, clearly the remnants of a kiss. A jade arm stretches outward from the pillow, pressing under the neck of the person sleeping outside. Bai Ping looked back along her arms and saw that it was no one else sleeping outside.
正是自己同学7年共事4载总角之交， 又是金兰兄弟的挚友边仲英。他正与芷华和盖着一幅玫红色绸被，脸上贾柏林式的小胡子旁边也是沾染的脂痕片片。芷华侧卧。
It was Bien Zhongying, his classmate who had worked together for 7 years and 4 years, and a close friend of the Jean Lon brothers. He and Jihua were covered with a plum-red silk quilt, and the Jia Bolan-style mustache on his face was stained with traces of fat. Jihua lies on her side.
他是仰躺身体，恰拥在芷华怀里。白平见电灯初亮时，他俩似乎被光线挤刺了睡神经，都微微转侧了一下，便又照样睡着。白平一阵心里说不出的难过和气恼，咬了咬牙，怒目握拳。
He was lying on his back, just in Jihua's arms. When Bai Ping saw the light first coming on, the two of them seemed to be stung by the light, and they both turned slightly and fell asleep again. Bai Ping felt indescribably sad and angry for a while, gritted her teeth, glared and clenched her fists.
便向边仲英的脸上打去，手方伸出，眼光顾着拳头，又瞧见芷华的芙蓉娇面，心内一阵凄酸，暗想我打什么？如今哪是打的时节？便缩回拳头，看看芷华，眼泪忍不住地挂下来。
Then he hit Bien Zhongying in the face. Stretching out his hand, he looked at his fist and saw Jihua's charming face. I felt sad in my heart, thinking to myself, what should I hit? Now is the time to fight. He retracted his fist. Look at Jihua who can't help but shed tears.
倒背，双手向床内呆看，只见帐顶上挂着2个茉莉花球，便顺手摘下一个，无意中见是花朵排成的爱字，心里好生悲惨。暗自回想在去年和芷华结婚的第2日。
He put his hands behind his back and stared into the bed. I saw 2 jasmine balls hanging on the top of the tent, so I picked one off. I accidentally saw the word love arranged by flowers, and I felt so miserable. Secretly thinking back to the 2nd day of my wedding to Jihua last year.
他也曾用茉莉插成英文的 love 字样挂在我的胸前，一同出去逛俄国公园，路上把我得意的腰都挺得特别的直了。谁想这不睁眼的天，今日又叫我瞧见这种光景。想了一会，
She also inserted jasmine into the English word love and hung it on my chest. We went out to visit the Russian park together. On the way, I was so proud that my waist straightened up. Who would have thought that this blind sky would teach me to see this kind of scene again today? I thought about it for a while.
便把手里的花球长吻了一下，又用花球沾了自己脸上的眼泪，轻轻把花球放在枕上2个脸的中间，自己向后退了半步，又倒背着手向床上端详一会，脸上反露出一丝笑容。
Then she gave the flower ball in her hand a long kiss, dipped the flower ball into the tears on her face, and gently placed the flower ball between the 2 faces on the pillow. He took half a step back, then turned his hands behind his back and looked at the bed for a while, with a smile on his face.
忽然眉头一皱，心中已拿定了主意，想要开口唤醒了他们，但是把嘴虚张了几张，始终没有发出声音的勇气，便又停住，仍旧低头呆想，似乎身心都麻木了。过了好一会，
Suddenly he frowned and made up his mind. He wanted to speak to wake them up, but he opened his mouth several times and never had the courage to make a sound. Then he stopped again, still lowering his head and thinking. It seemed like both body and mind were numb. After a while,
只听芷华娇哼了一声，白平才吓得定了精神，怕他醒了， 反倒像自己心亏似的，几乎拔脚要跑。但芷华只哼了一声，左臂一举，似乎伸了个懒腰，接着身躯向外一转，被子一吐。
Only Zhihua snorted. Bai Ping was so scared that she calmed down, fearing that she would wake up. On the contrary, he seemed to feel guilty and almost wanted to run away. But Zhihua just snorted and raised his left arm, seeming to stretch. Then the body turned outward and the quilt bulged.
一条腿已搭在仲英身上，上面左臂也横放在仲英胸腹之间。这时白平觉得脑中轰然一声，突然神经混乱，若不是手扶着床柱，便要颓然晕倒。又过了须臾，神经才恢复清楚，觉得这种景况。
One leg has been draped over Zhong Ying's body, and his left arm is also placed across Zhong Ying's chest and abdomen. At this time, Bai Ping felt a bang in her head and suddenly became confused. If he hadn't been holding on to the bedpost, he would have fainted. After another moment, my nerves recovered. I feel like this.
实在不忍再看，但又忍不住仔细看了一眼，才伸手轻轻就床头把店门碾闭，立刻跟前一片漆黑，茫无所见。他这时心下倏然清凉，便放好帐子，轻轻退回几步，摸着个小沙发。
I really can't bear to watch it anymore. But he couldn't help but take a closer look, then reached out and gently turned the switch on the bedside. Immediately it was pitch black and nothing could be seen. At this moment, his heart suddenly felt cool. Then he put down the tent, took a few steps back, and touched a small sofa.
轻轻用屁音摸索着坐下，才深深地喘了口长气。自己暗叹，我向来以为世界无论到什么样子，这一个爱妻一个良友总是我的。可怜到了如今，才知道这爱妻良友统没我的份。
Ian gently groped his way to sit down, then took a deep breath. I sighed to myself. I always thought that no matter what happened to the world, this loving wife and good friend would always be mine. It's such a pity that now, I realize that I have no share in this beloved wife and good friend.
世界只剩我一个孤鬼了，爸爸，我只得抛了这个环境，去另辟一个世界。又想到我便是去丢开重奥，又那里照样去寻这样的爱妻良友，后半世的生活统要变成伤心岁月。
I am the only one left in the world. Stop it. I had no choice but to leave this environment behind and find a new world. Then I thought that I was going to put aside my pride and look for such a loving wife and good friend. The rest of your life will turn into sad years.
活着又有什么趣味？倒不如死了吧。我死了，也叫这两个对不住我的人晓得了我。想爸爸牙一咬，慢慢站起身来，想要找寻自杀的器具，又想我死在这里做什么？
What's the fun in living? It's better to die. Even if I die, these two people who can't stand me will know about me. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and stood up slowly, trying to find a tool to commit suicide. I also wonder what I will do if I die here.
不如随意给他们留下个字儿，表明我对他们的心意，再到外边去寻漂亮的死法。想到这里，便轻轻挪到方才自己进来的窗户前面，在写字台上摸着了纸和铅笔，慢慢把半身探出窗外。
It's better to leave them a random message to express my feelings for them. Then go out and find a beautiful way to die. Thinking of this, he gently moved to the window he had just entered, touched the paper and pencil on the desk, and slowly leaned half of his body out of the window.
把纸铺在窗沿上，就着街灯反映的微光，写道：“众因无有纸华无期同见，余非故意窥人密室，而竟越窗入室，无意的辱二人相爱之情。此中盖有天意，天意盖欲于死耳。今余已趋死路。”
I spread the paper on the window sill and wrote in the dim light reflected by the street lamp, Zhongying, my friend Jihua and my wife share the same lesson. I did not deliberately pry into people's secrets, but actually entered the house through the window, and unintentionally gained the love between you two. There is God's will in this. God's will is to make me die.
留此世界，供汝等为欢。区区薄产，亦以相赠。今中不可久居，宜归众英故乡，即行婚礼。余阴灵不泯，愿为主婚及证婚之人。白平。写完，看着这张纸儿，他含着泪笑了笑，随即退回身来。
I leave this world for your enjoyment. Even if they have a meager harvest, they will also give it to each other. You can't stay in Jinzhong for a long time, so I leave this world for your enjoyment. Even if they have a meager harvest, they will also give it to each other. You can't stay in Jinzhong for a long time, so you should return to Zhongying's hometown and hold the wedding. The spirit of Yu Yin is not lost, and I am willing to be the host of the marriage and the person who witnesses the marriage. By Ping. After writing. Looking at the piece of paper, he smiled with tears in his eyes, and then stepped back.
用手摸着了一块铜镇纸，把字条压在写字台上，便又向着床帐挪走了几步。只闻得从帐中一阵阵发出热香，从鼻管透入，进到脑中，觉得神经大动，知道在这屋中一刻也不能再待了。
He touched a copper paperweight with his hand and pressed the note on the desk. Then he moved a few steps towards the bed tent. I could only smell the hot fragrance coming from the tent, penetrated through the nose and entered the brain, and felt that my nerves were shaking. I knew I couldn't stay in this room for a moment longer.
便又退回去，爬上写字台，想从原路出去。但是才爬出窗户，鼻里闻到一股液气土香，心里又转觉凄然。暗想这次和我的家、我的人、我的朋友都永别了。再回头一看。
Then he went back and climbed onto the desk. I want to go out the way I came. But when I climbed out of the window, I smelled the earthy fragrance of night air, and felt sad again. I secretly thought that this time I would say goodbye to my home, my people, and my friends forever. Look back again.
觉得这屋里漆黑的无可留恋，又幻想方才回家时经过大桥，那河里的水，这时似乎跑到眼前，向自己冷晶晶的发亮。立刻心里便决定死法莫妙于跳河，想跳河莫妙于快走，这样迟疑不决。
It felt so dark in this room that I couldn't miss it. I also imagined that when I just returned home, I passed the bridge and the water in the river seemed to shine coldly in front of me. He immediately decided in his mind that the best way to die was to jump into the river, and to jump into the river was the best way to walk quickly, so he hesitated.
亏得我还是个男子，想着便慢慢手按窗沿，挪出去一条腿，那一条腿才伸出一半又停住了，忍不住再回头看。忽然念到这屋里现在虽然有很大的伤心在着，以前可真有许多的幸福发生。
Fortunately, I am still a man. Thinking about it, he slowly pressed his hand on the window edge and moved one leg out. The leg was only halfway extended and then stopped. He couldn't help but look back. Suddenly I thought that although there is a lot of sadness in this room now, there was a lot of happiness in the past.
又联想起这几年芷华待自己的柔情蜜意，仲英对自己的古道热肠，真都达于极点。他俩都不是没良心的人，如今办出这种勾当，说不定还有什么难言之隐。如今我让了他们。
Reminiscent of Jihua's tenderness and affection towards him in the past few years, Zhongying's kindness towards him has reached its peak. Neither of them are heartless people. Now that they are doing this kind of thing, reminiscent of Jihua's tenderness and affection towards him in the past few years, Zhongying's kindness towards him has reached its peak. Neither of them are heartless people. Now that they are doing this kind of thing, there may be something unspeakable about them. Now I let them.
就算报答他们的好处也罢。这样沉吟一会，逗得灵机一动，又自己埋怨道：“我这办法太残忍了，只顾我一死，他俩都是有心的人，说不定也会跟着自杀。”
Even if you repay their favors. After pondering like this for a while, Dou had an idea and complained to himself, "My method is too cruel. If they only care about my death, they are both thoughtful people, and they might also commit suicide."
不然，芷华也要因受良心谴责恨了仲英，仲英也要因为后悔瞧不起芷华。他俩这一生还有欢笑的日子过，那岂不白死了我，又害了他俩？这办法终归办不得。想到这里，立刻心乱如麻。
Otherwise, Jihua would also hate Zhongying because of the condemnation of conscience, and Zhongying would also look down on Jihua because of regret. Do they still have time to laugh in this life? Wouldn't that kill me in vain and harm them both? This approach will never work. Thinking of this, I immediately felt confused.
只可回到屋里再想主意，便缩身爬下写字台，仍在沙发上坐下，低头想了一会，忽然听得床上芷华咳嗽，不大的功夫，申英又鼻语里哼着作声，接着又是芷华笑，仲英嘴里含含心糊地道：“
I can only go back to the house and think about it again." Then he shrunk down and climbed down from the desk, still sitting down on the sofa. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, he suddenly heard Jihua coughing on the bed. After a short while, I stretched my nose and hummed again. Then Jihua laughed again. Zhongying took the fresh paste in his mouth and said,
你又淘气，干嘛捏我的鼻子？”芷华咯咯地笑道：“瞧你还睡不醒，我醒了，看你还睡得着。”仲英道：“我醒，我醒，你先别收拾我。”芷华笑了一声，立刻床里灯光大亮，又听得芷华笑道：“你睡觉全不老实。”
"You are naughty, why are you pinching my nose?" Jihua giggled and said, "Let's see if you're still asleep." "I'm awake." "Let's see if you can still sleep." Zhongying said, "I'm awake, I'm awake." "Don't deal with me yet." Jihua laughed, and the light in the bed immediately turned on. Then Jihua laughed and said, "You are not honest at all when you sleep."
手脚乱动，把我闹醒了，你想睡可得成？仲英从鼻子里出气的声音说话道：“你看你的胳膊腿全砸在我身上，还说我睡觉不老实，你还讲理？”这10丈上映出芷华坐起来的影子，他口里说道：“
My hands and feet were moving around and I woke up. You want to sleep, can you? Zhongying spoke in a breathy voice. You see your arms and legs all fell on me, and you still said that I was not honest in my sleep? You are still reasonable. At this time, the shadow of Jihua sitting up was reflected on the tent. She said,
我就喜欢不讲理，你不乐意就走。”仲英笑道：“走就走。”接着就听床栏一阵响， 见人影一阵摇动，仿佛众鹰要下床来。白萍倒吓得心里一阵乱跳，但立刻见芷华的影子伸手向下，把她按住。
I just like to be unreasonable and leave if you don't like it. Zhong-ying smiled and said, just leave. Then there was a sound on the bed rail and a figure shaking. It seemed as if Zhong-ying was about to get out of bed. Bai Ping was so frightened that her heart jumped, but she immediately saw Jihua's shadow reaching down and holding him down.
又听得芷华昵声道：“不！”便见从下面举起一只手搂住芷华的脖颈，芷华也趁势低下头去。接着便听得极热烈而拖长的接吻声音，声音拖长了好久，才寂静下去。再沉了一会，
He heard Jihua squeaking, "No." Then he saw a hand raised from below to wrap around Jihua's neck, and Jihua also took advantage of the situation and lowered his head. Then the sound of extremely passionate and prolonged kissing. He heard Jihua squeaking, "No." Then he saw a hand raised from below to wrap around Jihua's neck, and Jihua also took advantage of the situation and lowered his head. Then the sound of extremely passionate and prolonged kissing was heard. The sound lasted for a long time before falling silent. It sank for a while.
见仲英和芷华都坐起来，下半身贴连，上半身却分开，只仿佛一个树根上分支出两条树干，又仿佛一株朝天长的人字柳被风摆得动摇不定。须臾又见芷华倒入仲英怀里。
Seeing Zhong-ying and Jihua both sitting up, their lower bodies were close together, but their upper bodies were separated, as if two trunks branched out from one tree root, or like a herringbone willow growing toward the sky, swaying unsteadily in the wind. After a while, Jihua fell into Zhong-ying's arms again.
就半晌没有声息，帘幕沉沉，小楼寂寂，灯光艳艳，人影双双，真是好一派的仙香诗境。但是白萍坐在那里，却没法领略得来，只觉得伤心欲绝，暗恨爹娘生自己10多造出2只眼2只耳。
There was no sound for a while. The curtains are heavy, the small building is silent, the lights are dim, and there are both figures. It's really a fairyland poetry. But Bai Ping couldn't understand it as she sat there. She just felt heartbroken and secretly hated her parents for creating 2 extra eyes and ears when she was born.
却又没法不听不看，而且身体有说不出的麻木，想走亦不能了。这时忽听仲英小声道：“小妹妹方才还好好的，为什么又不痛快？”芷华叹道：“我想起白萍，心里就难过。咱俩谁对得起她？”
But he couldn't stop listening or watching, and his body was indescribably numb, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. At this moment, she suddenly heard Zhong-ying whispering, "My little sister was fine just now, why wasn't she happy?" But he couldn't stop listening or watching, and his body was indescribably numb, and he couldn't move even if he wanted to. At this moment, she suddenly heard Zhong-ying whispering, "My little sister was fine just now, why wasn't she happy?" Jihua sighed, "I feel sad when I think of Bai Ping. Who of us can live up to him?"
仲英半晌不语，良久才道：“现在还谈这些做什么？细想起来，咱谁还能活？既然造了孽，就说不得了。先乐上1日是1日，在这帐子里就先当作世界上没有他。喂，你怎么还撅着嘴？你笑，你笑。”
Zhong-ying was silent for a long time, and then said, "Why are we still talking about this now? Come to think of it, who of us can live? Since we have committed evil, we can't talk about it. It's just a day to be happy. In this tent, it's just a day. Just pretend there is no such thing in the world. Hey! why are you still pouting?
芷华道：“我现在笑不出来。”仲英道：“你笑不出来也得笑，不笑看我咯吱你。”芷华咯的一声笑出来道：“你敢？”仲英也笑道：“我怎么不敢？”说着就见他的手影一动，芷华一面把手撑持，一面笑道。
Zhihua said, I can't laugh now. Zhongning said, you have to laugh even if you can't laugh. If you don't laugh, I'll tickle you. Zhihua laughed loudly and said, you dare. Zhongning said he also smiled and said, why don't I dare? As he said that, he saw the shadow of his hand move. Zhihua held it up and said with a smile,
瞧你这二皮脸，我躲了你。说着，只听帐钩一响，芷华竟赤裸裸地走下床来。白萍正瘫坐在沙发上，仓促间想躲也来不及。芷华原是迷迷糊糊地跑下床，夹着帐里灯亮，帐外又黑。
Look at your face, I'm hiding from you. As she said that, she heard the sound of the tent hook, and Zhihua walked out of bed naked. Bai Ping was sitting on the sofa, and it was too late to hide in a hurry. Zhihua ran out of bed in a daze. The lights were on inside the tent, but it was dark outside.
并没看见白萍，就奔了沙发去，想坐在那里和仲英调皮，不想伸手去扶沙发的背儿，恰摸在白萍头上，只吓得直着声音娇喊一声。仲英在帐里听他叫的声音有异，掀起帐子一看，
Not seeing Bai Ping, she ran to the sofa, wanting to sit there and be naughty with Zhongying. She didn't want to reach out to hold the back of the sofa, but it happened to touch Bai Ping's head. He was so frightened that he screamed in a loud voice. Zhongying was in the tent and heard her shouting in a strange voice. He raised the tent to take a look.
殊时灯光外射，三人同时都见了面。芷华看着白萍又呀了一声，便晕倒在白萍脚下。白萍想伸手去扶他，才低下头去，只觉一阵神经骚乱，脑中嗡然一声，立刻仰倒在沙发上。
Suddenly the lights came out and the three of them met at the same time. Zhihua looked at Bai Ping and groaned again, then fainted at Bai Ping's feet. Bai Ping wanted to reach. Suddenly the lights came out and the three of them met at the same time. Zhihua looked at Bai Ping and groaned again, then fainted at Bai Ping's feet. Bai Ping wanted to reach out to help her, then lowered her head. She felt a nervous turmoil, a buzzing sound in her head, and she immediately fell back on the sofa.
仲英侯在床上用手接着帐帘，再也放不下来，也失了知觉似的在那里出香。这样过了好一会，还是白萍最先清醒，挣扎着力气把芷华抱起送到床上。这时仲英正把接帐子的手放下。
Zhong Yingho was on the bed, holding up the curtain with his hands. He could no longer put it down, and he appeared there as if he had lost consciousness. After a while, Bai Ping woke up first, struggled to stand up, picked up Zhihua, and carried her to the bed. At this time Zhongying was putting down his hands to open the curtain.
低着头，闭着眼，不敢瞧人，恨不得寻个的缝钻进去。白萍轻轻把帐子放严紧了，将他二人关在帐内，自己却立在帐外，蔼然和气的道：“你们用不着害羞，更不必害怕，快把衣服穿好。”
He lowered his head and closed his eyes, not daring to look at anyone. I can't wait to find a crack in the ground and crawl in. Bai Ping gently tightened the tent and shut the two of them inside. But he stood outside the tent. He said kindly, you don't need to be shy, let alone be afraid. Put your clothes on quickly.
我有话说。说完仍旧退身 坐在沙发上等候。立刻见帐里一阵灯光颤颤，人影摇摇。一会即使寂静下去，知道他俩已把衣服穿好，但是不见他们走下床。这时房里虽有3个人。
I have something to say. After saying that, he still retreated and sat on the sofa to wait. Immediately, he saw a trembling light in the tent and a swaying figure. After a while, the silence subsided. I knew that they had put on their clothes, but they did not get out of bed. At this time there were 3 people in the room.
但是没一个敢喘一口大气，只有时钟在桌上滴答作响，仿佛在那里冷笑。电灯在帐里微摇，似乎知道不久便有暴风雨来到，在那里吓得哆嗦。白平等得久了，忍不住又说道：“你们快出来。”
But no one dared to take a breath. Only the clock ticked on the table, as if there was a sneer there. The electric light flickered in the tent, as if he knew a storm was coming soon, and he was trembling with fear. Bai Ping has been waiting for a long time. He couldn't help but said again, "Come out quickly."
方才我都见过了，现在还躲什么？说着，站起在墙上寻着了电门，把电灯开放，舒适房里四壁通明，又变成一个世界。又用手指在桌上微敲着道：“快请出来谈，快，快！”
I've seen them all just now. What are you hiding from now? As he spoke, he stood up, looked for the switch on the wall, and turned on the light. Suddenly, the 4 walls of the room were brightly lit. It turned into a world again. He tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Please come out and talk, quick. Quick."
这时，只听得芷华在床里应的声哭了出来。白平便走向前，把帐子勾起。只见芷华已穿上睡衣，依旧显着6寸圆肤，云鬓蓬松，侧着身子伏在床栏上，乡间起伏的啜泣。
At this time, Zhihua could only be heard crying in the bed. Bai Ping walked forward and hooked up the tent. I saw that Zhihua had put on her pajamas, still with her 6-inch round skin and fluffy temples, leaning sideways on the bed rail. The fragrant shoulders heaved and sobbed.
仲英却偎在床的那一角，穿着紧身衣裤，双手抱着膝盖，下颏也放在膝盖上，在那里像傻了般的出神。棉巾箱被都拥在床中间，隆起像小腹一样，一个茉莉花球也揉碎了。
But Zhongning was leaning on the corner of the bed, wearing tights, holding his knees with his hands, and placing his chin on his knees. I was lost in thought there like a fool. The cotton quilts and fragrant quilts were all crowded in the middle of the bed, bulging like a small foo. A jasmine flower ball was also crushed into pieces.
散乱着洒在芷华足侧。白平看了这种光景，心里好生凄恻，暗想我竟把他们逼成这种可怜样子。今日方知中国习俗下的夫权，无形中有如此的大势力。不过夫妇间若是爱情消灭，
Scattered on the side of Jihua's feet. Bai Ping felt very sad when she saw this scene. I secretly thought that I had forced them into such a pitiful state. Only now do we know that the husband's power under Chinese customs has such great power invisibly. But if the love between a couple disappears,
单仗着夫权来维持现状，那又有什么意思？又转想到芷华和自己倒绝谈不到这一层，现在他倒没什么惧怕，只有羞愤，羞的是对不起我，愤的是仲英害了他，大约比受死刑还要难过。
what's the point of maintaining the status quo by relying solely on husband's power? Then he thought that Jihua and himself could never talk about this level. What's the point of maintaining the status quo by relying solely on husband's power? Then he thought that Jihua and himself could never talk about this level. Now she has no fear, only shame and anger. She is ashamed that she is sorry for me, and she is angry that Zhongying has harmed her. It's probably worse than
一颗心不知要碎成多少段，只一声不响地看着他，比杀了他还厉害，那太残忍了，还是赶快解决了吧。我也落得个眼前清净，心里平安，想着就上前把纸花抱起，纸花四肢不由自主。
I don't know how many pieces a heart will break into. Just looking at her without saying a word was worse than killing her. That's too cruel. It's better to solve it quickly. I also found peace before my eyes and peace in my heart. After thinking about it, I don't know how many pieces a heart will break into. Just looking at her without saying a word was worse than killing her. That's too cruel. It's better to solve it quickly.
柔弱无骨似的偎在白萍怀里，任他抱到沙发上放下，一只手掩着泪眼，一只手还搂着白萍的脖颈。白萍看着他那梨花带雨的娇怯模样，不禁轻轻叹了一声，心里变得软了。
She snuggled into Bai Ping's arms as softly as if she were boneless, and let him carry her to the sofa and lay her down. One hand was covering her tearful eyes, and the other was still hugging Bai Ping's neck. Bai Ping looked at her timid appearance, and couldn't help but sigh softly. She snuggled into Bai Ping's arms as softly as if she were boneless, and let him carry her to the sofa and lay her down. One hand was covering her tearful eyes, and the other was still hugging Bai Ping's neck. Bai Ping looked at her timid appearance, and couldn't help but sigh softly. My heart softened.
牙根咬得更紧上来，便把他的手从自己脖上拿下来，轻轻放下。突而昂然立起腰，走到床和沙发中间，咳嗽了一声，然后放亮了嗓音说道：“我今天回来，绝不是诚心来窥探你们的秘密。”
He gritted his teeth even harder, then took her hand off his neck and put it down gently. Suddenly he stood up proudly, walked between the bed and the sofa, coughed, and then said in a loud voice, I came back today not to pry into your secret sincerely.
但是不幸竟撞见了，我真后悔的要死。我相信这是一世不破路，我一世都是幸福的，因为我敢断定你二人就是有了秘密，对我的爱情绝不会消减，能这样蒙混我一世。
But unfortunately it happened. I regret it to death. I believe this will never be revealed and I will be happy throughout my life. Because I dare to conclude that you two have a secret, and your love for me will never diminish. You can fool me like this for the rest of my life.
就是维持我一世的幸福，但既不幸有了今天，以后的事情就另当别论。在你们没醒以前，我在这屋里已待了1点多钟。起先我想去自杀，把世界让给你们，就写了封信放在写字台上。
Just to maintain my happiness for the rest of my life. But since today is unfortunate, what happens in the future is another matter. I had been in this room for more than 1 hour before you woke up. At first I wanted to commit suicide and leave the world to you, so I wrote a letter and put it on the desk.
留给你们看。说到这里，只听芷华哎呀一声，他急忙跑过来，跪在白萍脚下，紧搂着白萍的大腿，哭着道：“你不这样。”这时仲英也跑下床来，向白萍两泪交流的道：“你为什么死？死该让我。”
I'll leave it to you to see. At this point, Jihua groaned. She hurriedly ran over and knelt at Bai Ping's feet, hugged Bai Ping's thigh tightly, and cried, you don't do this. At this time, Zhongying also ran out of bed and said to Bai Ping with tears in his eyes, Why did you die? I deserve to die.
我死了，你只当世界上根本就没生我这个人，把芷华的错处也消灭了。至于我为什么办出这样对不住你的事，到现在连我也不明白，只可归咎是上天在那里捉弄人。芷华也是和我一样。
When I die, you just think that I was never born in the world, and eliminate Jihua's faults. As for why I did such a sorry thing to you, even I still don't understand. It can only be blamed on God playing tricks on people. Jihua is the same as me.
如今话也没多的可说，我走了。说着便向外走，白平一把将他拉住道：“你别胡闹，等我把话说完。”又一把将芷华扶起道：“你起来，听我说。”说着又自己叹息道：“其实我也没什么可说。”
There is not much to say now. I'm leaving. After saying that, he walked out. Bai Ping pulled him back and said, Don't be ridiculous. Wait until I finish talking. He helped Jihua up again and said, Get up, listen to me. After saying that, he sighed again, Ahem. In fact, I have nothing to say.
就两只手双挽着他们俩，眼里汪着泪，牙狠劲咬着下唇，发怔了半晌，忽然顿足道：“我还忍个什么？快说完了，走吧。”这样磨蹭，亏我还是个男子。说完便松手将仲英和芷华放开，倒背着手道：“
He held them both with his hands, with tears in his eyes, biting his lower lip with his teeth, and was stunned for a long time. Suddenly he stamped his feet and said, Why should I endure it? Let's finish talking and leave. It's a shame that I'm still a man if I linger like this. After saying that, he let go of Zhongying and Jihua, and said with his hands behind his back,
我后来想，我活着是苦了我死了是害了你们。因为你们虽然做出这样对不住我的事，我还相信你们都不是没良心的人。我死说不定连累的你们也不肯活，这岂不是损人不利益？
I later thought that my life was suffering. I died to harm you. Because even though you have done such sorry things to me, I still believe that you are not heartless. If I die, you may even be so tired that you don't want to live anymore. Wouldn't this be harmful to others and not to your own benefit?
现在我决定把我所有的一切都让给你们，我的芷华赠给仲英，我的仲英也赠给芷华。至于这一些家产，更都属你们了。指望你们日后永远这样相亲相爱，就算不辜负我这一片好心。
Now I decide to give everything I have to you. My Jihua is given to Zhongying. My Zhongying was also given to Jihua. As for these family properties, they all belong to you. I just hope that you will always love each other like this in the future, even if you live up to my good intentions.
我在天涯地角也替你们欢喜。说到这里，芷华以哭的声音哽咽，向前抱住白平的脖子，呜咽地道：“你。”白平突觉得他眼里滚下来的热泪珠流满了自己的脖颈。
I rejoice for you from all over the world. At this point, Jihua cried until her voice choked. She hugged Bai Ping's neck and sobbed, You. Bai Ping suddenly felt that the hot tears rolling down her eyes were full. Own neck.
鹰口吹出的热气虚到自己腹颊间，都似乎穿透皮肉，一直热到心里。立刻心里像春风吹过似的一阵暖热，觉着方才铸就铁一般的心肠立刻软了。 暗想芷华素日和我的恩情。
The hot air from Sakura's mouth hit her cheeks, seeming to penetrate her flesh and heat her heart. Immediately, I felt a warmth in my heart like a spring breeze blowing through me. It felt like my heart, which had just been cast into iron, immediately softened. I secretly think about the kindness between Jihwa Suri and me. The hot air from Sakura's mouth hit her cheeks, seeming to penetrate her flesh and heat her heart. Immediately, I felt a warmth in my heart like a spring breeze blowing through me. It felt like my heart, which had just been cast into iron, immediately softened. I secretly think about the kindness between Jihwa Suri and me.
偶然他糊涂做了坏事，我就这样抛了他吗？我素常唤她做小妹妹，难道小妹妹哭到这样，我还不肯饶恕她？这做哥哥的也太狠了。但是仲英站在这里，我就想改时饶恕她，又怎么说得出？
Occasionally she did something bad out of ignorance. Should I abandon her like this? I often call her my little sister. Could it be that I still refuse to forgive my little sister when she cries like this? This brother is too cruel. But Zhongying is standing here. Occasionally she did something bad out of ignorance. Should I abandon her like this? I often call her my little sister. Could it be that I still refuse to forgive my little sister when she cries like this? This brother is too cruel. But Zhongying is standing here. I want to forgive her now, but how can I say it?
不如放仲英去吧。想到这里，便想做手势叫仲英走，但是抬头看看仲英，又连带瞧见床上的血枕、乱侵、残花、皱入，都是些风流旧迹，不由得想起方才自己所听所见的情景。
It's better to let Zhongying go. Thinking of this, I wanted to teach Zhongying how to walk using hand gestures. But when he looked up at Zhongying, he also saw the sloping pillows on the bed, the random quilts, broken flowers, and crepe quilts, which were all traces of old times, and he couldn't help but think of what he had heard and seen just now.
只觉胸中陡然冒出一股凉气，仿佛又变成了冬天，把一颗心又冻得铁硬起来。便自己狠狠地咬着牙，轻轻地又跺了几下脚，将芷华慢慢向前推走了2步，突然将她拥到仲英怀里。
I felt a sudden chill in my chest, as if it was winter again, freezing my heart to the core again. Then he gritted his teeth, lightly stomped his feet a few more times, slowly pushed Jihua forward 2 steps, and suddenly hugged her into Zhongying's arms.
自己霍地一闪身，躲开了几步。只见这时仲英像是傻了，芷华撞到他怀内，他还是痴痴地站着，既不躲避，也不伸手扶持。芷华碰到仲英身上，才仿佛如梦初醒，突然呀地叫了一声。
He quickly ducked and took a few steps away. At this moment, Zhongying seemed to be stupid. Jihua bumped into his arms, but he still stood stupidly, neither avoiding nor reaching out to support her. Jihua felt as if she was waking up from a dream when she touched Zhongying. Suddenly there was a cry.
回头扬手向着白平疯了般的喊道：“你好狠！我死！”说着扑地倒在地下，粉面吻到地毡上，下面一条腿蜷着拥在睡衣里，一双腿连半个浴血般的臀部都暴露在如银的灯光下。
He turned around and raised his hands towards Bai Ping, shouting like crazy, "You are so cruel! I will die!" As he said that, he fell to the ground, his pink face kissed on the carpet, and his lower leg was fisted in his pajamas. A pair of the legs and even half of the jade snow-like buttocks were exposed to the silvery light.
白平只看了2眼，已不敢再看，也不忍再看了。 那边众英正的失魂落魄，见芷华忽然晕倒，慌忙间要用手去扶，抬头见白萍还立着不动，满脸露着落寞的神气，立刻心里发颤。
Bai Ping only glanced at it twice. She didn't dare to look at it anymore, and she couldn't bear to look at it anymore. Over there, Zhongying was in a state of despair. When he saw Zhihua suddenly fainting, he hurriedly tried to help her with his hands. When I looked up and saw Bai Ping still standing still with a lonely look on her face, I immediately felt trembling in my heart.
把伸出的手又缩了回去。白萍搓着手道：“你扶起他来呀，他是你的人，你不管谁管。”众英听见这话，越发低下头，不敢动手。白萍道：“叫他睡一会也好，我要趁这对后拿点东西走了。”
He retracted his outstretched hand. Bai Ping rubbed her hands and said, "Help her up. She is yours, you don't care who cares." When Zhongying heard this, he lowered his head even more and did not dare to do anything. Bai Ping said, "It's best to teach her to sleep for a while. I want to take advantage of this couple's time to grab something and leave."
说着就奔了床边的小玻璃立柜去，开了柜门，乱翻了一阵，翻出了一件半旧纱绿绸子沿着自纱宽边的小马甲，拿在手中道：“这件最可他的腰。”又寻着一只蓝地字花的女拖鞋，自语道。
After saying that, he ran to the small glass cabinet next to the bed. I opened the cabinet door, rummaged around for a while, and found a half-worn vest made of sand-green silk with a wide edge of gauze. She held it in her hand and said, "This is the most flattering one for her." After saying that, he ran to the small glass cabinet next to the bed. I opened the cabinet door, rummaged around for a while, and found a half-worn vest made of sand-green silk with a wide edge of gauze. She held it in her hand and said, "This is the most flattering one for her waist." Then she looked for a women's slipper with a blue ground and self-flowered flowers, and said to herself,
这是我们结婚头一天放在床下的物件。又顺手在柜旁小几上拿了个带镜子的小粉盒道：“这里面有过他的脸。”说到这里，又叹道：“够了，够了，这就够可笑的了。”
This is what we put under our bed on our first wedding day. Then he took a small powder box with a mirror from the small table next to the cabinet and said, there was her face in it. At this point, he sighed again. Enough, enough, this is ridiculous enough.
说着，把3件东西都塞在制服的口袋里，走过来向众英道：“英哥，我走了，咱们来世再见。你要好好看待芷华。可怜他到如今还像个小孩子一样，你上心温存他点吧，我此去绝受不了罪。”
As he spoke, he stuffed all 3 items into the pockets of his uniform. He came over and said to Zhongying, "Brother Ying, I'm leaving. Let's see you in the next life. You have to treat Zhihua well. It's a pity that she is still like a child. You should be kind to her. I will never bear it when I go. Not guilty."
不过不回来了。说完就看看地下的芷华，才弓下腰去，立刻又直起来，跺了跺脚，便爬上了写字台。这时众英忙上前拉住他的腿，哀告道：“好兄弟，好祖宗，你别走，咱们慢慢商量。”白萍再不答声。
But not coming back. After saying that, he looked at Zhihua on the ground, then bowed down, and immediately straightened up. He stamped his feet and climbed up to the desk. At this time, Zhongying hurriedly stepped forward to hold his legs and begged, "Good brother, good ancestor, don't leave. Let's discuss it slowly." Bai Ping didn't answer again.
只用腿使劲向后一蹬，把仲英蹬了个倒仰。此际芷华已清醒过来，睁眼见白萍的头已探到窗外，知道拉已来不及，就在地下打着滚哭喊道：“你别走，萍，亲哥哥，你别。”
He only used his legs to push back hard, knocking Zhong Ying backwards. At this time, Zhihua had woken up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Ping's head sticking out of the window. Knowing that it was too late to pull her away, she rolled on the ground and cried, "Don't leave. Ping, my dear brother, don't."
这时，白萍已全身触到窗外，到仲英和芷华都从地上立起来时，窗口夜已不见人影。他俩连忙赶到窗口，探头向下看，只见白萍的黑影还立在楼下，暗地里还看得出他那一张雪白的脸。
At this time, Bai Ping had already walked out of the window. By the time Zhong Ying and Zhihua stood up from the ground, no one was seen outside the window. They hurried to the window and looked down, only to see Bai Ping's dark shadow still standing downstairs. His snow-white face could still be seen secretly.
手里还扬着一条白巾，见他俩探出头来，便把手巾扬了2下，口里喊了声：“你们保重，我去了。”便一溜烟跑出巷口，须臾影不见。芷华尖锐的声音喊着白萍，便探出身子，也要跳下去。
He was holding a white towel in his hand. When he saw the two of them sticking their heads out, he raised the towel twice and shouted, "Take care, I'm going." Then he ran out of the alley, and in a flash not see. Zhihua called Bai Ping in a sharp voice, then leaned out and wanted to jump down.
仲英在神经混乱中见势不好，急忙将他拉住。芷华回头看看仲英，仍旧拼命向楼外扎挣，口里直喊：“你撒开手，你害够了我了。”仲英听了，心里和刀绞一样，但仍用劲将他抱住。到底男人力大。
Zhong Ying was in a state of confusion, and when he saw something was not going well, he hurriedly pulled her back. Zhihua looked back at Zhong Ying, still struggling hard to get out of the building, shouting, "Let go. You've hurt me enough." After hearing this, Zhong Ying felt like he was on a knife's end, but he still fought hard. She hugged. After all, men are powerful.
他俩便从窗口滚回写字台上，又从写字台滚到楼板上，两人都跌得头昏眼花，互相抱持着喘息。沉了一会功夫，芷华先清醒，便立刻松了抱着仲英肩头的手，要坐起来，但因方才闹过了力。
They rolled back from the window to the desk. Then he rolled from the desk to the floor. They both fell dizzy, holding each other and panting. After sinking for a while, Zhihua woke up first, and immediately released her hold on Zhong Ying's shoulders, trying to sit up. But it was because we had just made a fuss.
只颤巍巍地动了几下，娇喘了一声，依旧躺倒。这时仲英也睁开了闭着的眼，两个人对看了一眼，又都叹息了一声。芷华便使劲翻身一滚，离开仲英的怀抱，把背向着他。
He only moved tremblingly a few times, gasped, and still lay down. At this time Zhong Ying also opened his closed eyes. The two people looked at each other and sighed. Zhihua rolled over hard, left Zhong Ying's arms, and turned her back to him.
这样又沉寂了许多时候，帐中屋顶2个不同颜色的电灯，仍旧把房里照得像个迷人的春画。床中的景致依然摆着那销魂的风光，茉莉花香还荡漾在空气里。
It was silent for a long time. The two electric lamps of different colors on the roof of the tent still illuminate the room like a charming spring painting. The scenery in the bed still displays the enchanting scenery, and the fragrance of jasmine still lingers in the air.
只是2点钟前床内的一双情侣，如今已僵卧着像个死人，只一对一声的长叹息。再过了一会，仲英见芷华的肩颈一起一伏的颤动，知道她在痛哭，但又不敢开口向她说话。
It's just that a couple who were in the bed before 2 o'clock are now lying like dead people. Just a long sigh. After a while, Zhongying saw Jihua's shoulders trembling up and down, and knew that she was crying, but he did not dare to speak to her.
不想她竟这件哭出声来，仲英忍不住便低声劝道：“你不必伤心，我总要把白萍找回来。你先别哭，你哭难道说是要我死？”芷华只不答言，忽然翻身坐起，一日唾沫喷在地下。
Unexpectedly, she burst into tears. Zhongying couldn't help it, so he persuaded in a low voice, "Don't be sad, I will always get Bai Ping back. Don't cry yet. Are you crying because you want me to die?" Jihua didn't answer and suddenly turned over. I sat up and spit on the ground.
泪眼盈盈地看着仲英，恨了一声，才要开口说话，便又咬着牙咽住。仲英又接着劝说了2巡，芷华手抹着眼泪，抽抽噎噎地说道：“这可顺了你的心，把白萍气走了，难得你还有脸劝我。”
He looked at Zhongying with tears in his eyes and expressed hatred. Just when he was about to speak, he gritted his teeth and swallowed. Zhongying continued to persuade him for another 20 days. Jihua wiped her tears with her hands and said with sobs, "This goes with your heart and makes Bai Ping angry. How rare do you have the nerve to persuade me?"
我是不该活着的了，想死又怕白萍再回来，没了我岂不坑死她？想活又怎样能活下去？说着，忽然2道峨眉一蹙，指着仲英道：“我现在把你看得像仇人一样，真害得我苦。你想我和你结婚？”
I shouldn't be alive anymore. I want to die, but I'm afraid Bai Ping will come back again. Without me, wouldn't it be a trap for him? How can I survive if I want to live? I shouldn't be alive anymore. I want to die, but I'm afraid Bai Ping will come back again. Without me, wouldn't it be a trap for him? How can I survive if I want to live? As he spoke, he suddenly frowned, pointed at Zhongying and said, "I see you like an enemy now, which really makes me suffer. You want me to marry you?"
那你趁早歇了这个指望。仲英使劲扯着自己的头发，哭丧着脸道：“你别冤枉我，知道我心里多么难过。我也是想死了，明明自己的心。但是白萍已走，我死了你怎么办？”芷华立起身来道：“
Then give up this hope as soon as possible." Zhongying pulled his hair hard and said with a sad face, "Don't accuse me wrongly. Do you know how sad I am? I also want to die in my own heart. But Bai Ping is gone. What will you do if I die?" Jihua stood up and said,
我也不希望你死，我也用不着你保护。这份家业就依着白萍的话，归你享受了吧。我要找白萍去了，无论天涯地角，也要寻着她，向她说明我的苦衷。她若不饶恕我，就死在她的面前。
I don't want you to die either, and I don't need your protection. This family property will be yours to enjoy according to Bai Ping's words. I am going to find Bai Ping, no matter where I am in the world. I will look for him and explain my difficulties to him. If he doesn't forgive me, I will die in his presence.
也落个安心的鬼。仲英听了，心里像火烧般的疼痛，一使劲竟把头发扯下一绺，扔在地下道：“你怎把我看成这样坏？还不如拿刀杀了我！难道我有心把白萍逼走？你说话也该替我留些余地。”
Also a safe ghost. Hearing the pain in his heart, Zhongying pulled off a lock of hair with all his strength, threw it to the ground and said, "Why do you think I am so bad? Might as well kill me with a knife. Did I deliberately force Bai Ping away? You should leave some room for me when you speak."
芷华才擦干了的眼又重新滚下泪来道：“这我自己也知道对你太狠，可是事到如今也说不得了。现在我只是一个字，走。你要怎样，我顾不了许多。”仲英突然站起来，红着跟圈，手搓着胸口。
Jihua's eyes that had just been wiped were filled with tears again. "I know that I am too cruel to you. But now, I can't say anything. Now I just say, go. What do you want? I don't care. Not much." Zhongying stood up suddenly, blushing and rubbing his chest with his hands.
只看了看芷华，便在屋里打起转来，半晌忽然又站住，到写字台旁拿起白萍所留的字简看看，看完深深叹了口长气，豆滴一歪就倒在沙发上，只压得沙发咯吱地响了一声。
He only looked at Jihua, then started circling in the room, and suddenly stopped again after a while. He went to the writing desk and picked up the calligraphy note left by Bai Ping and looked at it. After reading it, he sighed deeply. The ground tilted and he fell on the sofa. The sofa creaked under the pressure.
这时芷华坐在床上，倚着床栏神魂出射的呆想，猛听的响声，抬起头来一看，见仲英那种可怜样子，心里竟动了一动，立刻又把头低下去，口里很凄哀的声音叫了声仲英。仲英只不开口。
At this time, Jihua was sitting on the bed, leaning against the bed rail, lost in thought. She heard a sudden noise, raised her head and saw Zhongying's pitiful look. Her heart moved, and she immediately lowered her head again. A very sad voice called Zhongying. Zhongying just didn't speak.
用眼光注着他来代表答应。芷华仍旧低头看着自己身上滚皱了的睡衣，有气无力地道：“仲英，我实在对不起你。当初咱两人结合，并不是你来引诱我，到如今我几乎把罪过都推到你身上。”
Look at her to show acceptance. Jihua still looked down at her crumpled pajamas. Weakly said, "Zhongying, I'm really sorry for you. When we got married, it wasn't you who came to seduce me. Now I almost put all the blame on you."
你不知要怎样伤心，可是方才我那样说，并不是恨你，是恨老天。既然生了白萍，怎么又生了你，竟把我害到这样。我明白，弄到现在这种样子，全是我自己的错，赖不着旁人。
You don't know how to be sad. But when I said that just now, I didn't hate you, but I hated God. Since I gave birth to Bai Ping, why did you give birth to me again and hurt me like this? I understand that it's all my own fault that I'm in this situation, and it's not anyone else's fault.
最多只能赖天怨地，跟你更闹不着。如今想起来，可是委屈了你。你只原谅我是个经不得事的蠢女人吧。说着，秋波盈盈地望着仲英，透出无限怜悯之意。仲英见他这般情况，
At most, I can only complain about it, let alone make trouble with you. Now that I think about it, I have wronged you. Just forgive me for being a stupid woman who can't stand the trouble. As he said this, He looked at Zhongying with eyes full of eyes, showing infinite pity. Zhongying saw her in such a condition.
心里又凉里生出热来，自己低回了半晌，慢慢起身，走到他面前，扶着床柱，伸舌头舔舔口唇。又陈慧才悄声道：“可，大家都错了，谁也用不着求谁原谅。如今抛开了白萍，先说咱们的。”
My heart felt hot and cold again. He lingered for a long time, then slowly stood up, walked to her, held on to the bedpost, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Shen Huikai whispered again, "Ahem. Everyone is wrong, no one needs to ask for forgiveness. Now let's put Bai Ping aside and talk about us first."
我向来对妹妹你是怎样？芷华看着仲英，一双泪眼放出了异样的情光，道：“爱，自然是爱。我明白。”仲英接着道：“因为我爱你到极点，所以才办出这样对不住白萍的事，因而害得你见不得她。”
How have I always treated you, sister? Zhihua looked at Zhongying. Her teary eyes glowed with strange emotion, and said, "Love, of course it is love. I see." Zhongying continued, "Because I love you so much, that's why I did such a sorry thing to Bai Ping, which makes you unable to see him."
的确是我的罪过，不过你也要原谅我，我本不是荒唐的人，但只理智管得住爱欲，哪会有今天？可是这话对白萍没法说，只能向你诉诉罢。这时芷华轻轻搓着两只纤手，仰起头来道：“
It is indeed my fault. But you have to forgive me, I am not a ridiculous person, but if I can only control my love with reason, I will not be where I am today. But I can't say this to Bai Ping, I can only tell you." At this time, Zhihua gently rubbed her two delicate hands, raised her head and said,
我们快离别了，我是决意要寻着了白萍，或者能一起回来，不然就死在他乡也说不定。这时节也就是我们俩最后的分手，但盼望以后你要想起我来，只想到朋友的范围内为止。
We are about to say goodbye, and I am determined to find Bai Ping, or maybe we can come back together. Otherwise, he might die in a foreign country. This is the time when we finally break up, but I hope that in the future you will think of me and only think of me as a friend.
不应该想的都竭力地忘掉了吧。仲英听了不语，又来回地躲起来。忽然精神很兴奋地向着芷华一阵苦笑，笑完便正色慨然地说道：“你难道真想着我要承受了白萍的家业？”
You should try your best to forget everything you should not think about. Zhongning listened without saying a word and started pacing back and forth again. Suddenly he smiled bitterly at Zhihua in a very excited mood. After smiling, he said seriously, "Do you really think that I will inherit Bai Ping's family fortune?"
自己去享受那无聊的生活，我也要走了。至于我要去干什么，先不告诉你。反正将来能有机会教白萍知道，我边仲英只是一时错误，并不是天生混账的人。不过我不能同你一起走。
Go enjoy that boring life by yourself. I'm leaving too. As for what I am going to do, I won't tell you yet. Anyway, I will have the opportunity to teach Bai Ping in the future that I, Bian Zhongying, was just a temporary mistake and not a born bastard. But I can't go with you.
恐怕寻着了白萍，更添了没法解说的误会。芷华更长叹一声道：“白萍顶到临走，也并没骂咱们是坏人，他也知道咱们是一时的错误。可是他越能原谅，咱们越对不起他。”
I'm afraid that looking for Bai Ping may lead to unexplained misunderstandings. Zhihua sighed even more and said, Bai Pingding didn't call us bad people before he left. He also knew that we made a temporary mistake. But the more he can forgive, the more sorry we will be to him.
如今也不可再拉长谈，你快走吧，我要歇着想想自己的事，收拾收拾东西，明天就启程了。说着就向床上一仰，用袖子蒙起脸来。仲英正踱着，悄然停住了脚步，坐在床的那一头，看着他。
We can no longer talk for a long time now. You can leave quickly. I want to rest and think about my own affairs, pack up my things, and set off tomorrow. We can no longer talk for a long time now. You can leave quickly. I want to rest and think about my own affairs, pack up my things, and set off tomorrow. As he said that, he leaned back on the bed and covered his face with his sleeves. Zhongying was pacing when he quietly stopped and sat on the other end of the bed, looking at her.
只见他那袖子遮不尽的粉脸，衬着散乱的乌云，显着更有物鬓风环的情态。暗叹好好一个如花女郎，无形中似乎被风雨摧残了。
I could see her pink face, which could not be covered by her sleeves, and against the scattered dark clouds, she looked more like a misty hairdresser. I sighed secretly that such a beautiful girl seemed to have been destroyed by the wind and rain invisibly.
又向下看她那一双白腻丰盈的大腿和天然的瘦脚，映着灯光，晶莹如雪。连带想起几月来脸像微腿香鸭辫相吃的滋味，不觉心里虚飘飘的荡动。又想从今再也不能和她亲近了。
Then he looked down at her pair of white and plump thighs and natural thin feet, which were reflected in the light and were as crystal clear as snow. At the same time, I remembered the feeling of having our faces pressed against each other, legs pressed against each other, and arms pressed against each other for the past few months. I also thought that I would never be close to her again.
心里更起了一阵感伤，便又看着她那大腿出神。忽然又想到在正月里，她忽然动了脚，我便用口在伤处吻了一夜。不想第二日竟儿好了。她笑着跪在我的怀里，问我为什么爱她到这样。
Feeling more sentimental in my heart, I looked at her thighs in trance again. Suddenly I remembered that in the first month of the lunar month, her feet suddenly froze, so I kissed the injured area with my mouth all night long. I don't want to compete the next day. She smiled and knelt in my arms and asked me why I loved her so much.
竟肯不辞会谢给他行这种精神疗治的口述。我哪里懂得什么是精神疗治，不过只觉得感情上过度热烈，精神便相通了。他彼时忽然又看着我淌泪，我也就抱着他晕去。
He was actually willing to perform this mental healing technique on her without any obscenity. I don't know what spiritual therapy is, but I just feel that when the emotions are too intense, the spirit becomes connected. She suddenly looked at me and cried again, and I fainted holding her in my arms.
到如今想起来，竟是避世难逢的盛世，真是韶华过眼轻消遣，过后思量总可怜。此间屋子还是当时的屋子，人还是我和他，竟已情形不同，心境大变。无论错住在谁身上。
Now that I think about it, it is a once-in-a-lifetime event. It's such a fleeting pastime, and it's always pitiful to think about it later. At this moment, the house was still the same house as before, and the people were still her and me. However, the situation was completely different, and my mood changed drastically. No matter who the mistake is cast on.
不过已到了这般光景，眼看就要伯劳飞燕各自西东，以后的光阴叫我怎生过下去？真不如方才白平一枪打死我，倒救了我下半世。 而今他竟飘然而去，明说是把任什么都给了我。
But now that we have reached such a situation, we are about to see the shrike and the flying swallow fly to the east and west. The years to come will teach me how to survive. It's really not as good as Bai Ping just shooting me to death and saving me for the rest of my life. Now he has drifted away, clearly giving me everything.
其实却只给了我一种人世最酷的刑罚。看起来白平虽然去却了芷华的身体，还未失去芷华的心。我却是有一爱情两两破碎，真个损失最大只有我怜。想到这里
In fact, it only gave me the cruelest punishment in the world. It seems that although Bai Ping lost Jihua's body, she has not lost Jihua's heart. But my friendship and love were shattered, and I was the only one who suffered the greatest loss. Think of this.
又看着芷华穿着睡衣的娇躯，越是躺着越显肥瘦停匀，修短合度，轻薄的睡衣软贴在身上，更把通体的曲线美都隐约表露出来。又自想这样的绝代美人，快要扔下我走了。
Then he looked at Jihua's delicate body in her pajamas. The more she lay down, the slimmer and slimmer she became, and the shape became shorter and fitter. The thin pajamas clung to her body softly, and the beauty of her curves was vaguely revealed. I also thought that such a peerless beauty would soon leave me behind.
从此再也不能厮守一时半刻，不由得胸中一阵发空，似乎把心去了一样。坐着把几月来和芷华在一处的甜蜜情景都默想了一遍，心里更是一阵阵的暴动，忽而火热，倏变冰凉。
From now on we can no longer stay together for even a moment. I couldn't help but feel empty in my chest, as if I had lost my heart. I sat and meditated on all the sweet scenes with Jihua in the past few months, and my heart was filled with riots, sometimes hot and then cold.
几次要伸过手去拥抱他，都只伸出半截便停住了。最后忽然咬着嘴唇，身体颤颤地站起来，扶住芷华的大腿，一矮身便跪了下去。芷华正掩面躺着，哭得出神。
Several times he reached out to hug her, but he only extended his hand halfway and then stopped. Finally, he suddenly bit his lip, stood up tremblingly, held Jihua's thighs, and knelt down. Jihua was lying with her face hidden, crying in a daze.
突然觉着自己裸露的大腿上有了人的手，惊得霍地坐起来，星眼直直地看着仲英道：“你这是怎么着？”仲英答不出话，只歪着腹颊紧视着他的小腿，看着他眼泪直滚下来。
Suddenly he felt someone's hand on his bare thigh, and he sat up in shock. Starry eyes looked straight at Zhongying and said, "What's wrong with you?" Zhongying couldn't answer, he just tilted his cheek and stared at her calf, watching her tears rolling down.
芷华指向着他叹了口气，轻重地把腿移开。仲英的脸似乎受电器吸引一般不肯离开，也随着挪动，口里却软软地道：“妹妹，你快走了，今朝分手也只好等个来世相逢。你恨我便恨到极处。”
Jihua just sighed towards him and gently moved her legs away. Zhongying's face seemed to be electrically attracted and refused to leave, and he moved accordingly. But he said softly, "Sister, you are leaving soon. If we break up now, we have to wait until we meet again in the next life. If you hate me, you will hate me to the extreme."
也该有一些可怜。在这热辣辣的分别时，难道你还不许？芷华听到这里，一阵的玉容惨淡，微摇摇头，又向他摆了摆手，意思像不叫他再往下说，又仿佛叫他不要这样黏缠。
There should also be some pity. In this hot farewell, can't you? There should also be some pity. In this hot farewell, can't you?
仲英便不敢再说下去。芷华又躺倒了，依旧闭了眼，只是胸际一阵剧烈的起伏，分明是情感已冲动到极点。仲庸也依旧偎着他不动，这样沉寂了一会。这时天过5更。
Zhongying did not dare to say any more. Zhihua lay down again, her eyes still closed, but her chest rose and fell violently. It was obvious that his emotions had reached the extreme. Zhongyong also stayed close to her and remained silent for a while. It was past 5 o'clock in the morning.
玻璃窗上已青须须的发白，四处里机声断续，从未关的窗口吹进了小风，觉着薄寒微翘。屋里的灯光也更加暗淡。趁着床上躺着床下跪着的2个将别的人，光景十分凄楚。
The glass window has turned white. The sound of chickens was heard intermittently everywhere. The morning breeze blew in from the unclosed window, and I felt a slight chill. The lights in the room also became dimmer. The 2 people lying on the bed and kneeling under the bed were in a very miserable state.
芷华被小风吹得打了个寒噤，伸手自己揉揉鼻子，忽地挺然坐起，向仲英张着2臂，舔着粉面，两目里发出情光。仲英见了，便轻轻站起，呆呆地望着他，骤然投到他怀里。
Zhihua shivered because of the morning breeze and stretched out her hand to rub her nose. Suddenly he sat upright, opened his arms to Zhongying, looked at the powdered noodles, and his eyes glowed with love. Zhongying stood up gently when he saw it. Looking at her blankly, he suddenly threw himself into her arms.
芷华也伸手紧紧地将他抱住，在他发上深深地接了个长吻。仲英也在他乳际吻着，约莫6、7分钟。芷华又便寒了脸，便将他推开，伸手指指门道：“走吧，再在这里练着，那你就太不聪明了。”
Zhihua also reached out and hugged him tightly, kissing his hair deeply and long. Zhongying also kissed her breasts. It takes about 6 or 7 minutes. Zhihua's face turned cold again, so she pushed him away, pointed at the door and said, "Let's go. You would be very unwise if you continue to be in love here."
仲英站在他面前叹道：“我早就知道该走，但是咱们以后……”芷华忙摆手道：“咱们先把现在的结束了吧，还谈什么以后？劳驾你把帐子放下来，我要歇一会了。”
Zhongying stood in front of her and sighed, "I already knew I should leave, but in the future." Zhihua hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Let's get over it now. What else can we talk about in the future? Please put down the tent. Come down. I'm going to take a break."
仲英正在意乱神痴，便依言将帐子替他放下。原来掩着的帐帘一折一折地展开，仲英的心却随着帐帘一折一折地紧缩。到把帐子放好时，好像中间竖了万丈红墙，将2人隔在2下。
Zhongying was confused, so he put down the curtain for her as instructed. The curtains that were originally covered unfolded fold by fold. Zhongying's heart tightened as the curtains folded and folded. When the tent was put in place, it seemed like a red wall had been erected in the middle to separate the 2 people.
仲英暗叹：何必一横窗纸，几眼疏灵？只这一层锦帐，便是云山几万重了。又想到事到今朝，无可留恋，不如快走。才要一步，心里一阵答测，仿佛又从帐中发出一种吸力，吸得脚步难移。
Zhongying sighed secretly, why there is only one string of window paper and a few sparse lattice. This layer of brocade tent weighs tens of thousands of yunshan. I also thought that there was nothing left to cherish at this point, so it was better to leave quickly. Just when I was about to move, I felt a pity in my heart, as if another suction force came from the tent, making it difficult to move.
连带着似乎手脚都不受意志驱使。仲英皱着眉头，暗怪自己这是怎么了？只管练着，还练得出什么来？忽然心里一动，自己轻轻叹道：“我倒并非以为这里可练，实在是觉得外面可怕。”
Even his hands and feet seemed to be driven by his will. Zhongning frowned, secretly wondering what was wrong with him. As long as you are in love, what else can you do to fall in love? Suddenly something moved in his heart, and he sighed softly. I don't think it's cute here. I really think it's scary outside.
出了这个楼门，随时随地，随时随物，哪里都要勾起我的伤心。我怎会愿意出去？可是我若不和芷华有了这不应该的爱情，又何至于受这种苦恼？自己惹出来的刑罚，躲也躲不过去。
After leaving this building, I feel sad anytime, anywhere, anywhere. How could I want to go out? But if I didn't have this undeserved love with Zhihua, why would I suffer this kind of pain? There is no way to escape the punishment you have caused.
明目承受好了，想着把足一顿，才要走，回头看着帐子，一阵心酸。又想看看芷华，但自己再没勇气去把帐子揭开，便低头叫道：“芷华，我走了。”芷华在帐里似乎咽住气，很小的声音道：“再见。”
I can bear it with my eyes closed. I thought about giving it a good meal before leaving. I looked back at the tent and felt sad. I wanted to look at Zhihua again, but I didn't have the courage to open the tent anymore. So I lowered my head and shouted, "Zhihua, I'm leaving." Zhihua seemed to be holding her breath in the tent and said in a small voice, "Goodbye."
仲英又道：“请你留给我一件纪念的东西。”说着，只听芷华哼着答应一声。仲英满想他要起身来替自己拿，哪知芷华又接着道：“柜里的东西你自己随便捡吧，我全不要了。”仲英听了
Zhongying said again, "Please leave me something as a souvenir." As he spoke, Zhihua hummed in agreement. Zhongying thought that she would get up and get it for him, but Zhihua continued, "You can pick up the things in the cabinet." "I don't want any of them." Zhongying listened.
不觉惘然若失，也不拿东西了，便摇着头蹑手蹑脚的要走出去。才挪了2步，又听芷华在帐里叫，仲英忙又走回来。芷华有气无力地喊了2声，仲英就答应着。芷华又似乎用鼻音说话道：“
I don't feel as if I'm lost. No more taking anything." Then he shook his head and tiptoed to walk out. After moving 2 steps, Zhihua was heard calling from inside the tent again, and Zhongying hurriedly walked back. Zhihua weakly shouted twice, and Zhongying agreed. Zhihua seemed to speak with a nasal voice again.
你把手伸进来。仲英一言把手从当缝里探进去，觉着立刻触到芷华的柔仪手，接着又有她湿热的樱唇贴到自己掌心里，立时一股情热从手臂直透到内心，通身都要酥软了。过一会
You put your hand in. Zhongying Iyan put his hand in through the slit, and felt that he immediately touched Zhihua's soft hand, and then her wet and hot lips pressed into his palm. Immediately, a feeling of passion shot through his arm. My whole body will feel soft inside. After a while,
又觉着掌心的热唇离去了，竟换上一件既湿且凉的东西。他把仲英的手指弯曲了握着，便把手推出帐外。仲英看手里的物件，原来是水铃铛般的一块手帕，心里便明白了，连话也不再说。
Then I felt the warm lips on my palm leave and be replaced by something both wet and cool. She bent Zhong Ying's fingers and pushed them out of the tent. Zhong Ying looked at the object in his hand, and it turned out to be a handkerchief like a bell. I understood in my heart. He didn't even say anything anymore.
把手帕紧握在手里，头也不回，轻轻地便开楼门走了。这屋里立刻寂静的和虚木一样。天色已经大明，电灯因为没人捻灭，还放着那黄惨惨的短光。
Holding the handkerchief tightly in his hand, he gently opened the door to the building and left without looking back. The room was immediately as silent as a tomb. The sky is already bright. Because no one had turned it off, the electric light was still shining with its miserable yellow light.
太阳似乎不知道这屋里昨宵出了这么大的惨事，把他那喜气迎人的红脸又拥上窗来。桌上的时钟又已停了，简直听不出一些声息。这时帐帘一动，芷华从帐里探出头来，鬓发蓬松。
The son didn't seem to know that such a tragedy happened in the house last night, and pushed his cheerful red face to the window again. The clock on the table has stopped again, and there is almost no sound. At this time, the curtain moved, and Zhihua poked her head out from the tent, with fluffy hair on her temples.
星眼哭得红红的，向寺外一看，伸了个懒腰，才轻轻走下床。走到丽镜边照照自己，见玉容惨白，目眶深陷，仿佛比昨天瘦了许多，倒显得楚楚可怜。自己捧着颊儿。
Xingyan was red from crying. He looked around, stretched, and then gently got out of bed. When I walked to the standing mirror and looked at myself, I saw that my face was pale and my eyes were sunken, as if I was much thinner than yesterday. It looks rather pitiful. He held his cheeks in his hands.
暗暗怨恨这容貌长得俊真不是好事，无意中已害了两人，把自己也害成个孤鬼，还不如别的丑妇人还可以清清静静的一世平安。又回头看见窗子和门都还敞着。
Secretly resenting that this handsome appearance is really not a good thing. He had unintentionally killed 2 people and turned himself into a lonely ghost. She is not as good as other ugly women, who can still live in peace and quiet for the rest of their lives. I looked back and saw that the window and door were still open.
自想他们一个从窗子出去了，一个从门出去了，哪一个不抱着天大的伤心？然而祸首是我该从哪里出去？论理我是不该出去的了，死在这屋里多么心安理得。可是世上有他俩活着。
I thought one of them went out through the window and the other through the door. Who doesn't feel extremely sad? But the culprit is me. Where do I get out? Logically speaking, I shouldn't go out. I feel so comfortable dying in this room. But there are 2 of them alive in the world.
我怎舍得死啊！我决定把这已坏的尸体重新恢复原状，焦白萍和我恢复了爱情，和仲英恢复了友谊。但是将来能不能如我的心愿，那就只有天知道了。可是白萍这一去，
How could I bear to die? I decided to restore this broken thing to its original state, and restored the love between Bai Ping and me, and the friendship with Zhong Ying. But only God knows whether my wish will be fulfilled in the future. But now that Bai Ping is gone,
总不能还住在天津，当然远走高飞，地角天涯，叫我上哪里去找？想到这里，忽然灵机一动，念到白平在北京车站上做事，此一去，当然先到北京辞掉了职务，然后再往他处。
I can't still live in Tianjin. Of course I will travel far and wide. Please tell me where to look for it. Thinking of this, I suddenly had an idea and thought of Bai Ping working at Beijing Station. Of course, he first went to Beijing to resign his post, and then went elsewhere.
如今我赶快去到北京，倘然天可怜见，也许遇得上他。想罢看了看手表，6点已过，知道第一班的大通车快到时候，便急忙走到梳妆台旁，在洗脸盆里放开热水管洗脸，正洗到半截。
Now I will go to Beijing as soon as possible. If the weather is merciful, I may be able to meet him. After thinking about it, I looked at my watch. It was past 6 o'clock, and I knew that the first express train was about to arrive. He hurriedly walked to the dressing table and turned on the hot water pipe in the wash basin to wash his face. Halfway through washing,
忽听楼梯一阵脚步声响，像有人走上楼来。心里一动，暗想莫不是他们谁回来？白平吗？他被老天爷劝回来了，那真救了我一世。想着便要跑出去迎接，忽又转想，倘或是众鹰又撞回来呢？
Suddenly I heard footsteps on the stairs, like someone walking upstairs. With a thought in my heart, I thought to myself that one of them might be back. Bai Ping? Was he persuaded by God to come back? That really saved my life. Thinking about it, I ran out to greet him. Suddenly I thought about it again. What if Zhong Ying bumped into me again?
那我还是不见他好，就又想往帐子里躲。这样一迟疑，心里立刻六神无主，倒立在那里不能转动。这时上楼的人已走进屋来，既不是白平，也非仲英，原来是自己的老仆妇胡妈。
Then I'd better not see him, so I wanted to hide in the tent again. As soon as he hesitated like this, his mind immediately became confused and he stood on his head, unable to turn. At this time, the people who went upstairs had entered the room. It's neither Bai Ping nor Zhong Ying. It turns out to be my old servant Hu Ma.
心里不觉爽然自适，就又胡乱擦干了脸，把手巾扔下。那胡妈见屋里这样纷乱，芷华又神情异常，便道：“奶奶起得嫩早。”边大爷，芷华皱着眉向他摆摆手道：“少说话，把我穿的衣服捡出几身。”
I felt relieved in my heart. He wiped his face casually again and threw down the towel. When Hu Ma saw the chaos in the house, Zhihua looked strange again. He said, "Grandma got up so early. Uncle Bien." Zhihua frowned and waved her hand to her and said, "Stop talking and pick out some of the clothes I'm wearing."
放在柳条箱里，快，快，我就要出门。胡妈见神气不对，不敢多言，自去收拾。芷华开了保险箱，见约摸还存有1、2千元的钞票，一遍都塞入一个皮包里，又装了些应用东西，便向胡妈道
Placed in a wicker box. Quick, quick. I'm about to go out. Hu's mother didn't dare to say anything when she saw that she looked wrong, so she went to clean it up. Zhihua opened the safe and saw that there were still 1,000 or 2,000 yuan in banknotes. She stuffed them all into a leather bag. She also packed some practical things and then he said to Hu Ma,
你出去雇2辆洋车，去车站。胡妈干泛着白眼，又不敢问，一言自出去雇车。 芷华便冲上床去，换好了衣服，向屋里四下一看，心中十分凄惨，暗叹这曾经度过我1年甜蜜生活的高楼华夏。
You go out and hire 2 foreign cars and go to the station. Mama Hu rolled her eyes, but didn't dare to ask, so she went out to hire a car as she was told. Zhihua then went to bed again, changed her clothes, and looked around the room, feeling very miserable. She secretly sighed that she had spent so much time. The high-rise building of my sweet life for a year.
我竟要抛下他走了，回来时还不知何年何日。这房子倘若还恋着我，就保佑我快循着白萍，仍旧回到这里厮守，不然只好等我死在异乡，魂儿飞回来一看了。正想得悲痛难堪。
I was about to leave it behind. I don't know what year or day I came back. If this house still loves me, please bless me to find Bai Ping soon come back here to stay together. Otherwise, I have to wait for me to die in a foreign land, and my soul will fly back to take a look. I was feeling sad and embarrassed just thinking about it.
胡妈已回来报告车子顾好，芷华便吩咐她留心看守房子，我上北京住几天就回来。胡妈还懵懵懂懂地道：“奶奶是到北京看少爷吗？”她这话原是出自无心，不想正刺到芷华的心坎。
Huma has come back to report that the car has been hired. Zhihua then told her, keep an eye on the house. I will go to Beijing to stay for a few days and then come back. Hu's mother still said in a confused way, is Grandma going to Beijing to see the young master? Her words were unintentional and she didn't want to offend her. To Zhihua's heart.
几乎惨然泪下，便自己强制着点点头，叫胡妈提了柳条箱，自己拿了皮包，下得楼去，上了车。车夫拉起就走，芷华不敢回头看，只闭着眼，昏昏沉沉的就到了车站。恰值车已将开。
Almost bursting into tears, he forced himself to nod. Taught Huma to carry the wicker box, took the leather bag herself, went downstairs, and got in the car. The coachman picked up and drove off. Zhihua didn't dare to look back, she just closed her eyes and arrived at the station in a daze. Just as the car was about to start.
就连忙买票上车，又昏昏沉沉的过了3、4个钟头，到了北京前门车站。下车来把衣箱叫脚夫看守，自己寻到了段长公事房，见了段长，询问白萍的踪迹。那段长答道
I quickly bought a ticket and got on the bus. After another 3 or 4 drowsy hours, we arrived at Beijing Qianmen Station. Get off the car and ask the porter to guard your suitcase. He found Duan Chang's office, met with Duan Chang, and asked about Bai Ping's whereabouts. Duan Long replied.
林白萍在2点钟前给我留下一封向总局辞职的信就走了，此刻或者还在他们车队长公寓里。芷华心里一阵乱跳，也顾不得说什么，就出了段长公事房，寻到车队长公寓。
Lin Baiping left me a letter of resignation to the general administration before 2 o'clock and left. At this moment, she may still be in the apartment of their team leader. Zhihua's heart was beating wildly, and she didn't care what to say, so she left the Duan chief's office and found the team leader's apartment.
向那里的人问时，都说白萍乘货车早晨从天津回来，立时辞了差，在2点钟前就收拾行李走了，也没说到哪里去。芷华听了，只觉一颗心嗡的升化成气体，飞上天去，娇躯摇摇欲倒。
When asking people there, it is said that Bai Ping took advantage of the truck's return from Tianjin in the morning, immediately quit her job, packed her luggage and left before 2 o'clock, without saying where she was going. After hearing this, Zhihua felt her heart buzzing and turning into gas, flying into the sky, her delicate body shaking and about to collapse.
幸亏扶着墙挣扎着没有晕去，眼泪已扑簌簌落下来，也顾不得人们窃窃议论，自己又慢慢挪回站台上。这时车行人散，月台上清静许多，在芷华眼里更显着无限苍凉。仰首看看天空。
Fortunately, I struggled against the wall and didn't faint. Tears had already fallen down, and he didn't care about people's whispers, so he slowly moved back to the platform. At this time, the cars and pedestrians dispersed, and the platform was much quieter. In Jihua's eyes, it was even more desolate. Look up at the sky.
觉着世界如此之宽，我该上哪里去？那无主的芳心仿佛被刀子剜得生痛，几乎要放声痛哭。倚着票房的一角红墙，浑身微微作颤，暗暗怨恨白平，只顾你狠心一走。
The world feels so wide, where should I go? The ownerless heart felt as if it had been cut out with a knife and was so painful that it almost burst into tears. Leaning against the red wall of the box office, my whole body trembled slightly. Secretly resenting Bai Ping, I only care about you ruthlessly leaving.
也不顾害苦你的妹妹芷华了。现在我孤苦伶仃，该往哪里去好？天津的家是没脸回去，白平又不知去向，教我上哪里跟寻？想到这里，心中一阵麻乱，就倚着墙根，痴痴地半晌不动。
I don't care about hurting your sister Zhihua. Now I am all alone, where should I go? I have no shame in going back to my home in Tianjin. Bai Ping disappeared again. Teach me where to find my roots? Thinking of this, I felt confused. He leaned against the wall and remained motionless for a long time.
过了不知多大时候，恍惚中忽听耳边有人连唤太太。凝神看时，原来脚夫等得不耐烦了，催问把行李搬到哪里。芷华心中无主，本想不到往哪里去，慌乱中把手向站门一指。
After an unknown amount of time, I suddenly heard someone calling my wife in my ear. When I looked at it carefully, I found that the porter was impatient and asked where to move the luggage. Zhihua had no idea in her heart and couldn't think of where to go. After an unknown amount of time, I suddenly heard someone calling my wife in my ear. When I looked at it carefully, I found that the porter was impatient and asked where to move the luggage. Zhihua had no idea in her heart and couldn't think of where to go. She panicked and pointed towards the station door.
那脚夫就把行李扛到站外放下，伸手向芷华要了钱自去。立刻就有许多洋车夫抢上来都坐，芷华的心里更乱了。想着在车站上挣着也不是事，便换了2辆车，1辆装行李。
The porter carried the luggage outside the station and put it down. He reached out to Zhihua and asked for money. Immediately, many rickshaw drivers rushed to take seats, and Zhihua's heart became even more confused. Thinking that it wouldn't be a problem to be dazed at the station, I called 2 cars and loaded my luggage into one.
一辆自己坐上去，车夫拉起来走了10几步。 才回头问道：“您上哪里？”一句话更把芷华问住，幸而灵机一动，忽然想起当初在师范上学的时节，有个同学叫房淑敏的。
Get on one yourself. The driver pulled her up and walked for more than 10 steps before turning around and asking, "Where are you going?" Zhihua was even more stunned by the question. Fortunately, an idea struck me, and I suddenly remembered that when I was in normal school, I had a classmate named Fang Shumin.
是住在操场8条88号。因为有3个8字容易记忆，所以历久没忘。现在慌不择路，只可先到他那里落落脚再说。便吩咐车夫拉到操场8条，车夫答应着跑开了腿。不大功夫。
He lives at number 88, Hachiho, Chaochang. He lives at number 88, Hachiho, Chaochang. Because there are 3 horoscopes that are easy to remember, they will never be forgotten. Now I have no choice but to settle down with her first. He ordered the coachman to pull him to the 8th section of the grass field. The coachman agreed and ran away. Not much effort.
到了地方，看准门牌号数，原来还是很高大的门楼，门首贴着很亮的锅牌，写着浙江防御。便上前敲了敲门，一个当差的出来，芷华便自己通了名姓，说明是拜访冯淑敏小姐。那差人进去
Got to the place. Looking at the house number, it turned out to be a very tall gatehouse. There is a bright pot sign posted on the door, which says Zhejiang House Apartment. Then he went up and knocked on the door. When an errand came out, Zhihua called her by name and explained that he was visiting Miss Fang Shumin. Then send someone in.
迟了不到1分钟，就听院里一阵革履声响，一个很活泼的女郎从里面跑出来，口里喊着：“是芷华姐吗？”到门口一把将芷华拉住，叫道：“好姐姐，这是哪阵风把你刮来？快屋里坐。”
Less than a minute later, I heard the sound of leather shoes in the courtyard, and a very lively girl ran out from inside, shouting, "Is this Sister Zhihua?" She grabbed Zhihua at the door and shouted, "Good sister, what kind of wind has brought you here? Come and sit in the room."
说着就用劲向院里拉。芷华道：“你慢着，我还带着东西呢。”那女郎道：“你不用管，交给他们。”说着向当差的吩咐了一句，就将芷华扯到院里，进上房，过穿堂，到后院，直扯进东厢房。进了里间。
As he said that, he pulled hard towards the courtyard. Zhihua said, "Wait a minute, I still have something with me." The girl said, "Don't worry about it, leave it to them." After saying this, she gave instructions to the attendant and dragged Zhihua into the courtyard. Enter the upper room, pass through the hall, go to the backyard, and go straight into the east wing. Entered the inner room.
方才放手，又将芷华推在床上坐下，才握住她的手道：“姐姐，我真想不到你来。咱们同学中，我只想你，你就来了。你怎么想起找我来？你多会到的北京？你吃过饭没有？你累不累？这2年没见面。”
Just let go. He pushed Zhihua to sit down on the bed, then held her hand and said, "Sister, I really didn't expect you to come. Among our classmates, I only miss you. And you came. Why did you think of coming to me? You are too many. Are you coming to Beijing? Have you eaten? Are you tired? We haven't seen each other in the past 2 years."
你想我不想。芷华见淑敏还是当年那样的烂漫天真，连珠炮似的说话，不由笑道：“你也缓一口气，容我插插嘴。”淑敏也笑了起来：“姐姐，你不知道我多么想你。大约你从嫁了先生。”
Do you want me or not? Zhihua couldn't help but smile when she saw that Shu Min was still as innocent as before, talking like a barrage of words. You should take a breath and let me interrupt. Shu Min also smiled. Sister, you don't know how much I miss you. About the time you married Mr.
早把妹妹忘到找蛙国去了，不然怎2年也不来一封信？芷华道：“你先别嚼舌头，容我歇一歇，我心里正乱的难过。”舒敏看着他的脸道：“你不舒服吗？我哥哥是医生，请他给你看看。”
I had long forgotten that my sister had gone to Java. Otherwise, why haven't you received a letter in 2 years? Zhihua said, "Don't chew your tongue first, let me take a break." I was in a state of confusion and sadness. Shu Min looked at her face and said, "Are you feeling uncomfortable? My brother is a doctor, please ask him to take a look."
说着便口里叫着哥哥要跑出去。芷华忙拉住他道：“瞧你这荒唐脾气，听见风就是雨。谁不舒服了？我现在只要歇一会，你别闹我就好。”舒敏笑道：“好，你歇着。”说着便把枕头放好。
As he spoke, he called his brother and wanted to run out. Zhihua hurriedly grabbed her and said, "Look at your ridiculous temper. When you hear the wind, it's rain. Who's uncomfortable? I just want to rest for a while. Just don't make trouble with me." Shu Min smiled and said, "Okay. Just rest." He put the pillow away.
将芷华按到床上，替她盖上被，自己坐在床边和芷华叙了许多别后的情况。芷华随便答应着，留心看他这间寝室收拾得十分考究，他的神情也不减当年做学生时的愉快，不禁暗自叹息。
Push Zhihua down on the bed and cover her with a quilt. He sat by the bed and told Zhihua a lot about the situation after farewell. Zhihua agreed casually, paying attention to her dormitory, which was carefully tidied. Her expression was no less happy than when she was a student. I couldn't help but sigh secretly.
同是当年的同学姊妹，她如今还是玉洁冰清的处女，可怜我竟被风浪打到情海深浊之处，怕永久不能见天日了。舒敏又告诉芷华，她的父亲到东省去做官，母亲也跟了去。
We were classmates and sisters back then, and she is still a pure virgin today. Unfortunately, I was beaten by the wind and waves to the deep and turbid place of love, and I was afraid that I would never see the light of day again. Shu Min also told Zhihua that her father went to the eastern province to become an official, and her mother followed.
家里只剩自己和哥哥，寂寞极了。你要没事，千万在这里住些日子。说着又自己笑道：“我真糊涂，你是有了先生的人，还有功夫来陪我。真个的，你们先生待你好吗？”芷华听着一阵心焦。
Only myself and my brother were left at home, and we were extremely lonely. If you are fine, you must stay here for a while. Then he laughed to himself and said, "I'm so confused. You have a husband, and you still have time to accompany me. Really, does your husband treat you well?" Zhihua felt anxious for a while.
答不出话，只点点头。舒敏又道：“像你这样的人，谁能不爱？难为你的先生，竟舍得大远的放你出来。要是我就不放心。”说着看芷华时，只见他闭上了眼，脸上气色很不好看。
Unable to answer, he just nodded. Shu Min said again, "Who cannot love someone like you? The husband who is so embarrassed for you is willing to go to such lengths to let you out. If it were me, I wouldn't worry." When he looked at Zhihua, she saw her clothes caught up. His face looked very ugly.
还只当他不爱听自己玩笑的话，便改变口气道：“姐姐，你要是累，就歇一会，我叫他们预备饭去。”芷华只闭着眼，摇摇头， 脸色一发难看了。舒敏还要说话，只见他把嘴闭得紧紧的。
He just thought that she didn't like hearing his jokes, so he changed his tone and said, "Sister, if you are tired, take a rest. I will teach them how to prepare food." Jihua only closed her eyes and shook her head, her face getting more and more ugly. Shu Min wanted to speak, but she shut her mouth tightly.
仿佛使劲憋着气，胸膈鼓了2鼓，猛然张开嘴，哇的声，一口鲜血直喷出来，把被褥床帐都染得像化了片片桃花，连舒敏身上都是。这时芷华脸上已惨淡和白纸一样。
As if he was trying hard to hold his breath, his chest and diaphragm bulged twice. He suddenly opened his mouth, and with a loud sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining the bedding and bed tents like peach blossoms. Even Shu Min has it. At this time, Jihua's face was as pale as white paper.
鼻子以下都被血染成通红。舒敏吓得嗷地叫了一声，慌乱中把手去沿芷华的嘴倒弄了2把血，更吓慌了，便跳着脚喊起哥哥来。立刻有一个西装少年跳入，一见屋里这样情形。
The nose was stained red with blood. Shu Min screamed in fright. In a panic, she covered Jihua's mouth with her hand and spilled 2 handfuls of blood. Even more frightened. Then he jumped on his feet and called for his brother. Immediately, a young man in a suit jumped in and saw the situation in the room.
也吓得一跳，连问道：“妹妹，这是谁？怎么了？”舒敏还举着一只血手，哆哆嗦嗦地指着床上道：“哥哥死的了，死不了，怎么办？吐血吐了这些，你救救。”那少年见舒敏吓得这样，倒沉住了气。
Also shocked. She even asked, "Sister, who is this? What's wrong?" Shu Min also raised a bloody hand, pointed at the bed tremblingly and said, "Brother, is he dead? Can't die? What should I do? He vomited blood and vomited these things, please help." Seeing Shu Min so frightened, the young man lost his temper.
扶着他的肩头道：“妹妹别怕，不要紧，吐血我会治。”舒敏听了才定住了神，只摇摆着2手血没擦抹处。这时外边的男仆和老妈也已闻声进来了2、3个，看见床上躺着个血人，都乱叫起来。
He held her shoulders and said, "Sister, don't be afraid, it doesn't matter. I can treat vomiting blood." After hearing this, Shu Min calmed down and only waved her hands without smearing the blood. At this time, 2 or 3 male servants and mothers outside had heard the sound and came in. They all screamed when they saw a bloody man lying on the bed.
那少年皱着眉向他们摆摆手，才压住了声息。早有老妈递给舒敏手巾，胡乱擦干了手，又把芷华脸上和身边的血迹也都试了试。那少年跑出去拿来瓶药水，叫舒敏给芷华灌下去一些。
The young man frowned and waved his hand to them before suppressing his voice. My mother had already handed Shu Min a handkerchief and dried her hands haphazardly. Then he wiped the blood on Jihua's face and around him. The young man ran out, brought a bottle of potion, and taught Shu Min to drink some for Jihua.
舒敏先轻轻叫了他2声，芷华只是昏迷不醒，只可翘起牙关将药水灌下。那少年才取出器具听了听脉，又向舒敏问芷华吐血的情形。舒敏都细细告诉了。那少年点点头道：
Shu Min called her twice softly first, but Jihua just fell unconscious. You can only pry up the teeth and pour the potion down. The young man took out the instrument and listened for the pulse, then asked Xu Min about Jihua's vomiting of blood. Xu Min told everything in detail. The young man nodded and said,
他这血吐的蹊跷，总该是受了特别激烈的刺激，因为他肺里一点毛病没有，和常人一样的健全。说完又问舒敏道：“我怎向来不知道你有这个同学呢？”舒敏道
She was vomiting blood strangely. It must have been a particularly intense stimulus. Because there is nothing wrong with her lungs, they are as healthy as ordinary people. After saying that, he asked Xu Min, "How come I never knew you had this classmate?" Xu Min said,
这还是我在天津上学时的同学，毕业后2、3年没见，听说结婚有1年了，跟他的先生感情极好。今天忽然带着行李找了我来，一进门我就看他神气不对，待了不大的功夫，我跟他说笑话。
This was my classmate when I was in school in Tianjin. I haven't seen him for 2 or 3 years after graduation. I heard that she has been married for a year and has a very good relationship with her husband. Today he suddenly came to me with his luggage. As soon as I entered the house, I noticed that she had something wrong with her expression. After staying there for a short time, I told her a joke.
谈到他的先生，他已先闭着眼不理我，不想忽然吐出血来。那少年听着，眼珠转了几转，便走出堂屋，拿笔开了个药方，打发个仆人去料理。这里舒敏叫进个仆妇，把床上地下的血迹。
When talking about her husband, she closed her eyes and ignored me, not wanting to vomit blood suddenly. The young man listened, rolled his eyes a few times, then walked out of the main room, took a pen and wrote a prescription, and sent a servant to prepare it. Here Xu Min called in a servant to remove the blood stains on the bed and floor.
收拾干净，便自己坐在床边，守着芷华。偶然见芷华眼皮一动，口吻略张，便轻轻呼唤。芷华却仍自昏沉。过了1点多钟，药水已配置好了，舒敏便又给他灌下去。
Clean up. Then he sat by the bed. Guard Jihua. Occasionally, he saw Jihua's eyelids move and her mouth slightly opened, so she called softly. Jihua is still in a coma. After more than 1 o'clock, the potion was prepared. Xu Min drank it again.
陈一会，芷华的呼吸声音渐渐大了，脸色也略见滋润，看样子像睡的气势。舒敏才放下了心，跑到院里喊哥哥。他哥哥从前院进来，笑问道：“怎样了？”舒敏道：“看神气象不要紧了，睡得很好。”
After a while, Jihua's breathing gradually became louder, her face became slightly moisturized, and she looked like she had slept well. Xu Min was relieved. She ran to the yard and called her brother. Her brother came in from the front yard and asked with a smile, "How's it going?" Xu Min said, "It looks like it's okay." She slept well.
就是昏迷不醒，看着怕人，我又不能把他扔给老妈子们看着。哥哥，你要治好了他，我先谢谢你。你准治得好吗？他哥哥笑道：“我自然有把握。你放心。”舒敏笑着点头道
Just unconscious. She looks scary, but I can't leave her to the mothers. Brother, you have to cure her, I thank you first. Are you sure you can treat it well? Her brother smiled and said, "Of course I'm sure. Don't worry." Xu Min smiled and nodded.
谁不知道你这青年医学博士房事哦？到哪里不是着手成春？ 在外面大名鼎鼎，不想在家里倒被你妹妹小瞧了。世欧一笑，才要走去，被舒敏一把拉住道：“我自己在屋里看病人，闷得很。”
Who doesn't know that you are a young doctor of medicine? Where can I not start to become a spring? You are famous outside, but you don't want to be looked down upon by your sister at home. Shu smiled and was about to leave, but Shu Min grabbed him and said, I'm seeing patients in the room by myself, and I'm very bored.
你来陪我下盘棋。世欧素来知道舒敏脚憨的难缠，出个主意就不容人不依。只可随着他进屋里去，兄妹二人就在桌上下起棋来。每当舒敏举棋不定用心思索的时候，世欧闲着没事。
Come and play chess with me. Shu always knew that Shu Min was naive and difficult to deal with, and she would not let anyone disobey her when she came up with an idea. He could only follow her into the room, and the brother and sister started playing chess on the table. Whenever Shu Min was indecisive and thinking carefully, Shu has nothing to do.
自不免看看床上的病人，只见芷华躺在那里，虽然肤不画色，方息沉沉，只有个美人胎子在那里摆着。看不见她的秋波，听不见她的言笑，瞧不出她的举止，但只就容貌上看来，
I couldn't help but look at the patient on the bed. I saw Jihua lying there. Although her skin was dull and her fragrance was heavy, there was only a beautiful fetus lying there. I can't see her eyes, I can't hear her smiles, I can't see her behavior. But only in terms of appearance.
已显着清俊超群，不像个寻常女子，而且娇喘丝丝，仿佛一朵名花，眼看将萎，心里觉得她不止可爱，而且可怜。这样一眼一眼的看去，不觉越来越出神，渐渐的心都管不住眼了。
She was already obviously handsome and extraordinary, not like an ordinary woman. And she was panting slightly, as if a famous flower was about to wither, and I felt that she was not only cute, but also pitiful. Looking at it one by one, I became more and more fascinated. Gradually, I can no longer control my mind.
只下了2盘棋的功夫，世欧已和床上的病人生了莫名其妙的感情和不期而然的关切，但是棋也连着输了2盘。到后舒敏看出他这情景，只含笑不语。忽然轻轻把棋子一拍，悄悄笑道
After only playing 2 games of chess, she had already developed inexplicable feelings and unexpected concern for the patient on the bed, but he also lost 2 games in a row. After arriving, Shu Min saw his scene and just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly he patted the chess piece gently and smiled quietly.
可惜，世欧正看着床上的芷华，听得棋子响，才转过脸，定神问舒敏道：“可惜什么？”舒敏笑道：“我想吃你的那个子儿，我倒想得好，可惜人家有子儿看着，是有主的脸，我还不是妄想。”
Pity. Shu was looking at Jihua on the bed. When he heard the sound of the chess pieces, he turned around and asked Shu Min, "What's the pity?" Shu Min smiled and said, "I want to take your piece of cake, which is a good idea, but it's a pity that I have a wife to look after, and I have a master. I'm not delusional yet."
世欧听他的话，糊里糊涂的不大懂，转想才知言外有意，细咂咂滋味，不禁轰得红了脸。舒敏便又向他一笑。这时窗外暮色沉沉，已近黄昏时候，舒敏便把电灯开了。兄妹重下了1盘棋。
Shu was confused and didn't understand what she said. After thinking about it, I realized that there was more to it than what I said. Sipping the food carefully, she couldn't help but blush, and Shu Min smiled at him again. At this time, the twilight outside the window was dark, and it was almost dusk. Shu Min turned on the light. The brother and sister played a game of chess again.
世欧又快输了，正在支撑着残局。忽然床上应然一声，都转头去看。只见芷华的左臂向上伸了伸，便又落下，嘴里却应了2句，只听不见说什么。世欧悄悄向舒敏道：“醒过来了。”
Shu is about to lose again and is supporting the endgame. Suddenly there was a loud sound on the bed, and everyone turned to look. I saw Jihua's left arm stretched upward, then fell down again. But he mumbled a few words. Nothing could be heard. Shu quietly said to Shu Min, "Wake up."
舒敏便不顾下棋，3脚2步地凑到了床边去看。芷华却又不言不动，须臾他2只玉臂同时抬起，向空中作势，像是拥抱，又像是召唤，口里又应了一声，跟着从鼻子里发音道：“平哥，你来。”
Shu Min ignored the chess game and moved closer to the bed to take a look. Jihua, however, remained silent. For a moment, she raised her 2 jade arms at the same time, making a gesture into the air, like a hug or a summons. He murmured again, and then pronounced through his nose, "Ping, brother, come."
你不走，蛇小妹妹，不。舒敏看着害怕，便把世欧叫到身边站着。世欧向舒敏道：“妹妹，你听，她吐血的原因大约就在这个瓶的身上。”舒敏点点头，便轻轻地叫了2声芷华姐。芷华近乎已听得见。
If you don't leave, let me leave my little sister, no. Shu Min looked scared. She called Shu to stand next to her. Shu said to Shu Min, "Listen, sister, the reason why she vomited blood is probably because of this ping." Shu Min nodded and called sister Jihua twice softly. Jihua could almost hear her.
略略含糊着答应，却仍不断说着一语。又过了一刻，忽然把眼张开，直勾勾地瞧着床顶，眼神却十分散漫。舒敏见他醒来，心中一喜，便低头凑近了他，低声道：“芷华姐，你好些吗？”芷华不答。
He agreed vaguely, but still kept mumbling. After another moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked directly at the top of the bed, but his eyes were very unfocused. When Shu Min saw her waking up, she felt happy and lowered her head to get closer to her. He whispered, "Sister Jihua, are you feeling well?" Jihua did not answer.
舒敏又问了一句，芷华突然道：“他在那里。”“谢谢你，领我去，我把1000块钱都送你。”舒敏见他仍旧糊涂，不敢再和他说话。不想这时芷华已瞧见了舒敏，就把手向他一摆道：“仲英，你真没脸。”
Shu Min asked again, and Jihua suddenly said, "Where is he?" "Thank you. Take me there, and I will give you 1,000 yuan." Seeing that she was still confused, Shu Min did not dare to talk to her anymore. Unexpectedly, Jihua had already seen Shu Min at this time, so he waved his hand towards her and said, "Zhongying, you are so shameless."
为什么又到我家来？去，去，去啊！几个去字越喊越高。舒敏莫名其妙，还怔怔地站着。芷华见他不走，似乎要起身下床赶他，但是身体无力，略一抬动，便又侧卧着发喘。舒敏吓得没法。
"Why did you come to my house again? Go. Go. Go ahead." The words "go" were shouted louder and louder. Shu Min was confused and still stood there in a daze. Seeing that she didn't leave, Zhihua seemed to get up and get out of bed to chase her away. But her body was weak, and she lay on her side again after a little movement. Panting. Shu Min was so scared that she couldn't help it.
便转身向世欧道：“你看他这是怎样？快给想个法子治治。”世欧道：“当然是神经受刺激太甚，变成这等样子。只可先调养他的身体，再慢慢治这心病。”说完便走进床前，向芷华细看。
Then he turned to Shu and said, "What do you think of her? Please think of a way to treat her." Shu said, "Of course it's because her nerves have been overly stimulated that she became like this. We can only take care of her body first, and then slowly cure her heart disease." After saying that, he walked towards the bed and took a closer look at Zhihua.
不想芷华也看见了他，忽然咬着牙挣扎着，用右臂支起了半身，直着两眼向世欧叫道：“平平，你来了！可怜了妹妹，救妹妹的命！来来！”说着就把左手乱招，见世欧不动，又叫道：“平！”
Unexpectedly, Zhihua also saw him. She suddenly gritted her teeth and struggled. She raised her body with her right arm and shouted to Shu with straight eyes, "Ping! Ping, you are here. I have pity on my sister, save my sister. Life. Come on." Then he moved his left hand randomly, and when she didn't move, he shouted, "Ping!"
妹妹这样你还狠心，你又要走，我可再不放你了。说完，身体向外一扑，似乎掉在床下。幸亏舒敏站得很近，急忙扶住。芷华这时也不知哪里来的力气，和舒敏正着要下地来，口里只叫
"Sister, you are still cruel like this, and you want to leave again. I will never let you go again." After speaking, her body flung outwards and seemed to fall under the bed. Fortunately, Shu Min stood very close and hurriedly supported her. Zhihua didn't know where. "Sister, you are still cruel like this, and you want to leave again. I will never let you go again." After speaking, her body flung outwards and seemed to fall under the bed. Fortunately, Shu Min stood very close and hurriedly supported her. Zhihua didn't know where the strength came from at this time, and she and Shu Min struggled to get off the ground. They only shouted,
你别拉我，去拉平呀，他又要走了。后来被舒敏强按在床上，他便打着滚的哭叫，两眼却只盯着世欧。舒敏向世欧道：“他是昏迷中认错人了，看见你就闹得凶，不如你出去。”
"Don't pull me, go pull Ping, he's leaving again." Later, Shu Min forced her to the bed. She rolled on the ground and cried, but her eyes were only fixed on Shu. Shu Min said to Shu, she recognized the wrong person while she was in a coma, and she became violent when she saw you. Why don't you go out?
换个老妈来帮我看着他好了。世欧一言，才迈步向外走去。床上的芷华更发狂地叫着要跳起来，把头向舒敏乱撞。舒敏只得又叫住世欧站住。芷华还喊闹着要世欧上前。舒敏连急连下。
"I'll call my mother to help me look after her." Shu Yiyan stepped out and walked out. Zhihua on the bed screamed even more frantically and wanted to jump up, banging her head against Shu Min. Shu Min had no choice but to tell Shu to stop again. Zhihua also shouted, "I'll call my mother to help me look after her." Shu Yiyan stepped out and walked out. Zhihua on the bed screamed even more frantically and wanted to jump up, banging her head against Shu Min. Shu Min had no choice but to tell Shu to stop again. Jihua also shouted for Shu to get on. Before, Shu Min was anxious and frightened.
只淌着2行眼泪和他支持。从7点一直闹到9点以后，芷华还闹得不休不歇。舒敏片刻都不敢离开，世欧也只在地下来回踱着。舒敏忽然向世欧道：“他闹得这样，咱们受累倒没什么。”
She shed 2 lines of tears and supported her. It was noisy from 7 o'clock until after 9 o'clock. Jihua still kept making trouble. Shu Min didn't dare to leave for a moment. Shu was just pacing back and forth underground. Shu Min suddenly said to Shu, "She makes such a fuss, and it doesn't matter if we get hurt."
不过他这样娇弱的身子才吐过血，哪经得住？世欧皱着眉头想了想，忽然把脚一跺道：“妹妹，咱这是救人，大约你还信得我过？妹妹，你闪开，看我来试试。”说着就走到床前，拉了芷华的手道。
But with such a delicate body, she had just vomited blood, how could she resist it? Shu frowned and thought for a while, then suddenly stamped his foot and said, "Sister, we are saving people. Maybe you still trust me. Sister, get out of the way and let me try." After saying that, he walked to the bed, took Jihua's hand and said,
妹妹别闹，你的平来了。舒敏看着，轰得红了脸，轻顿着脚尖喊道：“哥哥，你这算怎么着？”世欧向他摆摆手，倒用另一只手扶着芷华肩头，提着嗓音道：“小妹妹，你睡，你的平哥哥看着你。”
"Sister, don't make trouble. Your Ping is here." Shu Min looked at it, blushing deeply, tapping her toes and shouting, "Brother, what are you doing?" Shu waved his hand to her. "Sister, don't make trouble. Your Ping is here." Shu Min looked at it, blushing deeply, tapping her toes and shouting, "Brother, what are you doing?" Shu waved his hand to her. He put his other hand on Jihua's shoulder and said in a loud voice, "Little sister, please sleep. Your brother Ping looks at you."
芷华一只手被世欧握着，一只揪住世欧的衣角，拉他坐下，泪流满面地笑道：“平哥哥，我找着你了，你饶我不饶？饶了我跟我回去，不饶我就死。哥哥你不狠，我是妹妹。”
One of Jihua's hands was held by Shu, and the other grabbed the corner of Shu's clothes and pulled him to sit down. He smiled with tears streaming down his face. "Brother Ping, I'm looking for you. Will you spare me? If you do, come back with me. If you don't, I will die. Brother, don't be cruel. I am your sister."
说着，泪珠滴滴地落在世欧手上。世欧明白此中定然有一桩情场公案，心下十分惨然，便含糊答应道：“什么事我都不怪你，快睡觉吧，醒了咱们好家去。”芷华似乎神经仍旧混乱，听完他的话
As he spoke, tears fell on Shu's hands. Shu knew that there must be a love affair involved, and he felt very miserable. Then he vaguely agreed, "I don't blame you for anything. Go to sleep. When we wake up, we can go home." Jihua seemed to be still confused. After listening to what he said,
倒哭起来道：“你到底不饶我，一定要走。你先等10分钟，等10分钟呀，让我死了，哭我一场再走。你不叫我死在你怀里呀！”喊完，把头歪到世欧怀里，两手紧紧勒住自己的脖颈。世欧连忙拉住。
When he started crying, he said, "You won't let me go, I must leave. Wait 10 minutes, wait 10 minutes. Let me die, cry for a while before leaving. Don't you teach me to die in your arms. After shouting, he tilted his head into Shu's arms and held his neck tightly with both hands. Shu quickly stopped him.
把嘴凑到他耳距喊道：“我全饶了你，全饶了你。”连喊了10几句，芷华才似乎听见，忽然又哭道：“哥哥，你有气打我骂我，别扔下我走呀！”哭着又拉着世欧的手向自己粉颊上乱打，世欧把手夺回。
He put his mouth to her ear and shouted, "I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you." After shouting more than a dozen times, Zhihua seemed to hear her. Suddenly he cried again, "Brother, if you have the energy to hit me and scold me, don't leave me alone." Crying, he took Shu's hand and beat him on his pink cheeks, and Shu took his hand back.
芷华又在他腿上打着滚，哭道：“你不打我，还是不饶我啊！”世欧看着他扼腕无策，芷华却越哭越凶。世欧只可把手递给他，他拉过来，直将自己的玉甲打得通红，方才歇手，便合上眼不语。
Zhihua rolled on his lap again and cried, "If you don't hit me, you still won't spare me." Shu looked at her and was helpless. Zhihua cried more and more fiercely. Shu could only hand his hand to her, and she pulled it over and slapped her cheeks red. Then she stopped, closed her eyes and said nothing.
舒敏在旁边看得口尽心慌，直像是傻了。世欧也后悔自己弄巧成拙，这种局面没法收拾，才想偷偷地躲开。那芷华忽又张开了眼，玉臂一扬，搂住世欧的脖颈，惨笑了一会。
Shu Min watched beside her, speechless and flustered, as if she was stupid. Shu also regretted that he had made a mistake. He couldn't deal with the situation, so he wanted to hide away secretly. Na Zhihua suddenly opened her eyes again, raised her jade arms, hugged Shu's neck, and laughed miserably for a while.
樱唇动了几动才道：“哥哥，你嫌我不？我脏了，你嫌我不？哥哥，你说。”世欧只可答道：“我为什么嫌你？”芷华又哭着打滚道：“你到底还是嫌我？我的娘呀！你劝劝，他又不要我了。”舒敏在旁看得着急。
Yingying's lips moved a few times before she said, "Brother, do you dislike me? I'm dirty. Do you dislike me? Brother, tell me." Shu could only reply, "Why do I dislike you?" Zhihua cried and rolled around again. "After all, you still dislike me. My mother. If you try to persuade him, he doesn't want me anymore." Shu Min looked on anxiously.
就过来凑到芷华耳边叫道：“不嫌不嫌，要你要你。”芷华仿佛听不见。过了一会，才停住哭，依然攀住世欧的脖颈，两眼直勾勾地仰望着他道：“谢谢哥哥，救了妹妹的命。”
He came over and shouted into Zhihua's ear, "I want you, I want you." Zhihua seemed unable to hear. After a while, he stopped crying, still holding Shu's neck, looking up at him and saying, "Thank you, brother, for saving my sister's life."
你说往后做梦也梦不见以前的事，这一辈子再不离开我了。好哥哥，好。说着声音渐渐柔媚，那散漫的眼神也似乎略见凝聚，却把世欧的脖颈直向下按，他的头抬了几时。
You said you would never dream of what happened before, and you would never leave me again in this life. Good brother. Good. As he spoke, his voice gradually became softer, and his scattered eyes seemed to be slightly condensed. You said you would never dream of what happened before, and you would never leave me again in this life. Good brother. Good. As he spoke, his voice gradually became softer, and his
樱唇也跟着颤动。世欧看他的样子，是表示要自己吻他，心里便慌了。暗想他现在正有转机，只要他这神经混乱中所错认的平能竭力地对他温存安慰，说不定就许痊愈得快。
Her cherry lips also trembled. She looked at her look, indicating that he wanted to kiss her, and he panicked. She secretly thought that she was getting better now. As long as the Ping she had mistakenly recognized in her confusion could try her best to be gentle and comfort her, she might be able to recover quickly.
躺在这危险期间，再教他受了刺激，或者竟惹出大祸。可是我怎能和他过分温存？就是我居心无他，娇妹妹看着也不好。说着向舒敏看时，见他正背过了脸去，仿佛给自己闪开眼目。
If she was further stimulated during this dangerous period, she might cause a big disaster. But how can I be too gentle with her? Even if I have no other intentions, it would not be good for my sister to watch. As he said this, he looked towards Xu Min and saw that she was turning her face away, as if to avoid him.
更觉得不好意思，但忽一转想，自己的职业是医生，只求对于病人不愧自己的良心，就是因为通权达变，而对他有似乎不在范围内的举动，也只能当作诊疗看了。想到这里
I feel even more embarrassed. But suddenly I thought about it. I am a doctor by profession, and I just want to live up to my conscience when dealing with patients. Even if I have the power to change, my behavior towards her that seems to be out of scope can only be regarded as diagnosis and treatment. Think of this.
立刻改变了一副蔼然微笑的面容，向着芷华渐渐低下头凑将去。这时芷华的目光忽然向他凝住，似乎生了知觉，他那头也略抬起来。眼看两人的嘴距离不到2寸就要接触了。
His face immediately changed to a kind smile, and he gradually lowered his head towards Zhihua. At this time, Zhihua's eyes suddenly focused on him, and she seemed to be conscious, and she also raised her head slightly. Seeing that their mouths were less than 2 inches apart, they were about to touch.
世欧只听舒敏轻轻咳嗽了一声，明知他是向自己警告，要自己慎重做事的意思，但自己主意已定，心里毫无愧疚，便不去理会，仍旧俯下头去。芷华的手缘在他颈上按着，这时又向下一按。
Shu only heard Xu Min cough slightly. He knew clearly that she was warning him to act with caution. But he had made up his mind and had no regrets in his heart, so he ignored it and still bowed his head. Zhihua's hand was originally pressing on his neck, but now she pressed it down again.
世欧立刻觉到芷华的2片樱唇是那么湿那么热，他昏迷中郁积的情感似乎都奔凑到这里边。芷华此际眼是闭上了，呼吸短促而剧烈，喉里呼出的气都喷到世欧嘴里。
Shu immediately felt that Zhihua's 2 cherry lips were so wet and hot. All the emotions she had accumulated in her coma seemed to rush here. Zhihua's eyes were closed at this time, and her breathing was short and violent. All the breath exhaled from his throat was sprayed into Shu's mouth.
两臂把世欧抱得紧紧的，世欧也禁不住心惊摇摇，连忙敛定心神，暗暗呼唤着上帝。这样约莫过了有10几分钟，芷华脸上忽然透出笑容，颊上的梨窝也显出来，把嘴唇离开了。脸儿意外。
His arms held Shu tightly. Shu couldn't help but feel shaken in his heart. he quickly calmed down and secretly called God. After touching her like this for about 10 minutes, a smile suddenly appeared on Jihua's face, the pair dimples on her cheeks also appeared, and she moved her lips away. His face twisted.
微到世欧斜下，喃喃地说了2句回家，便不再动弹。世欧细听他的呼吸渐渐均匀，原来已沉沉地睡去。世欧抬起头，见舒敏已不在屋里，自己明白方才的情形，叫他不能不躲出去。
He snuggled under Shi's side. He muttered a few words to go home and stopped moving. Shi listened carefully as her breathing gradually became evener, and it turned out that she had fallen into a deep sleep. Shi raised his head and saw that Xu Min was no longer in the room. He understood the situation just now and taught her that she had to hide out.
自己一回想，倒觉有些扭捏，便站起来看看床上的纸划，脸上又一阵发热。突然脑里一阵颤动，自己想到，我原是替他治病，并没一丝邪念，自觉正大光明，怎自已又扭捏起来？
When I think about it, I feel a little embarrassed. Then he stood up and looked at Jihua on the bed, and his face felt hot again. Suddenly, there was a tremor in my mind, and I thought to myself, I was treating her illness, and I didn't have any evil thoughts. You feel upright and upright, why do you feel coy again?
莫非无端地竟夹杂上感情了？又细想了想，连自己也不能断定，不禁轻轻跺脚道：“岂有此理！岂有此理！”正在这时，舒敏轻轻走了进来，脸上勉强着不露表情，像是欧道：“怎样？”是欧悄悄道：“睡了。”
Could it be that it was mixed with emotions for no reason? After thinking about it carefully, I couldn't even tell for myself. She couldn't help but lightly stamp her feet and said, "How can this not make sense? How can this not make sense?" At this moment, Xu Min walked in gently. His face remained expressionless. Xiang Shi said, "How?" Shi said quietly, "Sleep."
他醒后无论如何要另请个大夫诊治，我是敬谢不敏了。而且这屋也别再叫我进来，妹妹你原谅我。说完一掀帘子便走出去。舒敏见他这样，想不出他是因为什么，也顾不得叫住了细问。
No matter what happens after she wakes up, she has to hire another doctor for diagnosis and treatment. I would like to thank you. And don't ask me to come in again. Sister, please forgive me. After saying that, she opened the curtain and walked out. Seeing him like this, Xu Min couldn't figure out why, and didn't bother to stop and ask.
先走到纸划床前看时，只见他歪着一张微笑的脸，正睡得酣适，气色也好了许多，和方才的样子大不相同。心里自是安慰，却大觉着糊涂，暗想是欧芷和他接了一吻，就能使他这样了。
When I first walked to Jihua's bed and took a look, I saw her tilted smiling face, sleeping soundly. His complexion has also improved a lot, which is very different from how he looked just now. It feels comforting in my heart. But she felt confused, wondering if Shi could make her do this just by kissing her.
这真怪了，便坐在床侧，轻轻叫了2声芷华姐，她仍不答应，就又走出来，想向世欧问个底细，寻到他屋里，更不见个人影。问仆妇时，说是少爷匆匆出门去了。舒敏无法。
This is so weird. So he sat on the side of the bed and called Sister Jihua twice. She still didn't agree, so she walked out again. Wanting to ask Shi for details, I found him in his room. There was no one to be seen. When I asked the servant woman, she said that the young master had gone out in a hurry. This is so weird. So he sat on the side of the bed and called Sister Jihua twice. She still didn't agree, so she walked out again. Wanting to ask Shu for details, I found him in his room. There was no one to be seen. When I asked the servant woman, she said that the young master had gone out in a hurry. Shu Min couldn't.
只得仍回到自己屋里去看护芷华。又直过了半点多钟，芷华方才醒来，睁开了眼，目光一些也不散漫了，向周围瞧了瞧，见舒敏坐在身边，只怔了一怔，似乎想过去的事，便伸手拉着舒敏。
He had no choice but to go back to his room to look after Jihua. It was more than half an hour later before Jihua woke up. He opened his eyes no longer distracted. He looked around. Seeing Shu Min sitting next to him, he was stunned for a moment, as if he was thinking about the past, and then he stretched out his hand to pull Shu Min.
有气无力地道：“舒妹现在什么时候？”舒敏见他神志居然清澈，不禁大喜道：“天呀！芷华姐，你可醒了。”第二章流落他乡。话说大律师前，魏先轻轻地把面前的一幅才写完的成文合上。
He said weakly, "Sister Shu, when are you now?" Seeing that her mind was clear, Shu Min couldn't help but said with joy, "Oh my God! Sister Jihua, you're awake." Chapter 2 Living in a foreign country. Speaking of Barrister Qian Wei first, gently close the newly completed submission in front of you.
才抬起头来，向对面的少年客人问道：“您贵姓？”那客人欠欠身道：“毕姓林。”说着就递过一张名片。钱卫先见名片上印着林白平3个字，便随手放在桌上道。
Then he raised his head. He asked the young guest opposite, "What's your surname?" The guest bowed and said, "My surname is Lin." He handed over a business card. When Qian Wei first saw the words Lin Bai Ping printed on the business card, he put it on the table and said,
林先生来找兄弟，当然是为诉讼的事。本律师的旧例，谈话费每点钟10元，当是8扣。照章是要先缴，这要请您原谅。说着把脸一扬，似乎要等来客说出下文，才能再开今日。白平怔了一怔。
Of course Mr. Lin came to see his brother about the lawsuit. According to my lawyer's old practice, the interview fee was 10 yuan per hour, with 8 deductions at that time. According to the regulations, I have to pay it first. Please forgive me for this. Of course Mr. Lin came to see his brother about the lawsuit. According to my lawyer's old practice, the interview fee was 10 yuan per hour, with 8 deductions at that time. According to the regulations, I have to pay it first. Please forgive me for this. As she spoke, she raised her face, as if she wanted to wait for the visitor to tell her what to say before opening the golden sun again. Bai Ping was startled.
忙从衣袋里掏开一张报纸，放到魏先面前道：“鄙人并非因为打官司来，不过今天看报上的广告，先生这里要招一位英文教员，所以……”一说到这里，魏先看了他一眼，面色更显着寒了，抢着道。
He quickly took out a newspaper from his pocket. Putting it in front of Wei Xian, he said, "I am not here because of the lawsuit, but I saw an advertisement in the newspaper today. Sir, we are looking for an English teacher here. So..." He quickly took out a newspaper from his pocket. Putting it in front of Wei Xian, he said, "I am not here because of the lawsuit, but I saw an advertisement in the newspaper today. Sir, we are looking for an English teacher here. So. When he said this, Wei Xian glanced at him and his expression became even brighter. Obviously feeling cold, he rushed to say.
这广告已登了快到1个月，阁下今天才看见。说着又转转眼珠道：“不过我看阁下的气派衣服都不大合适于这个位置，便是商量也白费功夫。不如……”白平听到这里，知道他是有意谢绝。
This advertisement has been posted for almost a month. Did you just see it today? Then he rolled his eyes and said, "But I don't think your elegant clothes are suitable for this position. Even discussing it is in vain. Not as good as." When Bai Ping heard this, she knew that he meant to refuse.
就又问道：“先生招聘教员，第一要讲的是学问，怎一见我的气派衣服就说不成？难道我这种衣服气派就能表现我的学问不好？”魏仙很严冷地笑了笑道：“阁下是误会了我的意思。”
Then he asked again, "Sir, when recruiting teachers, the first thing you should talk about is knowledge. Why can't you tell me that I am a good person when you see my stylish clothes? Does my style of clothes mean that my knowledge is not good?" Wei Xian is very strict. He smiled coldly and said, "Your Excellency, you have misunderstood me."
既然说到这里，咱们就谈谈也好。不过在阁下以先，应聘的曾来过8、90位，虚耗了我许多时间。谈过以后，都皱着眉走了。我想阁下再过10分钟，也未必不和他们一样。白平笑道：“这倒未必。”
Now that we're at this point, let's just talk about it. However, before you, 80 or 90 people applied for the job, which wasted a lot of my time. After talking, they all frowned and left. I think you may not be the same as them if you give it another 10 minutes. Now that we're at this point, let's just talk about it. However, before you, 80 or 90 people applied for the job, which wasted a lot of my time. After talking, they all frowned and left. I think you may not be the same as them if you give it another 10 minutes. Bai Ping smiled and said, "That's not necessarily the case."
因为我现在的环境和心绪完全和寻常人不同。魏仙又看了他一眼，沉一会才道：“我招聘教员是为教一个女学生的英文。”白平言道：“是恋爱吗？”魏仙摇摇头，又接着道：“咱们先谈不到此。”
Because my current environment and mood are completely different from ordinary people. Wei Xian glanced at him again, and then said after a moment, "I am recruiting a teacher to teach a female student English." Bai Ping said, "Is it your beloved?" Wei Xian shook his head, and then continued, "We can't talk about this now."
不过教书是晚饭后的事，白天还有另外的工作。是要给我当书记，一切抄写誊录都是你的事。我出庭时也要你跟了去，替我拿些应用的物件。到每天夜里7点到10点，再上3个钟头的课。
But teaching happens after dinner, and I have other work during the day. You want to be my secretary, and all the copying and transcripts are your business. I want you to follow me when I appear in court and get me some useful items. From 7 to 10 o'clock every night, there are 3 hours of classes.
以后你就可以休息了。说完就看着白平，似乎希望他敬谢不敏，起身告辞。哪知白平却点点头道：“这些我全能担任。”魏仙脸上微露出诧异之色，搔了搔秃光的头颅，又道：“事情还有。”
You can rest later. After saying that, she looked at Bai Ping, as if hoping that he would express his gratitude and stand up to leave. But Bai Ping nodded and said, "I can do all these things." A look of surprise appeared on Wei Xian's face. He scratched his bald head and said, there are still things to do.
请问你贵处哪里？白平道：天津。今天才到北京，暂住西河沿一家旅馆里。魏先道：那么你是专为到我这里应聘来了？白平听着，忽要心里一阵难过，苦着脸笑道：这倒不是，是到京后看报。
Where are you based? Bai Ping said, Tianjin. Just arrived in Beijing today. Staying temporarily in a hotel along the West River. Wei Xian said, then you came here specifically to apply for a job with me. Bai Ping suddenly felt sad after hearing this, and said with a bitter smile, that's not true. I read the newspaper after arriving in Beijing.
才起意到您这儿来。魏先一扬头道：这些先不谈，我想你应该到我这里住，因为我只雇了一个老妈，早晚要看孩子，每天早晨扫院子的事，不能不劳驾你。这也是一种运动，给予身体有益。
I just thought of coming to you. Wei Xian raised his head and said, let's not talk about this for now. I think you should come live with me. Because I only employ one mother, she has to take care of the children sooner or later. I have to help you clean the yard every morning. This is also a kind of exercise, which is extremely beneficial to the body.
还有我时常跟太太去听夜戏，家里也要劳驾你等门。好在这等门的功夫，你自己也可念念书练练字，总比早睡觉荒废时间的好。白平听着心里好笑，却正色道
Also, I often go to night shows with my wife, and I have to ask you to wait for me at home. Fortunately, while you are waiting for the door, you can also read and practice calligraphy by yourself. It is better than going to bed early and wasting time. Bai Ping felt amused when she heard this, but she said seriously,
这全是我能做而且希望做的事，不知道旁的还有什么。魏先道：那么就要谈到薪水问题了。原来每月只能出15元，因为阁下既说能服劳苦，就特别优待给20块。不过阁下搬到这里住，
These are all things I can do and hope to do. I don't know what else is there. Wei Xian said, then we have to talk about salary. Originally, I could only contribute 15 yuan per month, but since you said that I could endure the hard work, you gave me a special preferential treatment of 20 yuan. But you moved here to live.
要占据一间房子，应该收6元钱宿费。伙食呢，你要是普通饭量，就算每月8元。若是特别吃得多，那只可按10元1月算了。反正还是可以落几元钱零用。你要知道，年轻的人手头太富裕了。
To occupy a room, you should be charged 6 yuan for accommodation. As for food, if you have an average appetite, it's 8 yuan per month. If you eat a lot, you can only pay 10 yuan a month. Anyway, I can still save a few yuan for pocket money. You have to know that young people have too much money.
容易染成种种不良的习惯。我这样正是维护你。现在一切问题都谈完了，成不成只听阁下一句话。白平暗想，我已是和世界脱离的人，如今还带着口气失在了这世界，也只当作闲耍。
It is easy to get into all kinds of bad habits. This is how I protect you. Now all the issues have been discussed. Whether it works or not depends on what you say. Bai Ping thought to herself, I am already separated from the world, and now I am still in this world with breath lice. Just for fun.
反正不是我玩了这个世界，就是被这个世界玩了我。只这样糊糊涂涂地玩下去吧。便向魏仙道：先生， 我对于这个位置的工作和报酬全都满意，不知道要几时来任职。
Anyway, either I have played with the world, or the world has played with me. Just keep playing like this. Then Xiang Weixian said, Sir, I am completely satisfied with the work and remuneration in this position. Don't know when to take office?
魏先想不到白平这样的漂亮少年居然应承这个职务，心下又起了犹疑，便道：我希望你还能找一个铺保。白平猝然一怔道：这却没有。北京这地方我人地生疏，您这要从权一些。
Wei Xian didn't expect that a handsome young man like Bai Ping would actually accept this position. He hesitated again and said, I hope you can find a sponsor. Bai Ping was suddenly startled and said, But there is no such thing. In Beijing, there is no such thing. The place and the people are unfamiliar to us, so you should be more cautious.
不然实在没有办法。魏先想了想道：也罢，不过我这是特别的情面，你以后做事更要叫我放心，那么你就把行李取来，立刻上工好了。白平答应着，忽然想起一件事，便问魏先道：
Otherwise there is really no way. Wei Xian thought for a moment and said, That's fine. But this is my special sentiment. You have to teach me to be more at ease when doing things in the future, so just get your luggage and get to work immediately. Bai Ping agreed. Suddenly he remembered something and asked Wei Xian.
关于教学生那件事，也该谈谈，或者请学生见见我能教与否，还不敢定。魏先笑道：没有什么不能。他才开蒙。白平道：学生10几岁。魏先道：24咧。白平突然一惊，自想我拼命的要逃开女人。
We should also talk about teaching students. Or ask students to meet. I am not sure yet whether I can teach. Wei Xian smiled and said, There is nothing that cannot be done. She was enlightened. Bai Ping said, Are the students in their teens? Wei Xian said, 24. Bai Ping was suddenly startled, thinking to herself that I was desperately trying to escape from the woman.
怎又撞进女人堆里来？这是不妥得很。他所说教员书记兼当差的杂物，我倒不怕，只这24岁的女学生却要把我吓跑了。想着便向魏先道：我今年才23岁。
Why did he bump into a crowd of women again? This is very inappropriate. I'm not afraid of what he said about being a teacher, secretary, and errand boy. This 24-year-old female student wanted to scare me away. After thinking about it, he said to Wei Xian, I am only 23 years old this year.
怎能教24岁的女学生？而且也不大方便，实在不敢担任。请您。魏先正端着一杯冷开水喝着，听了白平的话，突然把水喷了一写字台，那庄严的面目再也装不来。
How can you teach a 24-year-old female student? And it's not very convenient either. I really don't dare to take the responsibility. Please. How can you teach a 24-year-old female student? And it's not very convenient either. I really don't dare to take the responsibility. Please. Wei Xian was drinking a glass of cold water. After listening to Bai Ping's words, he suddenly sprayed the water all over the desk. He could no longer pretend to be solemn.
好像看见多么可笑的事，连腔带奏的闹了半天，才直起腰，忍着余笑，向白平摆手道：这全不成问题，你快去拿行李。白平只可退了出来，自想前魏先刻薄的可怪，又笑得蹊跷。
It seemed that he had seen something so ridiculous that he choked and coughed for a long time. Then he straightened up and held back his laughter, waved to Bai Ping and said, "This is no problem at all. Go get your luggage quickly." Bai Ping could only retreat. I thought Qian Weixian was weirdly mean and had a weird smile.
此中大约还不免有新鲜玩意。我大可来混2天，好在我现在四海无家，一身客技，既不图名，又不谋利，只给他个混到哪里是哪里。想着便出了前宅，到旅馆算了账，取出行李，再返回前宅时，
There may be some novel stuff among them. I could have come and hung out for a couple of days. Fortunately, I am now homeless and living as a guest. I am neither seeking fame nor profit. I just want to hang out with him wherever he goes. Thinking about it, he left Qinzhai. When I went to the hotel to settle my accounts, took out my luggage, and then returned to Qianzhai.
已到了上灯时候，进门时便有抱孩子的仆妇把白平领到后院一间新收拾出的小屋里。白平见屋内虽是四壁萧然，却还不甚污秽，晓得是自己的卧室，便稍稍整理了一下。
It's time to turn on the lights. When she entered the house, there was a maid carrying a child who led Bai Ping to a newly furnished hut in the backyard. Bai Ping saw that although the walls of the house were desolate, it was not very dirty. Knowing that it was his bedroom, he tidied it up a little.
坐在床上点了支纸烟吸着，巧对从屋顶挂下了的一盏半明不暗的石烛光小电灯，回想到在天津和芷华同住的秀榻，直觉得不堪回首。沉一会，忽然门一起，那仆妇又走进来道：
Sitting on the bed, he lit a cigarette and smoked it. Quietly looking at a small, half-lit 10-candlelight electric lamp hanging from the roof, I recalled Shudai, who lived with Zhihua in Tianjin. I feel like I can't bear to look back. After a while, the door suddenly opened, and the servant woman walked in again and said,
我们老爷请您到饭厅里。白平晓得到了用晚饭的时候，但是自己到这里来身兼重职，一件事还没有办，就先吃起饭来，倒觉可笑，却只可跟那仆妇走出去。到了前院一间西屋门首。
Our master invites you to the dining room. Bai Pingxiao found it was time to have dinner, but she came here to hold many responsibilities. It was ridiculous that she started eating before she could finish one thing. But she could only go out with the servant girl. We arrived at the front door of a west room in the front yard.
那仆妇却很客气地打起帘笼。白平走进去，在灯光下立觉一阵眼花缭乱。原来这屋里也是四壁空空，中间放着一张饭桌，周围有几张椅子，围着桌子坐着3个人，除了魏仙以外。
The maid opened the curtain very politely. Bai Ping walked in. I felt dazzled under the light. It turned out that the walls of this room were also empty, with a dining table in the middle, a few chairs around it, and 3 people sitting around the table. Except for fear of being ahead of others.
还有2个女人，都穿得花花绿绿，绚烂的都有些扎眼。那位先见白平进来，只欠欠身道：“林先生来了，请坐。”白平鞠着躬，客气了一声，看了看空着的椅子，都在2个女子左右，自觉没下屁股处。
There are also 2 women, both dressed in colorful clothes, which are a bit eye-catching. When Niwixian saw Bai Ping come in, he only leaned forward and said, "Mr. Lin is here, please sit down." Bai Ping bowed and said politely. After looking at the empty chairs, they were all around the 2 women, and realized that they didn't cover their buttocks.
魏仙看出他那局促的样子，便道：“随便坐，没外人。”随便坐。白平只可把右边的椅子向外拉了拉，斜欠着身子坐下。这时耳边已听那两个女子窃窃私语，有一个还咯咯的笑。魏仙把秃头一晃。
Wei Xian saw his awkward look and said, "Sit anywhere you want, no one else. Sit anywhere you want." Bai Ping could only pull the chair on the right outward and sit down with her body leaning forward. At this time, I could hear the two women whispering, and one of them was giggling. I'm afraid to show off my bald head first.
立刻向屋里又有一盏电灯放光。他又在椅上长长身子，似站不站地说话道：“这位就是咱们新请来的林先生，龙真过来，见见你的老师。”那白屏旁边坐着的女子。
Immediately it was like another electric light shining in the room. He stretched his body on the chair and spoke as if he could not stand. "This is our newly invited Mr. Lin, Longzhen, come here. Meet your teacher." The woman sitting next to Bai Ping.
便站起来向白平把头点了一点。白平连忙还礼，无意向这位女学生一看，立刻吓了一跳，只觉到平生所见的丑女人，她该数到第一个，但是仓促间也不敢端详。又听魏仙道：“这位是卓京。”
Then he stood up and nodded to Bai Ping. Bai Ping quickly returned the gift. He had no intention of looking at the female student. She was immediately startled, feeling that she was the last ugly woman she had ever seen in her life. But he didn't dare to look at it in a hurry. He then heard Wei Xian say, "This is Zhu Jing."
白平把眼光转到对面，见对面坐的女人正向自己含笑点手。这一个虽然年近30，却生得很妖艳，两只水灵灵的眼睛表现出很不老实，穿着浅紫色上衣，衬着脸上浓厚的脂粉。
Bai Ping turned her eyes to the opposite side and saw the woman sitting opposite her nodding to her with a smile. Although this one is nearly 30 years old, she is very charming. The two watery eyes showed that he was very dishonest. Wearing a light purple top, the thick makeup on her face is highlighted.
乍看去简直不像作家妇女。白平这时只可说了2句托庇雨下多求照应的话。那位魏仙太太笑着一张嘴，露出2个金镶的门牙来道：“你别来这套客气，咱过不着。”白平只听了他这2句。
At first glance, she hardly looks like a housewife. At this time, Bai Ping could only say a few words to ask for help. The Mrs. Wei Xian opened her mouth with a smile, revealing her 2 golden-laid front teeth and said, "Don't be so polite. We won't be able to live with you." Bai Ping only listened to these 2 words of hers.
一露出天津尾巷离门的泼妇牲口，更断定他不是正经出身。这时魏仙又向白平谈了2句，便吩咐开饭，大家吃着。又向白平道：“以后相处的日子很长，不必客气，我也不给你接风了。”
The voice of a shrew in the gate of Weixiang, Tianjin has been revealed, and it is even more concluded that she is not of a serious background. At this time, Wei Xian said a few words to Bai Ping, and then ordered everyone to start eating. Then he said to Bai Ping, "We will be together for a long time in the future. You're welcome. I won't support you anymore."
白平还未答言，那位女学生龙珍忽然开口一笑，向魏仙的太太道：“姐姐，回头听戏你跟姐夫去，我要跟林先生念书不去了。”魏仙的太太嘻地笑了一声，看看龙珍，又溜了白平一眼。
Before Bai Ping could answer, the female student Longjun suddenly smiled and said to Wei Xian's wife, "Sister, you and your brother-in-law will listen to the show later. I have to go to school with Mr. Lin." Wei Xian's wife sighed. He laughed and looked at Longjun and glanced at Bai Ping again.
龙真忽然携起一个饭团向他抛了去，正抛到魏仙太太脸上。魏仙太太笑着骂道：“你这小浪！”底下的字还未出口，忽然觉得有生客在座，不好意思，便又咽住，只向龙真撇了撇嘴。
Longjun suddenly picked up a rice ball and threw it towards her, right into Mrs. Wei Xian's face. Mrs. Wei Xian smiled and scolded, "You little lang." Before the bottom words were spoken, she suddenly felt that there was a stranger here, so she was embarrassed and held back. He just curled his lips at Longjun.
龙真却又嬉皮笑脸骂了他一句。魏仙在旁只顾吃饭，也不加阻拦，仿佛是看惯了这种丑态。白平却看得心里十分肮脏，不觉从心里倒饱上来，只可端着小半碗饭慢慢地陪着他们咀嚼。
But Longjun scolded her with a playful smile. Wei Xian was just eating and didn't stop him, as if he was used to seeing this kind of ugly behavior. But Bai Ping felt very dirty when she saw it, and she felt filled up from the bottom of her heart. But Longjun scolded her with a playful smile. Wei Xian was just eating and didn't stop him, as if he was used to seeing this kind of ugly behavior. But Bai Ping felt very dirty when she saw it, and she felt filled up from the bottom of her heart. He could only hold a small half bowl of rice and chew it slowly with them.
这时节突然有一种奇怪的气味扑进鼻子里，熏得几乎要呕吐，连忙放下饭碗，沉了沉气，才觉察这气味是从龙真的肥短袖口里发出的胡叶臭，夹杂着芝兰水的香，心里立刻翻脚起彩。
At this time, a strange smell suddenly hit my nose, which made me almost vomit. I quickly put down my rice bowl and took a deep breath. Only then did he realize that the smell was the fox armpit odor emanating from Longjun's fat, short cuffs mixed with the fragrance of Jilan water, and his heart immediately became excited.
看着碗里剩下的饭，只有发愁，没法再咽下去。龙真见白平吃着饭，忽然停住，便叫道：“林先生，您别客气，我给您添饭。”说着，把旁边放的一满碗饭推到白平面前，白平推让不迭。
Looking at the remaining rice in the bowl, I can only feel worried that I can't swallow it anymore. When Longjun saw Bai Ping suddenly stop eating her rice, she called out, "Mr. Lin, you're welcome, I'll give you some more rice." As she said that, she pushed a full bowl of rice next to her in front of Bai Ping. Ping Tui couldn't give in.
哪知他的袖子在白平脸庞一拂，难闻的气味更加浓厚。白平实在忍不住，便避席站起，向魏仙道：“失礼得很，我突然胸口疼得厉害，您慢吃。”说着抬脚走出去。魏仙还没说话。
Unexpectedly, when she brushed her sleeve next to Bai Ping's face, the unpleasant smell became even stronger. Bai Ping couldn't bear it any longer, so she stood up from the table and said to Xiang Wei, "I'm very rude. I suddenly have severe chest pain. Eat slowly." She walked out. Wei Xian didn't speak yet.
龙真和魏仙夫人已怎了怎地问起来，白平只得一面点着头，一面抚着胸口，装作疼痛难忍的样子，慢慢地退出饭厅，就三脚两步地跑回自己房里，倒在床上，自己又是气又是笑。
Longjun and Mrs. Wei Xian asked what was wrong. Bai Ping could only nod her head, caress her chest, pretend to be in unbearable pain, and slowly exit the dining room. He ran back to his room in 3 steps and fell on the bed, feeling angry and laughing.
暗想什么是时衰鬼弄人，这简直是运败人追鬼了。我才抛了我那伤心惨目的家事，又撞见了这个七糟八乱的居廷。到底这位龙珍小姐和魏仙是什么关系？
I secretly thought about what time is like, and this is simply a case of bad luck chasing ghosts. I just left my sad and miserable home and came across this messy place. What is the relationship between Miss Longzhen and Wei Xian?
而且像他这样3分是鬼7分像兽的人，在这大的年岁，怎又忽然要开蒙学起英文来？再说魏仙是个外面庄严的律师，怎家庭中人又这样的妖气？简直不像个正经人家。正在揣想之际
And how come a person like her, who is half ghost and half beast, suddenly wants to learn English at such an old age? And how come a person like her, who is half ghost and half beast, suddenly wants to learn English at such an old age? Besides, Wei Xian is a solemn lawyer on the outside, so why is there such a monster in his family? He doesn't look like a serious person at all. While thinking about it,
那仆妇又走进来，拿着个小纸包放在桌上，笑嘻嘻地道：“这是豆蔻，我们甄小姐交给先生送来，胸口疼含几粒就好。”白萍想不到这尚未授业的女学生对老师竟如此的关情，不觉受宠若惊。
The maid came in again, put a small paper bag on the table, and said with a smile, "This is cardamom. Our Miss Zhen taught you to bring it to your husband. Just take a few pills for chest pain." Bai Ping did not expect that this had not happened yet. The employed female student was flattered that her teacher was so caring.
但是绝不愿承受龙姨，便道：“谢谢吧，现在疼得好些，用不着吃药，请拿回去替我谢谢。”那仆妇已笑着出去，嘴里还咕咕噜噜。白萍只听得有什么一片好心的话头，更觉着不尴不尬。
But she absolutely didn't want to bear the long ceremony, so she said, "Thank you. The pain is better now and there is no need to take medicine. Please take it back and thank me for me." The servant girl had gone out with a smile, still gurgling. Bai Ping only heard some kind-hearted words, and she felt neither embarrassed nor embarrassed.
暗想这个地方多少有些肮脏，住着真觉不安。想来以后还不知有什么意外的笑话，我何必自寻烦恼？明天走了罢。又一回想，像我昨天在自己家里看见芷华和仲英的情形。
I secretly thought that this place was somewhat dirty, and I felt really uneasy living here. Come to think of it, I don't know if there will be any unexpected jokes in the future, so why should I bother myself? Just leave tomorrow. Thinking back again, it was like the scene I saw Zhihua and Zhongying in my home yesterday.
天下的事恐怕再没有比这个令人烦恼了。那样的悲剧我全经过，以后我所看的都该是喜剧脸，哪还有什么事能叫我迎心？魏仙的这个家庭也未尝不是个有趣的去处。
There is probably nothing in the world that is more troublesome than this. I have experienced all such tragedies, and everything I watch from now on should be comedies. Is there anything else that can teach me about haunting? This pioneer-fearing family might as well be an interesting place to visit.
总可以消磨我伤心的岁月，不如且混了去，等到将来该走的时候再走。想到这里，道觉胸臆豁然，又因为昨天到现在始终没睡安稳的觉，精神十分疲倦，便闭上眼躺着养神。
It can always kill my sad years. It's better to hang around and wait until it's time to leave in the future. Think of this. I feel relieved, and because I haven't had a good night's sleep since yesterday, I am very tired. Then he closed his eyes and lay down to rest.
虽自希望能打一回盹，但是心里又千头万绪地翻腾起来，把当初和纸花初识到结婚后的甜蜜，跟昨夜跳窗出走时的凄凉，像电影般的在脑海里来回朝映了好几遍，不知有多大时候。
Although I hope I can take a nap, my heart is churning with thousands of thoughts. The sweetness when he and Jihua first met after marriage, and the desolation when he jumped out of the window and ran away last night, replayed in his mind several times like a movie. I don't know how long it was.
到后来，心灵似乎都有些麻木了，仿佛要沉沉睡着。忽听窗外有人敲的玻璃响，白萍猛吃一惊，翻身坐起，问道：“谁？”外面有女人的声息答应道：“老师，是我。”白萍听出是那位龙珍小姐的声音。
Later, my mind seemed to be a little numb, as if falling into a deep sleep. Bai Ping was startled when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the glass outside the window. Turning over and sitting up, Bai Ping asked, "Who?" A woman's voice outside answered, "Teacher, it's me." Bai Ping recognized the voice of Miss Longzhen.
便迎出去道：“是钱小姐吗？”那龙珍正在窗前站着，听了白萍的话，扑哧一笑：“谁姓钱？姓钱的是我姐夫，我姓劳呀。我的老师，你弄错了。”白萍听他的口吻，鼻也得很，但也只得答应道：“对不起。”
Then he went out and said, "Is this Miss Qian?" Longzhen was standing in front of the window. After hearing Bai Ping's words, she smiled. "Whose surname is Qian?" "The surname Qian is my brother-in-law." "My surname is Lao." "My surname is Lao." "Teacher, you are wrong." Bai Ping was very mean after hearing her tone. But he had no choice but to agree. "I'm sorry."
劳小姐，有罪得很。那龙珍凑到白萍面前道：“我姐姐和姐夫都听戏去了，现在请你到我屋里。”说话时又向着白萍一笑。白萍陡然心里一跳，脸立刻红了。那龙珍又接着道：“请你教我念书。”
Miss Law. Very guilty. Now Longzhen came up to Bai Ping and said, "My sister and brother-in-law have gone to listen to the play. Now please come to my room." While speaking, he smiled at Bai Ping again. Bai Ping's heart skipped a beat and her face immediately turned red. Then Longzhen continued, "Please teach me how to read."
说着便向白萍一伸手，仿佛要拉她的袖子。白萍连忙向后躲闪，但又没法不跟他去。正在踌躇，龙珍又催促道：“老师，咱走呀！”白萍只得跟着他走到前院，进了东厢房的堂屋，已闻得一股浓香。
As he spoke, he stretched out his hand towards Bai Ping, as if to pull his sleeve. Bai Ping quickly dodged back, but had no choice but to follow her. While hesitating, Longzhen urged again, "Teacher, let's go." Bai Ping had to follow her to the front yard. When we entered the main room of the east wing, we could already smell a strong fragrance.
真如到了香料店里，香太浓了，仿佛到变成臭，熏得人有些头痛。那龙珍掀起里间的帘子，让白萍走进去。那间房子陈设的直向的洞房，床帐和被褥都是大红色。
It's like being in a spice shop. The fragrance was so strong that it seemed to turn into a stink, giving people a headache. Longzhen lifted the inner curtain and let Bai Ping walk in. That room was furnished like a bridal chamber. The bed tents and bedding are both bright red.
连桌子上的台布都是红绿花纹，红缎的椅垫上还绣着水红色花朵。其余一切铺陈也都十分华灿，但是俗气也到了极点，那香气更浓得叫人喘不出气来。龙真让白萍坐到椅上。
Even the tablecloth on the table has red and green patterns, and the red satin chair cushions are embroidered with water-red flowers. All the rest of the presentation is also very splendid, but also extremely tacky. The aroma was so strong that it took one's breath away. Longzhen asked Bai Ping to sit on the chair.
便从一个红色壶套里斟出一杯茶来送过，自己也坐在床上，用手帕抹了抹嘴，才嫣然一笑地道：“我姐夫原想拿饭厅当咱们的书房，我嫌那里太冷清又不干净，所以跟他抬了半天杠。”
Then he poured a cup of tea from a red pot cover and gave it to her. He also sat on the bed, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then said with a sweet smile, "My brother-in-law originally wanted to use the dining room as our study room. I thought it was too deserted and unclean, so I argued with him for a long time."
还是把书房立在我这屋里。一来，白萍忙插口道：“还是饭厅那边方便，何必到您这里打搅？”龙真笑道：“这里又有什么不方便？常言道，一日为师，终身为父。有辈分管着，怕的是什么？”
It's better to set up the study room in my room. As soon as Bai Ping hurriedly interjected, "It's more convenient in the dining room. Why bother coming to your place?" Longzhen smiled and said, "What's the inconvenience here? As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. There are seniors in charge. What are you afraid of?"
我也不拿老师当外人，随便躺躺坐坐，千万别拘束。白萍听这位小姐说话，虽然苍野，却又直爽大方。暗想我不要只向邪处猜疑，辜负了人家的圣意，不由得抬起头来向这位学生看了一眼。
I don't treat teachers as outsiders either. I can lie down and sit around wherever I want. Don't be constrained. Bai Ping listened to this young lady's words, although she was wild, but she was also straightforward and generous. She thought to herself that I shouldn't just cast suspicion on evil sources and live up to her good intentions. She couldn't help but raise her head and glance at this student.
才觉得跟他实在没有避嫌的必要，因为他丑得太过分了，满脸深黑的大麻子，凹处都汪着黑油，油上又浮着白粉和红脂，眉梢眼角的麻子格外深大些，显着眉目都十分凶恶。
Only then did I feel that there was no need to avoid getting along with her because she was too ugly. His face was covered with dark pockmarks, and the recesses were covered with black oil. The oil is covered with white powder and red fat, and the pockmarks at the corners of the eyebrows and eyes are particularly deep, and the eyebrows are obviously very vicious.
那眼珠却做作的像顾盼含情，看来格外丑怪。鼻子没有梁，鼻尖却圆圆的凸起，衬着下面涂满厚胭脂的血盆大口，好像一座高山下临巨壑。这一张脸真看着怕人，但是身段却苗条非常。
Those eyes looked like they were looking forward and affectionate, which made them look particularly ugly. The nose has no bridge, but a round protrusion at the tip. Against the blood-filled mouth covered with thick rouge, it looks like a mountain with a huge ravine descending. This face is really scary, but the figure is very slender.
其实他若规规矩矩的打扮，也不过只是个丑人罢了。只因这样一浓妆艳抹、扭捏作态，就显着丑而且怪了。白萍只看了一看， 赶忙把眼光离开，心里倒坦然了些。
In fact, if she dresses up properly, she is just an ugly person. Just because she wears heavy makeup and poses like this, she is obviously ugly and weird. Bai Ping only looked at it and quickly looked away, feeling more at ease.
自己又想到在女学生房里长久谈着也不成事体，便问道：“老小姐，英文曾念过吗？”龙真摇摇头。白平又道：“这屋可有英文书？”龙真道：“那要等明天去买。”白平好容易寻得这个机会，便站起道。
He then thought that it would be useless to talk for a long time in the female student's room, so he asked, "Ms. Lau, have you ever studied English?" Long Zhen shook his head. Bai Ping asked again, "Is there any English book in this house?" Long Zhen said, "Then I have to wait until tomorrow to buy it." Bai Ping finally found this opportunity, so she stood up and said,
那么等明天再来上课吧。龙真见他要走，急忙站起，横身在桌前挡住，张着手臂道：“老师别走，再谈谈。家里没人，我自己坐着也闷。”白平只可再坐下，自己暗笑，除了教师、书记、司婚3个差事外。
Then come back to class tomorrow. Seeing that he was about to leave, Long Zhen quickly stood up and stood in front of the table to block him. He opened his arms and said, "Teacher, don't leave. Let's talk again. I feel bored sitting alone when there is no one at home." Bai Ping could only sit down again. She secretly laughed to herself that except for the 3 errands of the teacher, secretary, and Secretary Si Yan,
又要兼差做小姐的清客，这真太忙咧。这时龙真又替白平倒过一碗茶，自己也坐在对面椅上，目不转睛地瞧着白平，口里却有一搭没一搭的问长问短。白平被他看得不好意思。
I also have to work part-time as the ladies' housekeeper. This is so busy. I also have to work part-time as the ladies' housekeeper. This is so busy. At this time, Long Zhen poured another bowl of tea for Bai Ping and sat on the chair opposite, looking at Bai Ping intently. There was a lot of questions and answers in his mouth. Bai Ping felt embarrassed by her.
只可低着头答应他的话。龙真越谈越亲热，只仿佛和白平是多年旧识。白平也不好不应酬他几句。渐渐谈到了味仙，龙真脸上忽作变成十分阴沉，自己叹了口气，立刻把谈风止住。
He could only lower his head and agree to her words. The more Long Zhen talked, the more intimate she became, as if she and Bai Ping had been acquaintances for many years. Bai Ping couldn't help but say a few words to her. As they gradually talked about being afraid of the enemy, Long Zhen's face suddenly turned very gloomy. He sighed and immediately stopped talking.
低下头去，只看着自己脚下。陈一慧又抬起头来，瞧着白平，嘴唇微动了动，仿佛要说话又咽住。接着又看他黑马脸上起了一阵红晕，直似黑云映着落日，又像乌木柜上再涂了一层红油。
He lowered his head and only looked at his feet. Shen looked up again after a while. Looking at Bai Ping, her lips moved slightly, as if she was about to speak but then swallowed. Then I saw a blush on her black and pockmarked face, like black clouds reflecting the setting sun, or like a layer of red oil smeared on the ebony cabinet.
白平见他这般情景，不知故意卖弄风情，还是另有缘故，但也不好问的，只可对他正着。龙真咳嗽一声，吐了口痰，又用手帕抹抹嘴，才红着脸道：“论理老师头一天来。”
When Bai Ping saw her in this state, she didn't know whether she was deliberately showing off her coquettishness or for some other reason. But it was hard to ask, so I could only stare blankly at her. Longzhen coughed, spit, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, and then said with a red face, "The theory teacher is here for the first time."
我不应当跟你说这种心思话，教你把我看成半疯。不过老师教我的日子长呢。你这个人又好又投我的脾气，我是肚子里一句话也存不住的人，早晚也得跟你说，不如早说了。
I shouldn't say such thoughtful things to you and make you think I'm half crazy. But it took a long time for the teacher to teach me. You are a nice person, but you also have my temper. I am a person who cannot hold a word in my stomach, so sooner or later I have to tell you. It's better to say it earlier.
省得在肚里憋着。说着又把头向白萍那边探了探。白萍听他说了半天，直觉莫名其妙。本来坐在这问红屋，对着这个丑人已经心神不安，加以鼻里闻着过烈浓香。
No need to keep it in your belly. After saying that, he poked his head toward Bai Ping. Bai Ping listened to her talk for a long time, feeling confused. I was sitting here asking about the red room, but now I feel uneasy facing this ugly man. Plus there was an overly strong aroma in my nose.
耳里听着这没来由的怪话，不禁脑筋混乱起来。龙真又接着道，赌个咒说，我真喜欢老师，我要拿老师当外人，算我是姚姐养的。老师你信不信？白萍听他越说越不成话。
Hearing these strange words without any reason, I couldn't help but feel confused. Longzhen continued, I'm going to swear, I really like the teacher. I want to treat the teacher as an outsider, as if I was raised by the Kiln sister. Do you believe it, teacher? Bai Ping became more and more speechless as she listened to her talk.
更猜不透是什么意思，心里十分互戳，但又没法躲避，没话回答，唯有点头示意。龙真沉了一沉，眼看着泪要涌出来，指汪在眼圈里，酸着鼻子的声音说道：“我说话，老师可别笑话。”
I can't even guess what it means, and I feel very sad. But he couldn't avoid it, and he had no words to answer, so he could only nod. Longzhen sank deeply, tears were about to well up in his eyes. He said with a sour nose, Teacher, don't make fun of me.
我还得从头里说，当初我跟我姐姐都不是什么好人，姐姐她在天津混事，我随着她照应些闲事。钱卫先这小子当初原是天津洋行里当百亿的，认识了我姐姐也不知怎么弄的。
I have to start from the beginning. At first, my sister and I were not good people. My sister lived in Tianjin. I followed her to take care of some other things. Qian Weixian was originally a servant in Tianjin Foreign Trade Company, Limited. I met my sister, but I don't know how.
我姐姐就跟她从了良，还带过来有上万的提己，她就借着这个钱上学堂匡文凭的，如今也混成个人了。这小子一脸天官赐福，一肚子男盗女娼。老师，你是刚来瞧不透，过后就知道了。
My sister became a good friend with him and brought over tens of thousands of wives. He used this money to go to school and get a diploma. Now he has become an individual. This kid looks like he is blessed by the heavenly officials, but he is full of men stealing and women prostitutes. Teacher, you couldn't see through it when you first came here, but you'll know it later.
说到这里，忽然把话头停住，那晃而无神的大眼珠在框里一转， 眉头皱了皱，又举拳把自己的头颅重敲了一下，向白平万分恳切地说道：“可是我姐夫他虽然不好，你的学生绝不能错待你。”
At this point, he suddenly stopped talking. The big, dull, yellow eyes rolled in their sockets, his brows furrowed, and he raised his fist to hit his head hard. Xiang Baiping said sincerely, "But although my brother-in-law is not good, your students must not treat you wrong."
老师可千万别为听了我的话，寒了心要走。往后有什么不顺心的事，只跟我说，我准教你痛快。他给的月钱不够花，跟我要，我有存项。不论怎样权衡，只求老师教我这个学生。
Teacher, please don't feel cold and want to leave just because you listened to my words. If anything goes wrong in the future, just tell me and I will teach you how to make it happy. The monthly money he gave me was not enough, so I asked for it. I have a deposit. No matter what I do, I just want the teacher to teach me as a student.
白平暗想，这位小姐诚挚的可怪，又慷慨的可疑，为对着生人骂自己的姐夫，不惜掀开自己的仇视，跟我这一个字还未教的老师又亲热的这样稀奇古怪，简直都不在情理之中。
Baiping secretly thought that this young lady was strangely sincere and suspiciously generous. In order to scold his brother-in-law in front of strangers, he did not hesitate to reveal his own scandal. It's so weird to be intimate with a teacher who hasn't taught me a word yet. It's almost unreasonable.
大约他多少有些神经病，将来还不知要闹出什么乱子，心里倒有些害怕，就站起来道：“天不早了，今晚又不念书，小姐请安歇。”我要……哪知底下的字还没说出，龙真早赶过去，这次更不客气。
She is probably a bit crazy, and she doesn't know what kind of trouble she will cause in the future. Feeling a little scared, he stood up and said, "It's getting late, and I won't study tonight. Miss, please rest in peace. I want." She is probably a bit crazy, and she doesn't know what kind of trouble she will cause in the future. Feeling a little scared, he stood up and said, "It's getting late, and I won't study tonight. Miss, please rest in peace. I want." Unexpectedly, before the words below were spoken, Longjun rushed over earlier, and this time you're even more welcome.
竟按他坐在椅上，口里道出很娇很知像小儿人的声音道：“老师别走，你不走呢？”白平见他此际的态度和口吻，忽然像当初闺中调血时的纸花。不过再看他的容貌，
He actually pushed him to sit on the chair. She said in a very delicate and childish voice, "Teacher, don't leave. You won't leave." When Baiping saw her attitude and tone at this moment, she felt like Zhihua when she was teasing her in her boudoir. But look at her appearance.
便几乎把肚里所存的晚饭都呕出来。自想这种情致，在芷华是何等动人，在他竟是丑人作怪了，不由心里一阵凄凉，一阵好笑，但又觉得他这样思虑不成体统，便举臂轻轻向他一搪道。
He almost vomited out all the dinner he had in his stomach. I thought that this kind of sentiment was so touching to Zhihua, but to her it turned out to be something ugly. He almost vomited out all the dinner he had in his stomach. I thought that this kind of sentiment was so touching to Zhihua, but to her it turned out to be something ugly. I couldn't help but feel sad and funny in my heart. But she felt that it was inappropriate for her to.
我先不走，小姐你也请坐。龙真却不坐了，双手拢肩地立在白平面前。白平见自己袖子上忽然添了个白印，知道是方才不留神挨到他额上时沾来的厚粉， 不禁要笑，却又只得忍着。
I won't leave yet. Miss, please sit down too. Longjun stopped sitting. She stood in front of Bai Ping with her hands folded around her shoulders. Bai Ping saw a white mark suddenly appeared on her sleeve. She knew it was because she accidentally touched her forehead just now, and couldn't help but feel the thick powder on her forehead. I want to laugh, but I have to endure it.
这待龙真又开口道：“瞧你这老师，真会讹人。就算我求你练，你打听打听，我跟谁这样低三下四过？谁教是你呢？”说着，脸上又一阵红紫，立刻又补了一句道：“你又是老师呢？”白平听着有些肉麻。
Then Longjun spoke again. Look at you, teacher, you are really good at blackmailing people. Even if I beg you, ask me, who am I talking to like this? Who taught you? As he spoke, his face turned red again. Z immediately added another sentence. You are the teacher again. Bai Ping sounded a little disgusted.
便道：“我非不是忙走，是怕你要安歇。”龙真扑哧一声笑道：“你哪来的这些怕？现在我接着说，在当初我姐姐还没嫁前未仙的时候，她跟我许的愿多咧，不想到现在满不算数。”
He said, I am not in a hurry, but I am afraid that you want to rest. Longjun chuckled and said, Where do you get these fears? Now let me continue. When my sister had not married yet and was afraid of marrying first, he made so many wishes to me, but I didn't expect that all of them would count now.
我姐姐明里向着我，暗地还不是向着她。正说到这里，忽然把那鼻孔一张，向白平道：“凭魏仙这个人，为什么高兴给我花钱请先生念书？”白平觉得这个问题正是自己怀疑而想要明白的。
My sister is facing me openly, but she is not facing him secretly. Just as he said this, he suddenly opened his nostrils and said to Bai Ping, Ping Wei Xian, why are you so happy to spend money for me to study with you? Bai Ping felt that this question was exactly what she suspected and wanted to understand.
便向他摇摇头。龙真顿顿脚道：“我也不怕笑话，都告诉你吧。他们俩口子不愿意养活我，又不给我找个。”说着又红着脸向白平溜了一眼，喉咙里仿佛含糊吞咽下几个字，才接着道
He shook his head at her. Longjun stamped her feet and said, I'm not afraid of jokes either. Let me tell you. They both don't want to support me, and they won't find me someone. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Ping with a red face, his throat he seemed to swallow a few words vaguely. Then he continued.
就教我学能耐，好将来自立。我想他们既坏了良心，不替我打正经主意，诚心耽误我到现在，又混想法子收拾我，本想更他们闹个天塌地陷。后来我又一想，我怎么就是没主要的人了？
Teach me skills so that I can be independent in the future. I think they have a bad conscience and have not made any serious plans for me, and have sincerely delayed me until now. He also tried to think of ways to deal with me, hoping to make things worse for them. Then I thought again, why do I have no one I want anymore?
非得要自立，倒要争口气给他们看。现在先瞧他们怎样摆置我。白平听他说到我怎么就是没主要的人那句话，心下虽然好笑，但是很替他可怜。一个女人生得这样丑。
You have to be self-reliant. I want to show it to them. Now let's see how they manipulate me. When Bai Ping heard what she said about how I am the one no one wants, she felt funny in her heart, but she felt sorry for her. a woman was born so ugly.
虽不一定没主要，这一生幸福却未必十分厚了。又听他误解自立的话，便解释道：“这自立2个字，并不是像你这样讲没主要的人才要自立。譬如一双夫妇全有职业，能够赚钱。”
Although it may not mean that there is no need, happiness in this life may not be very abundant. Hearing that she misunderstood the words self-reliance, she explained, the word self-reliance does not mean that people like you who have nothing to do need to be self-reliant. For example, a couple both have careers and can make money.
虽是互相帮助，却不相依赖，这也是自立。龙真忙抢着道：“女人怎么赚钱呢？像我姐姐当初混世的时候，倒真能自己赚钱，自然算是自立。可是现在魏仙为什么又把她供在家里？”
Although they help each other, they are not dependent on each other. This is also self-reliance. Longjun hurriedly said, "How do women make money? For example, when my sister was in this world, she was really able to make money on her own, so she was naturally considered independent. But now why did Wei Xian keep her at home?"
不教她出去自立呢？白平忍着笑才要说话，龙真又插口道：“这些先不管他，先说咱们的事。今天天西魏仙告诉我，请妥了先生，我只当教书的先生全是咳嗽痰喘的老头子。”
Why don't you teach her to go out and be independent? Bai Ping held back her laughter before she spoke. Longjun interrupted again, "These lines don't care about her. Let's talk about our business first. Today, Tian Shiwei first told me that I have invited Mr. the gentleman I only treat as teachers are all old men with coughs and phlegm.
后来吃晚饭见着了你，才知是个又规矩又漂亮的人。吃完了饭，我姐姐问我请的先生好不好，我自然说好。我姐姐说好虽好，可是脾气太爱打人呢。我说就是教一个字打一下，我也乐意。
I saw you for dinner later. Only then did I realize that he was a well-behaved and beautiful person. After dinner, my sister asked me if the gentleman I invited was good. Of course I said yes. My sister said that although she is good, she has a very aggressive temper and likes to hit others. I said that I would be happy to just teach you how to type a word.
正说着，魏仙走进来，听见了，两口子都笑起来。我想有什么可笑的，便赌气走出来，走到窗外，听见他们正叽叽喳喳地说话，料定是嚼说我，就站住了。只听我姐姐说
Just as he was talking, Wei Xian came in and heard it, and the couple started laughing. I thought there was something funny about it. So he walked out angrily, went to the window and heard them chattering, guessing they were talking about me, so he stopped. Just listen to what my sister said.
这位先生太漂亮，怕不妥当。龙真说到这里，似嗔似笑地瞧着白萍，咬着嘴唇沉了一会，又道：“你听了可别笑话我脸大，我真把心都掏给老师你了。你猜魏先听了我姐姐的话说什么了？”
This gentleman is too beautiful for fear of being inappropriate. When Longjun said this, she looked at Bai Ping with a mixture of anger and laughter. She bit her lips for a while and said again, "Don't laugh at my big face. I really give my heart to you, teacher." Guess what Wei Xian listened to what my sister said?
他说你还怕不妥当，再想想就不怕了。过一会我姐姐哦了一声道：“我真还没想到，果真闹出不妥当，到了我一份心思。”魏仙又说：“看方才龙真的样子，倒看着先生对心思。”
He said you are still afraid of being inappropriate. When I thought about it again, I wasn't afraid anymore. After a while, my sister vomited and said, I really didn't think of it. As expected, something went wrong, which cost me a lot of attention. Wei Xian said again that looking at Long Zhen's appearance just now, he looked at the husband's thoughts.
这时我姐姐接着说道：“可是人家先生不瞎，他也白有意思呀。”魏先又道：“反正咱们的心尽到了，他把先生闹跑了也好，他跟先生一起跑了也好，他们两口子说了又笑。”后来我又听魏先说
At this time, my sister went on to say, but if the husband is not blind, she is not interesting. Wei Xian said again, anyway, we have done our best. It would be better if she made her husband run away. It might as well be that she ran away with her husband. The couple talked and laughed. Later I heard Wei Xian say it again.
这个林先生是个穷人，或者人穷志短，捣碎了咱们的心也未可知。以后我姐姐的话更不好听了，气得我再站不住，跑到自己屋里哭了一阵。自想他们真是猴拉稀，都坏了肠子。
This Mr. Lin is a poor man, or he is poor and has short ambitions. We don't know what is happening to our hearts. From now on, my sister's words will become even more unpleasant. I was so angry that I couldn't stand any longer, so I ran to my room and cried for a while. I thought they were really like monkeys having diarrhea and their intestines were damaged.
给我请先生念书，暗里安着什么心？看起来亲姐姐也一样靠不住，只恨自己命苦，从小没了爹娘，活了这么大，谁是我个知心的人？想起来真伤心。我在吃饭的时候就看出老师你是个好人。
Why don't you ask your husband to study for me? It seems that my own sister is also unreliable. I only regret that my life has been miserable since I was a child. I lost my parents, and after living so long, I have no one who knows me. It's so sad. Why don't you ask your husband to study for me? It seems that my own sister is also unreliable. I only regret that my life has been miserable since I was a child. I lost my parents, and after living so long, I have no one who knows me. It's so sad to think about it. While I was eating, I saw that you are a good person, teacher.
所以等他们走了，我就找你来说说，出我肚子里的闷气。说完，两眼看着白萍，身子又向前凑了凑，腿部都挨着了白萍的膝盖。白萍听他说完，心里才恍然大悟。
So wait until they leave. I just came to you to talk and relieve the suffocation in my stomach. After he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Ping and leaned forward again. His legs touched Bai Ping's knees. After hearing what he said, Bai Ping suddenly realized.
暗想魏仙这个家庭云构造真怪极了。魏仙从平康里弄了个太太，又家带来了个妻妹。如今因为这个妻妹生得太丑，不能嫁人，嫌累了自己，就想法教她念书自立。如今请来了老师。
I secretly thought that the family structure of Wei Xian was really weird. Wei first got a wife from Pinkangli, and then brought a wife and sister. Now, because this sister-in-law is too ugly to get married, she feels tired, so she tries to teach her to study and become independent. Now a teacher has been invited.
又在老师身上极景生情，恨不得她嫁了老师，或是跟老师跑了，就算给他们去了一块病。怪不得白天我和魏仙说师生年纪相仿，不大方便，那魏仙不特不以为意，反而那样狂笑呢。
She fell in love with the teacher instantly and wished she would marry the teacher or run away with him. even if you give them a piece of their disease. No wonder Wei Xian and I told him during the day that it was inconvenient for the teachers and students to be of the same age. But Wei Xian didn't take it seriously and instead laughed wildly.
不过，这位龙真小姐看她不呆不傻，却为何跟我说出这些话？哪一句是女人家该说的？哪一句是能对圣人说的？这也太脸大了。但是转而一想，不禁毛发悚然。
But this Miss Longzhen, I don't think she is dumb or stupid. Why did she say these words to me? Which sentence should a woman say? What words can you say to a stranger? This is too shameless. But when I think about it, I can't help but feel horrified.
暗想着龙真这种模样，总敢保是个老处女，定然向来未曾被过人的怜爱，但是求爱的心不见得比常人浅薄。如今他听了魏仙夫妇的话，说不定动了真心，一半未遂自己的私欲。
She secretly thought that Longzhen looked like an old maid. She must have never been loved by anyone, but her love for her was not necessarily shallower than ordinary people's. Now that she heard what Wei Xian and his wife said, she might have been sincerely moved, and half of them were fulfilling her own selfish desires.
一半位和魏仙夫妇怄气，就把全神注到我身上，竟要跟我用起情来，这倒是意中之事。再说他又曾在昌瑶住过，只懂得秦处受爱，所以凭空地就这样亲热起来，又是来势汹汹。
Half of my son was angry with Mr. Wei and his wife, so he focused all his attention on me and actually wanted to have sex with me. This was just what he wanted. Besides, she once lived in a prostitute, and she only knows how to love animals. So they started making out like this out of thin air, and it happened fiercely.
这可教我怎么躲避呢？想着心里一阵焦急。看龙真时，见他更凑近了自己，那一张马脸低向自己的额际，粉香已堵满鼻子，黄黄的眼珠映着满绕着红丝的白晶，正向自己凝视。
How can I avoid this? Thinking about it, I felt anxious. When he looked at Longzhen, he saw her getting closer to him. The pockmarked face was lowered to his forehead, the pink fragrance had blocked his nose, and the yellow eyes, reflected by the white eyes surrounded by red threads, were staring at him.
仿佛要冒出情火。白萍此际似乎已不把她看作女人，所以谈不到动心。只在这三更半夜，深院红窗，倒像伴着妖魔，多少有些害怕。又焦急的是，在他这样境况之下，说不定还有缠绕。
It seemed as if love was about to burst out. Bai Ping seemed to no longer regard her as a woman at this moment, so there was no talk of being attracted to her. Only in the middle of the night, the red window in the deep courtyard seemed to be accompanied by a demon. Somewhat scared. What's also worrying is that in this situation, she might still be stalked.
但只可安慰他道：“旁的不必谈了，只要小姐能够读书自立，总不至长久受旁人的气。令姐夫既然谈我那种话，我此地也不便久留。明天我就要告辞了，请小姐再请个老成的先生。”
But he could only comfort her and said, "There is no need to talk about other things. As long as the lady can study and stand on her own feet, she will not be angry with others for a long time. Since my brother-in-law talks about me like that, it is not convenient for me to stay here for a long time. I will leave tomorrow. Miss, please hire an experienced gentleman."
龙真只听到这里，脸上倏地改了颜色，仿佛急得顾不得，就把白萍的手紧紧拉住道：“我知道怕什么有什么，掏心吐胆的都跟你说了。你倒要走，我好容易遇见你。” 你走了我怎么办？天呀！
When Longjun heard this, her face suddenly changed color, as if she was too anxious to care, so she held Bai Ping's hand tightly and said, I know what I'm afraid of, and I've told you all the truth. You want to leave. It's so easy for me to meet you. What will I do if you leave? Oh my God.
我的命怎么这样苦啊？说着似乎就要哭出来。白平听他说的更不伦不类，忽然灵机一动，觉得他在晚饭时和自己见面以后，只这1点多钟的功夫，已在自己身上有了很大的打算。
Why is my life so miserable? As she said this, she seemed about to cry. When Bai Ping heard what she said, it was even more nondescript. Suddenly, she had an idea. She felt that after meeting her at dinner, in just over an hour, she had already made a big plan for herself.
如今急不择言的竟都说出来，真是蠢得可观，但也可怜得很。只怨自己不知犯了什么罪，昨宵今夜接连着得了这些奇遇，便要把自己的手从龙针把握里缩回来。龙针那肯松手。
Nowadays, people who have no choice but to say things are said out loud. It is really stupid. But also very pitiful. I just blame myself for not knowing what crime I have committed. Nowadays, people who have no choice but to say things are said out loud. It is really stupid. But also very pitiful. I just blame myself for not knowing what crime I have committed. Last night and tonight, I had these adventures one after another. Then he had to retract his hand from Longjun's grasp. Longjun was willing to let go.
道家了一只手抚在白屏扇上，眼泪汪汪地道：“我也拼出去了，跟你实说吧，钱家招不下我，逼我自己想办法。今天天缘凑巧遇见了你，你就是我的办法了。嗨嗨，我一个大闺女。”
He added a hand and stroked Bai Ping's fan. With tears in his eyes, he said, I've tried my best too. To tell you the truth, the Qian family couldn't recruit me, so I was forced to find a way by myself. Tianyuan happened to meet you today, and you are my solution. Ahem. I'm a big girl.
破出脸去跟你说这些话，你是个有良心的。说着忽然停住，一个身子几乎要都贴进白屏怀里。白屏听着几乎通身颤抖，先前虽然看出天色不佳，却想不到这场暴风雨来得这样快。
I can't show my face to say these things to you. You are a conscientious person. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, and his body was almost close to Bai Ping's arms. Bai Ping almost trembled when she heard this. Although she had noticed that the weather was not good before, she did not expect that the storm would come so quickly.
真觉没法应付，但也不敢厉色拒绝，怕他羞恼成怒，再闹出别的花样。只可暂且虚与委蛇，先挡过这一阵，以后再做计较。便慢慢立起身来，躲开了龙针的威仪，才向他道
I really can't handle it. But he didn't dare to refuse harshly, for fear that she would become angry and make other tricks. We can only pretend to be conceited for the time being, block this moment first, and worry about it later. He stood up slowly, avoided Longjun's leaning, and said to her,
小姐的心意我明字了，请先坐下，慢慢的谈。龙针便一歪身贴着白屏的腰际，软软地坐在白屏方才离开的椅上，却仍拉着白屏手而不放。白屏心里急得冒火，脸上仍自觉做笑容道
I understand what the lady means. Please sit down first. Talk slowly. Long Zhen leaned close to Bai Ping's waist and sat softly on the chair that Bai Ping had just left, but still held Bai Ping's hand. Bai Ping was so anxious that she felt angry. He still had a fake smile on his face and said,
想不到小姐你的境遇这样可怜，可是我也是个孤苦伶仃的人呐。以后咱们不妨交个朋友，大家互相慰藉。至于……龙真只听到这里，忙插口道：“这样说你不走了？”白平略一迟疑。
I never imagined that your situation, miss, is so pitiful. But I am also a lonely person. We might as well make friends in the future and comfort each other. As for… Long Zhen only heard this and hurriedly interjected, Does that mean you won't leave? Bai Ping hesitated for a moment.
龙真又催问了一句，白平只微微点了点头。龙真看他的神气含糊，又不放心起来，拉着白平撒娇道：“这不行，你还是哄我，说不定明天就偷着走了。把我抛下，那你不如现在把我治死。”
Long Zhen asked again. Bai Ping only nodded slightly. Long Zhen saw his vague expression and felt uneasy, pulling Bai Ping to act coquettishly. This won't work. You still coax me, maybe you can sneak away tomorrow. If you leave me behind, you might as well put me to death now.
省得我零碎受罪。说着一颗头指向白平怀里揉搓，白平又气又恨，暗想我和你有什么关系，竟这样歪缠，却又不好意思说出。这时龙真的丑脸正掩在白平怀里。
Save me from suffering piecemeal. As he said this, he just rubbed his head into Bai Ping's arms. Bai Ping was angry and resentful. She secretly thought about what relationship I have with you, why are you so entangled? But she was embarrassed to say it. At this time, Long Zhen's ugly face was hidden in Bai Ping's arms.
白平只见着他的乌黑的头发和歪着的削肩瘦腰，竟都苗条可爱。白平平常又是尊重女性的人，猛然感触到一个可怜的女人婉转交替在自己怀抱之内，要过分地教她伤心。
Bai Ping only saw her black hair and slanted shoulders and waist, and she was actually slender and cute. Bai Ping is usually a person who respects women. Suddenly I felt a poor woman crying tenderly in my arms, and I wanted to make her sad too much.
未免太不人道。再说她生的丑陋，也并非她自己愿意这样，无端地向我求爱，虽然不近情理，也是因她没有学问。加以这许多年的生活估计，所以破得如此倒行逆施。要以术道看来，
It's too inhumane. Besides, she was born ugly not because she wanted to be so. Although it is unreasonable to court me for no reason, it is also because she has no knowledge. Coupled with living a lonely life for many years, I was forced to act in such a perverse way. It's too inhumane. Besides, she was born ugly not because she wanted to be so. Although it is unreasonable to court me for no reason, it is also because she has no knowledge. Coupled with living a lonely life for many years, I was forced to act in such a perverse way. Look at it with forgiveness.
她只有可怜，谁能说丑人就不是人类呢？我今天既然和她遇见，也算是人生的一种愈合，应该在可能范围内给她一些安慰。何况我自从昨夜离家以来，已把这身子不看作自己的。
She is just pitiful. Who can say that ugly people are not human beings? Since I met her today, it can be regarded as a kind of encounter in life. She should be given some comfort wherever possible. Not to mention since I left home last night. I no longer regard this body as my own.
生死苦乐都不错意，就把我这已死的爱情施予给这可怜的人也罢。想到这里，便低手向龙真道：“你先别着急，我一定不走。”龙真听了，扬手看着白萍，满面布着凄惨的笑容道：“真的吗？”
The joys and sorrows of life and death are all at a loss. Just give my dead love to this poor man. Thinking of this, she lowered her head and said to Long Zhen, "Don't worry, I won't leave." After hearing this, Long Zhen looked up at Bai Ping, with a miserable smile on her face and said, "Really?"
你赌个是。白萍这时又瞧见他那丑怪的马脸，笑时露出焦黄的牙齿，重引起厌恶的心，觉得牺牲自己去安慰他，这牺牲真太大了。又一转想，我现虽然抛弃了芷华，倘若再和一个女人恋爱，
You make a bet. Bai Ping saw her ugly pockmarked face again, and her scorched teeth showed when she smiled, which aroused her disgust. She felt that sacrificing herself to comfort her was such a huge sacrifice. Then she thought about it again, and now she realizes that even though she abandoned her after Jihua, if I fall in love with another woman again,
依然对芷华不起。如今和这位丑小姐交际，便是焦芷华在旁边看着，也未必嫉妒。这样一办，良心对得住芷华，也安慰了龙真。至于我自己的苦乐，只可置之度外。
Still sorry for Jihua. Now that he is socializing with this ugly lady, even if Jiao Jihua is watching from the side, he may not be jealous. By doing this, Jihua's conscience was right and Long Zhen was comforted. As for my own pain and happiness, I can only ignore them.
想着就把对龙真恻隐的心又提了起来，便道：“我说不走，自然不走。不过我有几句话，你依的吗？”龙真忙道：“什么我全依的。你说，你说。”白萍指着对面的床道：“你先坐在那里去，我好慢慢地说。”
Thinking about it, she felt sympathy for Long Zhen again and said, "I said I won't leave, so of course I won't leave. But do you agree with what I say?" Long Zhen said hurriedly, "I can agree with everything. You tell me." Bai Ping pointed to the bed opposite and said, "Sit there first so I can speak slowly."
龙真才松了他的手，三脚两步地走到床上坐下。白萍便向他道：“你的意思我全明白，不过什么事全要一步一步地进行。要像你这样胡闹，将来要闹的大家全不好看。”
Only then did Long Zhen let go of his hand, walk to the bed and sat down. Bai Ping said to her, "I understand exactly what you mean. But everything must be done step by step. If you mess around like you, it will not look good to everyone in the future."
现在我既是教书的先生，咱们就半师半友的相处着。你有什么难过的事情，我一定安慰你。以后日子长着呢，这话你可明白了？龙真想了一想道：“谁敢跟你胡闹来？不过一听说你要走，
Now that I am a teacher, we get along as half teacher and half friend. If you have any sadness, I will definitely comfort you. The days ahead will be long. You understand this?" Long Zhen thought for a moment and said, "Who dares to mess around with you? Now that I am a teacher, we get along as half teacher and half friend. If you have any sadness, I will definitely comfort you. The days ahead will be long. You understand this?" Long Zhen thought for a moment and said, "Who dares to mess around with you? But as soon as I heard you were leaving,"
我就急了。只要你不走，我一定规规矩矩地侍候你。 你说什么是什么？白平笑道。那我可不敢当。龙真叹日气道，可，反正我的意思你也明白。别看认识你不到半天，我的心跟你算是铁了。
I was anxious. As long as you don't leave, I will serve you properly. What you say is what it is. Bai Ping said with a smile. I don't dare to take it seriously. I was anxious. As long as you don't leave, I will serve you properly. What you say is what it is. Bai Ping said with a smile. I don't dare to take it seriously. Long Zhen sighed and said, ahem. Anyway, you understand what I mean. Even though I have known you for less than half a day, my heart is firmly with you.
你想我不是后你是后谁？白平暗想我这里越往远处推，他越向近处拉，真是难缠得很。但像他这般纯野的人，一讲到爱情，立刻就变成这样恭顺，看来女人的神秘性情，无论美丑。
Do you think if I don't serve you, who will I serve? Bai Ping thought to herself that the more I push her further away, the closer she pulls me. It's really difficult to deal with. But for a stupid and wild person like her, when it comes to love, she immediately becomes so submissive. It seems that the mysterious temperament of women, regardless of beauty or ugliness.
人人是一样的。便又接着道，还有一句话和你说，请你不要着恼。我来到这里称你看得起我，这样跟我要好。不过在我却想着，初次相见，大家都没有很深感情。龙真听到这里，忽然站起。
Everyone is the same. Then he continued, I have one more thing to say to you. Please don't be upset. I came here to accept that you think highly of me and to be friends with me. But in my mind, we didn't have deep feelings when we first met. When Longzhen heard this, he suddenly stood up.
走到白平跟前，摆着手道：“这是你冤枉我，怎知我跟你没有感情？没感情会跟你说这些话？人家把心都给了你，你还说这个？哦，我明白，你是跟我没感情罢了。”白平点手道：“这个话倒是诚然。”
He walked up to Bai Ping, waved his hands and said, You have wronged me. How do you know I don't have feelings for you? Why would I say these things to you if I don't have feelings? I've given my heart to you, and you still say this. Oh. I understand, you just have no feelings for me. Bai Ping nodded and said, That's true.
在这时我对你实在没有感情。龙真听了，马脸上一阵泛紫，眼圈却红了，仿佛要哭。白平忙道：“你先听我说完了。这感情并不是两个人一见面就有的，必要相处久了，互相爱慕，才能发生感情。”
I really have no feelings for you at this time. After hearing this, Longzhen's face felt numb, but her eye circles were red, as if she was about to cry. Bai Ping said hurriedly, Listen to what I have to say first. This feeling doesn't just happen when two people meet. You need to get along for a long time and love each other before you can have feelings.
请问我和你谈了这一会功夫，哪能就有感情？我若是心里没有你，空白嘴里说跟你要好，你愿意吗？龙真听着不语，那眼泪已流下来，把脸上的厚粉都冲成了浅沟。白平又道：“我再问你。”
Please tell me how can I have feelings after talking to you for a while? If I don't have you in my heart and say that I want to be better with you, would you be willing? Longzhen was silent as she listened. The tears had already flowed down, turning the thick powder on her face into shallow grooves. Bai Ping said again. I'll ask you again.
你和我好，是希望长久呢，还是只顾现在？龙真把手捏着鼻子，出完鼻涕才酸着鼻子的声音答道：你爱信不信，我这一辈子都指望你了。难道？白平忙接着道：你既和我长久要好。
Do you want your relationship with me to last forever? Or just focus on the present? Longjun pinched her nose with her hands, and after she had runny nose, she replied with a sore nose, believe it or not, I've been counting on you my whole life. Could it be that? Bai Ping hurriedly continued, you have been friends with me for a long time.
自然不在乎这一时，所以自今以后，你最紧的就是要得着我的真感情，事情才能如你的愿，不然就是逼得我没了法，虚情假意的先顾眼前，哄乐了你，日后再把你抛开，你岂不更苦了？
Naturally, he doesn't care at this moment. So from now on, your most important thing is to gain my true feelings, so that things can go as you wish. Otherwise, I will be forced to have no choice but to look at the present first with false feelings and make you happy. I will leave you behind in the future. Aren't you suffering even more?
龙真双肩一耸，似乎打了个冷战，直着眼瞧定白平，倒发起怔来。过了半晌，突然伸手把白平的肩膊抓住道：你的意思我明白，你的话是实理。我跟你好，你不跟我好也是枉然。
Longjun shrugged his shoulders and seemed to shiver. He looked straight at Bai Ping and was startled. After a long while, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Ping's shoulders and said, I understand what you mean, and your words are true. I am good to you, and it is in vain if you are not good to me.
可是我有什么法子教你爱我呢？我的好老师，小老师，你告诉我，你寻常都是喜欢什么？我一定照着你意思办。你喜欢时髦，明天我就去剪发。你喜欢什么颜色的浓长，明天我就。
But how can I teach you to love me? My good teacher. Little teacher. Tell me, what do you usually like? I will definitely do what you want. You like fashion, I'll get a haircut tomorrow. What color clothes do you like? I will, tomorrow.
白平心里真可怜他，居然蠢到这样。但是看他这样服从指挥，知道他容易制服，不致闹出意外的笑话，倒放下了心，便拦住他的话头道：我并不注意你的装饰。
Bai Ping felt really sorry for her, she was so stupid. But seeing how she obeyed the command, I knew that she could be easily subdued and would not cause any unexpected jokes. Quite relieved, he stopped her and said, I don't pay attention to your decorations.
只要你的学问性情能叫我看得下去，我也就心安了。龙真把脸凑到白平面前道：我的性情，你放心，以后要跟你红一红脸，叫天雷劈了我。学问我可是一点没有。白平道：那不要紧。
As long as your knowledge and temperament can teach me to understand, I will feel at ease. Longjun put her face in front of Bai Ping and said, Don't worry about my temperament. If I want to blush with you from now on, I will be struck by lightning. I have no knowledge at all. Bai Ping said, That doesn't matter.
所以要我教呢？以后你要规规矩矩，凡事都要教我敬爱。早先你曾在不好的地方住过，学来的坏习气，有许多地方叫人看不上眼，以后也改了才好。龙真不住口答应道：我改，我改。
So you want me to teach you? From now on, you must behave yourself and teach me to respect and love you in everything you do. You have lived in a bad place in the past, and the bad habits you learned have made people look down upon you in many places. You will have to change them in the future. Longjun couldn't help but agreed. I will change it, I will change it.
往后我有不好，你尽管说。我要不听，你抛了我也不怨你。白平暗想，真想不到爱情有这样的魔力，把这只疯狗制服得像个绵羊。我倘然真能把它改变成个人格高尚的女子。
If there is anything wrong with me in the future, just tell me. If I don't listen, I won't blame you if you throw it away. Bai Ping thought to herself, I really didn't expect that love has such magic power, subduing this mad dog like a sheep. If only I could really change her into a woman with noble personality.
倒是无意中做的一件好事。再说，看他的为人虽然愚蠢，根性却不见得很恶。将来果能自己振拔得像个样子，我就为他牺牲到底，也不算失计。因为我牺牲在这个丑女身上。
It was a good thing I did unintentionally. Besides, although she is stupid, her nature is not necessarily evil. In the future, if I can pull myself together and look good, I will sacrifice myself for her to the end. It won't be a bad plan. Because I sacrificed myself for this ugly girl.
似乎对芷华不为负心，却又算是一种对芷华极轻薄的报复。可是在龙真方面却受着很大的施予了。他正想着，忽然觉得一只很热的手放到自己肩颈之间，抬头见龙真正向自己呆看。
It seems that he has no regrets towards Jihua. But it can be regarded as a very frivolous revenge on Jihua. But as for Longjun, he received a lot of favors. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a very hot hand placed between his shoulder and neck. He looked up and saw Longjun staring blankly at him.
忽而又把脸红了。白平正不解他是什么意思，龙真忽然把唇动了几动，才又小声道：“我也求你一件事。”白平道：“你说。”龙真又迟疑了一会，脸更红的发紫，凄凄地道：“我不敢跟你胡闹。”
Suddenly he blushed again. Bai Ping was wondering what she meant, when Longjun suddenly moved her lips a few times, and then whispered again. I also want to ask you something. Bai Ping said, You tell me. Longjun hesitated for a while, and her face became even redder and purple. Chi-Chi said honestly, I don't dare to mess around with you.
可是你要可怜我，活了这么大，没有一个知心的人，好容易遇见你，你也别总端着老师的架子，也得叫我松一点心啊。白平听了这几句话，心里倒十分感动。
But you have to pity me. I have lived so long without a close person. It is so easy to meet you. You should stop acting like a teacher all the time and teach me to relax a little. Bai Ping was very moved after hearing these words.
知道这个老处女已被自己折服的不敢有意外之求，现在只要得一点精神上的安慰，便点头道：“我早说过，咱们是半师半友，谁要端老师架子来？”龙真听了，喜欢的眉开眼笑地道。
He knew that this old maid was so impressed by him that she didn't dare to ask for anything unexpected, and now she just wanted some spiritual comfort. Then he nodded and said, I said before, we are half teachers and half friends. Who wants to pretend to be a teacher? Longjun liked it and said with a smile.
那么你也赏给我个笑脸，别这样眉眼鼻子里都冒寒气，叫人家看着不舒心。白平笑道：“我哪里冒寒气来？不过无故谁能总开着口笑？”龙真忽然见白平的态度变得这样和蔼可亲。
Then give me a smile too. Don't make others feel uncomfortable with the coldness in your face, eyes, and nose. Bai Ping said with a smile, Why am I so cold? But who can smile all the time for no reason? Longjun suddenly saw Bai Ping's attitude become so amiable.
心里痛快的仿佛遇着了什么喜事，站在白平面前，头摇手动，直不知怎样是好。看样子似乎要向白平投怀入抱，贡献他的媚态，却又踌躇不敢。欲前又却，白平也瞧出他那心痒难搔的神气。
My heart felt so happy that something happy had happened to me. Standing in front of Bai Ping, she shook her head and hands, not knowing what to do. It seems that he wants to throw himself into Bai Ping's arms and share her charm, but he hesitates. Desire and retreat. Bai Ping also saw her itchy expression.
怕又闹出难看的情形，不假思索，便又拿话阻止他道：“你方才不是问我喜欢什么？我是喜欢女人晓得道理。你现在第一种应该晓得的就是对待老师的道理，你知道吗？”
Afraid of causing another ugly situation, without thinking, he stopped her and said, Didn't you just ask me what I like? I like women to know the truth. The first thing you should know now is how to treat teachers. You know what?
你现在对待我是太亲密而不恭敬。我虽然当你是学生而兼朋友，你却应该拿我当整个的老师，这样才是道理。龙真这时正从小抽屉里拿出个小牙梳，要去梳拢白平左鬓边的乱发。
You are treating me too intimately and disrespectfully. Although I treat you as a student and a friend, you should treat me as your complete teacher. This is the truth. Longjun was taking out a small toothbrush from the small drawer to comb the messy hair on Bai Ping's left temple.
听了他这几句，仿佛被什么东西打在手上，立刻把手垂下，低着头走到床边坐下，沉思了半晌，叹了口气，一歪身伏在床栏上，肩颈一起一伏地啜泣起来。白平晓得说话伤了他的心。
After hearing these words, it seemed as if something hit my hand, and I immediately lowered my hand. After hearing these words, it seemed as if something hit my hand, and I immediately lowered my hand. He lowered his head and walked to the bed and sat down. After thinking for a while, he sighed. He leaned on the bed rail and started sobbing. Bai Ping knew that speaking hurt her heart.
这时他的脸被半掩的帐子遮着，又只瞧得见俏皮的身段了。分明是个苗条女郎，掩映在这锦衾绣帐之中，伤情垂泪。只这一霎的光景，也十分叫人动心。白平自觉这个可怜的女子。
At this time, her face was covered by the half-covered curtain, and only her playful figure could be seen. It was clearly a slender girl hidden in this brocade-embroidered quilt, crying with sadness. This momentary scene is also very touching. Bai Ping felt self-conscious about this poor woman.
真被自己操纵的苦了。大凡女人的心都是一样的柔嫩，她对我抱着这样一片的爱心，我何必在她心上划许多的疮痕？而且我既已抛却一切，不惜为她牺牲，又何必这样吝啬？可以给她的。
It's really painful for me to be manipulated by myself. The hearts of all women are equally tender. She has such great love for me, why should I put so many scars on her heart? And since I have given up everything and sacrificed for her, why should I be so stingy? It can be given to her.
就在可能范围内给她一点吧。想到这里，觉得自己仿佛竟是个提着钱囊走到贫民窟里的大善士。 不应看着贫民提饥而不解自己的谦囊。何况即使不施舍贫民，自己的钱已无处去消用。
Just give her as much as possible. Thinking of this, I feel as if I am a great philanthropist walking into the slums with a money bag. We should not watch the poor cry out for hunger without clearing their own pockets. Moreover, even if you don't give charity to the poor, your own money will have nowhere to spend it.
就是珍藏起来，也不过是个守财奴啊！想着便站起来，走到床前，扶着他的肩头道：“你要停住了哭，我能立刻教你喜欢。”龙真用袖子拭了拭泪，紧紧拉着白萍的手，口里却道：“你去吧。”
Just treasure it. He is nothing but a miser. After thinking about it, she stood up, walked to the bed, held her shoulders and said, "If you stop crying, I can teach you to like it immediately." Long Zhen wiped her tears with her sleeves, and held Bai Ping's hand tightly. He held his hand and said in his mouth, "Go ahead."
我也知遭你不爱我，我无论怎样也是白费瞎心，你也不必在这里教我了。等你出了钱家大门以后，3天以内你留神看报纸吧，那时你就知道我龙真了。白萍听着，只觉脊骨上一阵阵生凉。
I also know that you don't love me. No matter what, my efforts are in vain. You don't have to teach me here anymore. After you leave Qian's house, pay attention to reading the newspaper within 3 days. You will know me, Long Zhen, then. Bai Ping felt chills running down her spine as she listened.
知道在这一会功夫，他既完全战胜了自己。以先自己是以走挟制着他，如今他已不怕自己走，拼出死命和自己缠上了。他要不是沾染过在昌瑶的风气，绝不会一见钟情的这样热烈。
She knew that in this moment, she had completely defeated herself. In the past, he used to hold her hostage by walking away, but now she is no longer afraid of walking away by herself, and is fighting for her life to get entangled with him. She knew that in this moment, she had completely defeated herself. In the past, he used to hold her hostage by walking away, but now she is no longer afraid of walking away by herself, and is fighting for her life to get entangled with him. If she hadn't been exposed to the culture of a prostitute, she would never have fallen in love with him so passionately at first sight.
不过现在我倒要矜持一些，不可叫他知道我已承认败了阵，不然他看出我的弱点，逐步要求，那倒真要闹出笑话来呢。这时龙真已仰着泪光盈盈的眼瞧看白萍，等他开口。
But now I want to be more reserved and not let her know that I have admitted defeat. Otherwise, if she sees my weakness and demands gradually, it will really make a joke. At this time, Long Zhen looked up at Bai Ping with tearful eyes, waiting for him to speak.
白萍凝神静气地道：“我才知道你对我是这样，在良心上也不能走了，除非等你拿大棍往外赶我时，再走也不迟。”龙真脸上微露出笑容，忙又忍住，拉白萍坐在身边道，又说忍心害理的话。
Bai Ping calmly said, "I just realized that you treat me like this, and I can't leave in conscience. Unless you wait until you use a big stick to drive me out. It's not too late to leave." Bai Ping calmly said, "I just realized that you treat me like this, and I can't leave in conscience. Unless you wait until you use a big stick to drive me out. It's not too late to leave." Long Zhen's face showed a slight smile.
我能赶你。说着又叹了一声，又用手肘轻轻向白萍撞了一下，道：“不用你总这样冤枉人。可头上有天，屋里有灯，肚子里有良心。我跟你还说到这里， 又自咽住。
Can I chase you? As he spoke, he sighed again, bumped Bai Ping lightly with his elbow and said, There's no need for you to always unjustly accuse people like this. Cough. I have a sky above my head, a light in my house, and a conscience in my belly. I will tell you. At this point, he choked back.
只低头看着白平脚下的皮靴出神。白平沉了一会，才叫道：“龙真。”那龙真听白平忽然改口直呼他的名字，晓得已不像先前冷淡了，心里一喜，很娇柔地答应了一声。
He just looked down at Bai Ping's leather boots in trance. Bai Ping was silent for a while and then called out, Longzhen. When Longzhen heard Bai Ping suddenly change her voice and call her by her first name, she realized that she was no longer cold as before, so she felt happy and agreed tenderly.
那身子不由得又向白平这边凑过来，有2寸多。白平接着道：“你也别觉着我故意疏远你，以后关于你我的事，现在我先给你定下个章程，你要能遵守呢，你所愿意的就可以慢慢的实现。”
The body couldn't help but move closer to Bai Ping by more than 2 inches. Bai Ping continued, Don't think that I am deliberately alienating you. Regarding your future affairs, I will first make a charter for you. As long as you can abide by it, what you want can be realized slowly.
一直的达到你的希望为止。你要是性急呢，只好请你寻旁人去胡闹。抛开了我吧。龙真的足尖撞着白平的靴子道：“你快说是什么事？别紧子一松一紧的逗人。你瞧我还不够少。”白平笑了道
Keep on reaching your expectations. If you are impatient, I have to ask you to find someone else to mess around with. Leave me alone. Longzhen bumped her toes against Bai Ping's boots and said, Tell me what's going on. Don't try to be funny by relaxing or tightening. You see, I haven't had enough. Bai Ping smiled and said,
未先请我原是单教英文，如今我只好另外白尽义务，把你要做人的学问都教了你。凡是言语行动常识和国文英文，慢慢都要叫你晓得个大致。可是你也要用心，该改的改，该做的做。
You first asked me to teach English only, but now I have to fulfill my obligation in vain and teach you everything you need to know about being a human being. All language and behavior knowledge and Chinese and English will gradually be taught to you in general. But you also have to be careful, change what needs to be changed, and do what needs to be done.
该念的念。我对你的成绩，每星期小考一次，每月大考一次，每年总结一次。这种考就是冷眼看着和随时试验。龙真听到这里，眉头微皱道：“这不麻烦死人，成天记上了夹板。”
Think about what you should think about. I will take a small test once a week, a major test once a month, and summarize your results once a year. This kind of test means watching with cold eyes and testing at any time. When Longzhen heard this, he frowned slightly and said, It won't bother anyone. The whole sky was covered with splints.
哪能得着一心而乐？白平道：“乐倒有呢，可是得你诚心要好。每次考验以后，倘若成绩不错，我这当老师的多少有些奖赏给你。”说着向龙真一笑，龙真也笑道：“咱们不是外人，我说话你别过意。”
How can I get even 1 star of happiness? Bai Ping said, It's a pleasure, but it's better if you are sincere. After each test, if you do well, I, as a teacher, will give you some reward. As he said this, he smiled at Longzhen, who also smiled and said, We are not outsiders, so don't feel bad about what I say.
魏仙那样色客的人，一月能给你多少钱？我还忍心要你的东西。白平笑道：给你的不是东西，是你心里最愿意要的。龙真想了想道：什么？我不懂。白平看着他道：我穷的都教了书，能有什么？
How much money can a person like Wei Xian give you per month? I still have the heart to ask for your things. Bai Ping smiled and said, What I give you is not something, but what you want most in your heart. Longzhen thought for a moment and said, What? I don't understand. Bai Ping looked at her and said, I am so poor that I have taught school. What else can I have?
龙真能给你的只有爱情啊！龙真霍地跳起，伸着手似乎向白平要抱，忙又敛神坐下，通身都哆嗦了一下，才向白平俏眉展眼的道：就这样，就这样，往后我做出来你瞧，可不许我明明是好。
Longzhen, all I can give you is love. Longzhen jumped up in excitement, stretched out her hands as if to hug Bai Ping, hurriedly gathered herself and sat down, trembling all over, and then said to Bai Ping with raised eyebrows and eyes, That's it. That's all. I'll make it later and you can see. But don't let me obviously be good.
你却蛮心昧己的好肉里挑刺，喂喂，你瞧着，我累死也甘心。白平道：这又何至于累死？只要你肯学好罢了。每过1个星期，我看着你果然一切进步，我就临时变作你的好友，同你游玩半天。
But you keep it secret and find fault with others, hey hey. You see, I am willing to die from exhaustion. But you keep it secret and find fault with others, hey hey. You see, I am willing to die from exhaustion.
随便出去开心，或是在家谈天，都听你的便，但是不许出乎好朋友的范围，而且一过这个时候，我就又是老师了。龙真插日道：要是出门，许我拉着手走向魏仙，和我姐姐一样吗？白平道：
Whether you go out to have fun or chat at home, it's up to you. But it's not allowed to go beyond the scope of good friends, and once this time passes, I will be a teacher again. Longzhen said, If I go out, can I hold hands and walk like Wei Xian and my sister? Bai Ping said,
只要你的成绩值得受这种奖赏，也可以依你。龙真笑着咬嘴唇道：天呀，我好难。白平笑道：再到1个月后，我看你改变得像个样子，那我无形就给你许多的真快乐。龙真道：又是什么呢？
As long as your achievements deserve this kind of reward, you can do it. Longzhen bit her lip with a smile and said, Oh my God. It's so difficult for me. Bai Ping smiled and said, In another month, I see you have changed a lot, then I will give you a lot of true happiness invisibly. Longzhen said, What is it again?
白平道：凡是世界男女朋友能够享受的乐趣，全许你享受，并且除念书时候以外，完全是朋友了。龙真揉着头发道：好难交的朋友，世界上全像你，怕谁也没朋友脸。
Bai Ping said, You are allowed to enjoy all the fun that male and female friends in the world can enjoy. And except when we are studying, we are completely friends. Longzhen rubbed his hair and said, It's so difficult to make friends. There are no friends like this in the world. I'm afraid you don't have any friends.
你的朋友全是这样交来的吗？白平也自觉好笑，强忍着道：只有和你是这样，别人谁肯受这些啊？到3个月后，你还是照样的好，我就把你当作情人看待。龙真紧捏着白平的肩膊。
Is this how you make all your friends? Bai Ping also felt that it was funny, and said with force, Only if I am like this with you, who else would be willing to endure this? After 3 months, if you are still good as before, I will treat you as my lover. Long Zhen squeezed Bai Ping's shoulders.
眼瞧着墙上的月份牌，自己叨念道：3个月90天，今天5月16， 6月16，到8月16。说完向白平一笑，似乎浑身都添了生气。白平忙接着道：可是你还不许拿我当情人看待。
Looking at the month plate on the wall, he muttered to himself, 3 months, 90 days. Today is May 16th, June 16th, to August 16th. After saying that, he smiled at Bai Ping, and his whole body seemed to be full of emotions. All added to the anger. Bai Ping continued hurriedly, but you are not allowed to treat me as your lover yet.
龙真微吃一惊，慢慢松了手道：这又怎的？白平道：在这个时候，你只能算个被动者，却不许对我滥用爱情。龙真抢着道：你也该讲理，难道谁要诚心爱谁，还能管着人家不许爱吗？
Long Zhen was slightly surprised, and slowly relaxed her hand and said, So what? Bai Ping said, At this time, you can only be regarded as a passive one, but you are not allowed to abuse your love for me. Long Zhen grabbed it. He said, You should be reasonable. How can you prevent someone from loving someone if you want to love him sincerely?
白平觉得他这句话真把自己问住了。爱哪能受限制？但是对他这样没有学问的人，依旧可以强词夺理，便又道：爱自然不能受拘管，不过我要逼迫你上进，所以限制一下。你就是爱我。
Bai Ping felt that her words really blocked her. How can love be limited? But for an unlearned person like her, she could still argue with strong arguments, so she added, Of course love cannot be restricted, but I want to force you to make progress, so I put some restrictions on it. Bai Ping felt that her words really blocked her. How can love be limited? But for an unlearned person like her, she could still argue with strong arguments, so she added, Of course love cannot be restricted, but I want to force you to make progress, so I put some restrictions on it. You just love me.
也只许存在心里，不许发泄到外面。龙真鼻翅扇动着道：这你要闷死人，存在心里还不闷出病来？白平微笑道：有你不闷的时候啊，再过了3个月，你有了做情人的资格。
It can only be kept in the heart and cannot be vented outside. Long Zhen flapped her nose and said, If you want to suffocate people to death, won't you get sick from the suffocation in your heart? Bai Ping smiled and said, Whenever you are not bored, after 3 months, you will be qualified to be a lover.
我就许你拿我当情人。可是，龙真刚一喜欢，立刻又把嘴鼓起来道：又可是了。可是什么？白平道：我要和你说明白，情人不是夫妇，不过是比朋友近一些，可以不拘形迹罢了。你万别错想了。
I will allow you to take me as your lover. But, as soon as Long Zhen liked it, she immediately puffed up her mouth and said, It's awesome again. But what? Bai Ping said, I want to make it clear to you that lovers are not husband and wife. It's just that we are closer than our friends, so we can be more informal. Don't make the mistake of thinking this.
说完沉了一沉，见龙真低头不语，就又拉过他的手来道：倒过了1年，你真变成个好女人，那时只要你不嫌弃我，那我一辈子就不离开你了。龙真听他的话一时蒙住，又问道：不离开？
After saying that, he sank deeply. When he saw Longzhen lowered her head and said nothing, he took her hand again and said, "After a year, you have really become a good woman. As long as you don't dislike me, then I will be my best friend for the rest of my life. I won't leave you." Longzhen was stunned for a moment after hearing her words, and then asked, "Won't leave?"
怎地不离开？白平笑道：“你想，谁和谁总能一辈子不离开？”龙真这时心尖都痒了，看着坐在自己身边的白平，他那俊雅的风度，真是向来不易看见的好男人。想不到在1年之后
"Why don't you leave?" Bai Ping smiled and said, "Who do you think can always stay with whom forever?" Longzhen's heart felt itchy at this moment, and she looked at Bai Ping sitting next to her. With his handsome demeanor, he is truly a good man that is rarely seen easily. Unexpectedly, it will be 1 year later.
他居然就能是自己的丈夫，心里只喜欢的要哭，不由得红了眼圈，酸了鼻子，身体不由自主地倒入白平怀里，将白平紧紧抱住，头指向他胸际揉搓。白平挣扎着要躲开，口里却叫道：
"He can actually be her husband. I felt so happy that I wanted to cry. I couldn't help but have red eyes and a sore nose. I couldn't help but fall into Bai Ping's arms, hugging Bai Ping tightly, and my boss only rubbed his chest." Bai Ping struggled to avoid it, but she shouted,
瞧你这样，头1天就不守我的章程，禁止胡闹，再闹我走。龙真仍旧不动，浑身更颤动着，口中似深似意，断断续续地道：“你积德，别急，我就是这一会。好人，你叫我心里舒服舒服。”
"Look at you like this. You didn't abide by my rules and regulations on the first day and just acted like crazy. If you make trouble again, I'll leave." Longzhen still didn't move. His whole body was shaking even more, and he said intermittently, like moaning and murmuring, "You accumulate virtue. Don't worry. I am this moment. Good man, please make me feel comfortable."
回头就跟你立规矩，还不行吗？白平瞧他情感激荡得像中了狂，也觉得可怜，便抚着他的肩头，由着他在自己怀中偎了一会。沉过5、6分钟，就轻轻将他推起。
"I'll just make some rules with you later, okay?" Bai Ping saw that she was so emotional that she was crazy, and felt pitiful, so he stroked her shoulders and let her nestle in his arms for a while. After 5 or 6 minutes, he gently pushed her up.
龙真又把头向他乳际紧挨了几下，才随着他的手坐稳，却还由自胸间起伏，喘得像才跑了几10里路，眼儿半闭着，脸更加红紫，半晌才轻轻哼了一声，向白平又凝视了一会，或地跳下地来。
Longzhen moved her head close to his breasts a few more times before following his hands and sitting still. But his chest and shoulders were still heaving, and he was panting as if he had just run dozens of miles. His eyes were half closed, his face became even redder, and he snorted softly after a while. Xiang Baiping stared at it for a while, then jumped down to the ground.
走到梳妆台前，对着镜子把头发向后拢了拢，仰着头想了想，就跳跃着走回白平面前，恭恭敬敬地道：“老师，咱们就从今天起吧。”白平点头道：“就依你，可是再不许你像方才那样。”
He walked to the dressing table, pushed his hair back in front of the mirror, raised his head and thought for a while, then jumped back to Bai Ping and said respectfully, "Teacher, let's start from today." Ping nodded and said, "It's up to you. But you are not allowed to do what you did just now."
以后你要坏了章程，就把以前的都抹消，还要从头算起。 龙真诺诺连声道：“自然自然，我也明白。只要我随着你1年，以后还有你随我的日子呢。我为什么长欠不拉，倒拉短欠？”白平也笑道
If you break the charter in the future, you will erase all the past ones and start from scratch. Long Zenonguo said repeatedly, "It's natural. I understand too. As long as I follow you for 1 year, there will be days when you follow me in the future. Why don't I pull the long fiber but the short fiber instead?" Bai Ping also smiled and said,
这不是明白话。龙真慢慢退坐到椅上，瞧着白平，喜容忍不住的阵阵流露。白平见中已快到夜午，便站起道：“咱们的事也都说完了，我要到我屋里歇一息，还要给他们听门呢。龙真还要留他。”
Isn't this clear? Longjun slowly sat back on the chair and looked at Bai Ping, her face bursting with joy. When Bai Ping saw that it was almost midnight, she stood up and said, "Let's talk about everything. It's over, I'm going to take a rest in my room. I still have to listen to the door for them. Longjun still wants to keep him."
白平摇手道：“别再黏缠，我要烦了。”龙真不敢再说，看着他走出去，忽然叫道：“等等！”白平站住，见他从小柜里拿出2包纸烟1盒糖食，走过来塞在白平口袋里道：“省得你自己闷。”白平也不推却。
Bai Ping waved her hand and said, "Stop being so clingy, I'm getting annoyed." Longjun didn't dare to say anything more and watched him walk out. Suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Bai Ping stopped and saw her take out 2 packs of cigarettes and a box of candy from the cabinet. She came over and stuffed them into Bai Ping's pocket and said, "Save yourself boring." Bai Ping didn't push it. But
谢了一声，走回自己屋里。他不禁倒好声感慨起来，就合衣沉沉地睡去。到醒来睁眼时，已是红日满窗。白平猛猛腾腾地瞧了半天屋顶，又看看屋里的光景，才忆起昨天的事。
he thanked him and walked back to his room. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion, put on his clothes and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke up and opened my eyes, the red sun was already filling the window. Bai Ping stared blankly at the roof for a long time. Looking at the scene in the room again, I remembered what happened yesterday.
便一咕噜坐起来，扶着头，想念前昨2天的经过，直如做了一场怪梦。在2天以前，自己还是个有家有业幸福的人，不想局势一变，就落到这步田地。独身客既在这种人家，名为教师。
Then he sat up, holding his head, thinking about the past 2 days, as if he had a strange dream. 2 days ago, I was a happy person with a family and a job. I don't want the situation to change. We've ended up in this situation. Single guests stay in such homes. Named teacher.
实际还不就是奴仆？虽然我是养晦逆计，故意的佯狂玩事，却不想又玩出龙真这一桩牵缠公案。可见人若背了时运，随处都能遇见不舒心的事体。想着便走下地来，推开屋门。
In fact, they are not just slaves. Although I kept a low profile and pretended to be cynical on purpose, I didn't want to get involved in Longjun's case again. It can be seen that if a person is not lucky, he will encounter unpleasant things everywhere. After thinking about it, he walked down to the ground and opened the door.
想换人打水灌树，见院里却静寂寂的，听不见人声，更见不着个人影。才想要呼唤，突而转想了一想，自己笑道：“我还觉这是 自己家里呢，呼奴唤婢的，别自讨没味，便在屋里寻着各就脸盆。
I wanted to call someone to get some water to wash up, but the courtyard was completely silent, no sound could be heard, and no one could be seen. Just when he wanted to call, he suddenly thought about it and said with a smile, I still think this is my own home. If you call a slave, don't bring shame on yourself. Then he looked for an old wash basin in the house.
端着出来，想循着厨房取些热水，哪知厨房偏不在后院里，只可又走到前院，在东南角找着厨房，盛了些温水，又端着走回后院，才走到西厢房的窗前，忽听上房的斑竹帘一响。
Taking it out, I wanted to look for the kitchen to get some hot water. Unexpectedly, the kitchen was not in the backyard, so I had to walk to the front yard. Find the kitchen in the southeast corner. Taking it out, I wanted to look for the kitchen to get some hot water. Unexpectedly, the kitchen was not in the backyard, so I had to walk to the front yard. Find the kitchen in the southeast corner. He filled some warm water and carried it back to the backyard. Just as I walked to the window of the west wing, I suddenly heard the sound of the bamboo curtain in the upper room.
那未仙的太太挠头撒脚地走出来，向白萍招了招手，却不说话，只站在廊檐下向着他笑。白萍一时摸不着头脑，便站住叫了声前太太。那未仙太太却一只手掩着自己的嘴。
The fearful wife walked out strutting her head and waved to Bai Ping, but said nothing. She just stood under the eaves and smiled at him. Bai Ping was confused for a moment, so she stopped and called Mrs. Qian. Mrs. Wei Xian covered her mouth with one hand.
一只手向背后指了指，又连向白萍摇摆，仿佛告诉他未仙在屋里不可高声的意思。白萍见他那形象不妙，自己端着脸盆便走进后院，不想那未仙太太竟跟了来，在白萍身后道：“走。”
One hand pointed behind him, and then waved it towards Bai Ping, as if to tell him that Wei Xian was in the room and not to raise his voice. Bai Ping saw that her appearance was not good, so she carried the wash basin and walked into the backyard. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Wei Xian followed her. Behind Bai Ping said, "Let's go."
到你屋里，有话告诉你。白萍心里一阵跳，自想大清早起她无故跑到自己屋里，多少有些不便。但她是本家主妇，又没法不随着她。及至到了屋里，魏仙太太也不等人让，便坐在床上。
Come to your room and tell you something. Bai Ping's heart skipped a beat, thinking that it would be somewhat inconvenient for her to come to her house so early in the morning for no reason. But she was the housewife of the family, and she had no choice but to follow her. When she got to the house, Mrs. Wei didn't wait for anyone to let her go, and sat on the bed.
向白萍笑道：“你怎么谢我？我给你出了这么大的力。”白萍听着莫名其妙，只直着眼看着地下。魏仙太太又笑道：“不告诉你也不明白，昨天你头一天上工，晚上就躲懒，不给我们听门。”
Xiang Bai Ping smiled and said, "How can you thank me? I have done so much for you." Bai Ping was confused and just stared at the ground. Mrs. Wei Xian smiled again and said, "I don't understand if I don't tell you. Yesterday you were lazy on the first day of work yesterday and didn't answer the door for us."
魏仙气得一跳多高，立刻就要教你走路，幸亏我横拦竖直地劝住了。你说我费这样气力，为的是什么呢？说着向着白萍指笑，那样子好不难看。白萍心里立刻又跳起来。
Wei Xian was so angry that he jumped so high that he immediately taught you how to walk. Fortunately, I tried my best to persuade him. Why do you think I expend so much effort? As he said that, he just smiled at Bai Ping. It looked so ugly. Bai Ping's heart immediately jumped again.
自想这里真不可一招居了。龙真那一桩还正在不了，又斜刺里闹出个魏仙太太来，这一个更没法可办。他若破得我太甚，我不如趁着这个机会拂袖一走，活该我自结其身。
I thought it was impossible to live here for one day. Long Zhen's incident was still unresolved, but Mrs. Wei Xian came out again. This one is even more impossible to do. If she presses me too hard, I might as well take this opportunity and walk away. I deserve to clean myself up.
省得淌这个臭坑，就是续了龙真的希望，也算是他令子害得他怨不着我。想到这里，便向魏仙太太道：“钱太太对我的厚意，我固然感激。不过我并不是一定要在钱宅做事，魏仙先生要我走。”
Save yourself from this stinky pit. Even if Long Zhen's hopes were dashed, it can still be regarded as her sister-in-law's fault. She can't blame me. Thinking of this, she said to Mrs. Wei Xian, "Of course I am grateful for Mrs. Qian's kindness to me. But I don't have to be here. I'm working in Qianzhai, and Mr. Wei Xian wants me to leave."
我走好了。魏仙太太半嗔半笑地道：“瞧你真是好大的性气，你干不干那个话另说。我为你费了这些心，就落你这么几句话吗？我要不是拿你另眼看，上去就给你几个耳刮子。”
I'm done. Mrs. Wei Xian said with half annoyance and half smile, "Look at what a big temper you have. Whether you do that or not is another matter. I've put all this effort into doing this for you, and I'm just going to leave you with these few words. If I hadn't looked at you differently, I would have scratched your ears a few times."
说着，两只媚眼直向白萍端详，样子更十分尴尬。白萍这时实在忍不住，便昂然说道：“钱太太，你不必跟我说这些，我已决意辞却这里，等回头见过魏仙，立刻就走。我这谢谢太太的法子。”
As he spoke, he looked at Bai Ping with his charming eyes, looking even more embarrassed. Bai Ping couldn't help it anymore, so she said proudly, "Mrs. Qian, you don't have to tell me this. I have decided to leave this place. When I see Wei Xian later, I will leave immediately. This is my way of thanking my wife."
就是叫太太眼前清净。魏仙太太见他这样，不由吃了一惊，便脸笑正色道：“林先生，是我不该惹你着急。龙真和你的事，他昨晚都告诉我了。我只这一个妹子，好容易有了着落，我怎么不喜欢？”
Just teach your wife to be quiet in front of her. Mrs. Wei Xian couldn't help being surprised when she saw him like this. She smiled and said seriously, "Mr. Lin, I shouldn't make you anxious. She told me everything about Long Zhen and you last night. I only have this girl, and it's easy to find a place. Just teach your wife to be quiet in front of her." Mrs. Wei Xian couldn't help being surprised when she saw him like this. She smiled and said seriously, "Mr. Lin, I shouldn't make you anxious. She told me everything about Long Zhen and you last night. I only have this girl, and it's easy to find a place. Why don't I like it?"
不过他和我说，你总像有些沾滞，大约是怕魏仙和我。如今从我嘴里告诉你，往后你什么也不必怕，只要你同龙真好，我就是你们的护庇，更不必拿魏仙当一回事。 你明白吗？
But she told me. You always seem a little stuck, probably because you are afraid of being with me first. Now I tell you from my mouth, you don't have to be afraid of anything in the future. As long as you and Long Zhen are on good terms, I will be your protection. Don't even take Wei Xian seriously. Do you understand?
还有昨天你和龙真说的话，我听着都有些耳生。俩人好就好吧，又干没1年半年的傻等。依我看，不如由我和魏先说明，趁早办了喜事，你们还尽管在这里住着。凭你这样精明的小伙子。
And what you and Long Zhen said yesterday sounded a little strange to me. As long as the two of you are good, why bother waiting for a year and a half? In my opinion, it's better for me and Wei Xian to explain that if the happy event is held as early as possible, you can still live here. For a smart young man like you.
还养活不了他吗？说完看着白平，等他答话。白平才明他此来并没安着邪心，但也没安着好意，大意总还是想趁机会把龙真推给自己，他们好脱些清静。看来昨天龙真的话倒是不假。
Can't you still feed her? After saying that, she looked at Bai Ping and waited for his answer. Bai Ping realized that she had no evil intentions here. But she also didn't have good intentions. She always wanted to take the opportunity to push Long Zhen to herself. It seems that what Long Zhen said yesterday is true.
想到这里，倒有些可怜龙真，便向钱太太正色道：“龙真小姐昨天要求我的事，既然全告诉了你，真是再好没有。我正盼望您能够知道，省得将来有人不往好处猜疑。”
Thinking of this, she felt a little pity for Long Zhen. Then he said sternly to Mrs. Qian, "Now that I have told you everything that Miss Long Zhen asked me to do yesterday, it couldn't be better. I was hoping that you would know, so that no one would be suspicious in the future."
但是昨天我和龙真约定的话，已是板上钉钉，无论如何不能改变。您要逼得我太甚，那简直就是叫我离开贵府。魏仙太太听到这里，呦了一声道：“我的小爷，你可别拿我当台阶，趁坡下。”
But the agreement I made with Long Zhen yesterday was finalized. No matter what, it cannot be changed. If you push me too far, you will simply teach me to leave your house. When Mrs. Wei Xian heard this, she exclaimed and said, "My young master, don't use me as a step to get down the slope."
我把你逼走了，龙真找我要人，我拿什么赔他呀？你们还是该怎么办就怎么办，只当我没说。说完又搭讪了几句闲话，急忙走出。白平呆坐在屋里，真猜不透这位太太此来是何用意。
I forced you away, and Long Zhen came to me to ask for someone. How can I compensate her? You can still do whatever you want, just pretend I didn't say anything. After that, they chatted with each other for a few more words and hurriedly walked out. Bai Ping sat in the room blankly, really unable to guess what the purpose of this lady's visit was.
看样子虽像是替龙真来做说客，但是又不仅如此，大约总是下等妇女无意识的举动，便也不再思索，自去洗脸，哪知被魏仙太太鬼混了这半天，水早冰冷，幸而天气甚暖，便胡乱洗毕。
Although it looked like he was working as a lobbyist for Long Zhen, it was more than that. It's probably always an unconscious move on the part of inferior women. He stopped thinking and went to wash his face. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Wei Xian had been fooling around for a long time, and the water was already cold. Fortunately, the weather was very warm, so I finished washing indiscriminately.
才坐下想休息一会， 忽听魏仙的声音在前院呼喝。白平初不介意，后来听他似乎喊自己的名字，只可匆匆走出。只见魏仙正站在院里，光着脚踏着鞋，瞪圆了眼睛喊闹。一见白平走来，
I just sat down and wanted to rest for a while, when I suddenly heard Wei Xian's voice shouting in the front yard. Bai Ping didn't mind at first, but later she heard that he seemed to be calling her name, so she had no choice but to walk out in a hurry. I saw Wei Xian standing in the courtyard, with his bare feet and shoes on, his eyes wide open and shouting. I saw Bai Ping coming.
更跳脚叫道：“林先生，你是想怎么着？昨夜教你听门，你睡了觉，今天早晨又不扫院子，我估你为的是什么？”白平听他的口气，居然拿下人对待自己，不由气向上冲，正想开口和他顶撞。
Gung jumped to his feet and shouted, Mr. Lin, what do you want? Last night I taught you to listen to the door, and you fell asleep. This morning you didn't sweep the yard. Why did I hire you? Bai Ping listened to his tone and actually took the servants treated him and couldn't help but feel angry. I was about to open my mouth to contradict him.
忽又想到这扫院听门都曾载在条约，明明是自己误了事，被他占了理，便忍气道：“对不起，是我疏忽。”说着想去寻扫帚来扫地，哪知魏仙还不肯罢休，嘴里不干不净地道：“天生的懒狗。”
Suddenly I thought that sweeping the courtyard and listening to the door were all included in the treaty. It was obvious that he had made a mistake and was taken advantage of by him, so he said patiently, I'm sorry, it was my negligence. As he said that, he wanted to find a broom to sweep the floor. Unexpectedly, Wei Xian refused to give up and said in an impure voice, a born lazy dog.
到哪里也摸不着热屎吃，真是扶不上墙的东西。白平这时可真忍不住了，自想挨骂可不在我的职责以内，这折磨也真受得够了，不如趁此跟他反了脸罢。想着把腰一直，双眉略竖。
Nowhere can I touch hot shit and eat it. It's really something that can't be held up to the wall. Bai Ping couldn't help it anymore. It's not my duty to be scolded. I've really suffered enough from this torture. Why don't you take this opportunity to turn against him? She thought about straightening her waist and raising her eyebrows. Slightly vertical.
才要说话，只见对面魏仙背后，龙真正从卧室里出来，脸上已吓得变了颜色，连连向自己摆手，仿佛劝自己不要和魏仙翻脸。白平不由怔了一怔，接着又见他合掌当胸，站着做事。
Just when he was about to speak, he saw Longjun coming out of the bedroom behind Wei Xian. His face was so frightened that he waved his hands to himself, as if to persuade him not to turn against Wei Xian. Bai Ping couldn't help but be startled. Then I saw her clasping her hands to her chest and standing in the pose.
向自己连连地叩首，那样子十分可笑，也非常可怜。白平虽然因见他这样形状消了一半气，但终忍不住，还向魏仙道：“钱先生是律师，更该知道骂人是有罪的。我因为您是上流人。”
Kowtow to yourself repeatedly. That's very ridiculous and very pitiful. Although Bai Ping lost half of her anger when she saw her in this state, she still couldn't help it. He also said to Wei Xian, Mr. Qian is a lawyer, so he should know that it is sinful to curse people. I am because you are a high-class person.
所以不便反口，请您留神一点。钱魏仙想不到白平说话这样尖刻，倒愣了一愣，接着脸红耳赤， 跳起脚来大骂道：“混蛋！你是我花钱雇的，许我骂你，你要反嘴就是奴欺主，是你妈的大逆不道。”
So it's inconvenient to retaliate. Please be careful. Qian Weixian didn't expect Bai Ping to speak so harshly, so he was stunned for a moment. Then, so it's inconvenient to retaliate. Please be careful. Qian Weixian didn't expect Bai Ping to speak so harshly, so he was stunned for a moment. Then he turned red, jumped up and cursed, "Asshole! You are paid by me to hire you. If you want to retaliate if I scold you, you are a slave to your master. It's your mother's treason."
白平听着，气得倒要笑出来，便握着拳头问他道：“什么是奴欺主？是什么时候的法律？”魏仙才想到这还是前清的老话，被自己气急说出来，不像个律师口吻，但仍咆哮着道：“什么是奴？”
Bai Ping was so angry that she almost laughed out loud, so she clenched her fists and asked him, "What is a slave bullying his master? When was it the law?" Only then did Wei Xian realize that this was an old saying from the Qing dynasty, so he said it angrily, not like a lawyer, but still roared, "What is a slave?"
你就是奴。什么时候的法律？现在时候的法律，我们家的法律。白平已气得脸白，但还忍着不发作。龙真见识不好，走过来便拽着往屋里走，一面劝着道：“姐夫还不吃点心去？”
"You are a slave. When was the law? The law of the present time, the law of our family." Bai Ping was so angry that she turned pale, but she still managed not to get angry. Seeing that something was wrong, Long Zhen came over and dragged her into the house while advising, "Brother-in-law, why don't you go get some snacks?"
跟他个糊涂人闹什么？魏仙见白平在那里握拳张目，知道已把他骂苦了，自己再不寻个台阶了事，恐怕惹急了他，要吃眼前亏，便随着龙真拉拽走去，嘴仍不肯示弱。
"What are you doing with a fool like him?" Wei Xian saw Bai Ping clenching his fists and opening his eyes. He knew that he had scolded him bitterly. If he didn't find a way to deal with it, he might offend him and suffer immediate consequences. Then he followed Long Zhen and dragged him away, still mouthing refuse to show weakness.
拿着官腔，依着惯例的骂道：“混蛋王八蛋，趁早给我滚！”这一句还没骂完，白平已再不能忍，一步就跳到他背后，扬起皮靴照着他后心就是一脚。魏仙向前一扑，慌乱中原想扑到龙真身上。
She cursed in an official tone as usual, "You bastard, you bastard, get out of here as soon as possible." Before she could finish the sentence, Bai Ping couldn't bear it anymore and jumped behind him in one step, raising her leather boots to shine at his back. She cursed in an official tone as usual, you bastard, get out of here as soon as possible." Before she could finish the sentence, Bai Ping couldn't bear it anymore and jumped behind him in one step, raising her leather boots to shine at his back. The heart is a kick. Wei Xian pounced forward, and in panic Zhong Yuan wanted to pounce on Long Zhen.
免于跌倒，哪知扑个不着，身子直跌到上房石阶上，咯噔一声，立刻头上起了个大紫疙瘩。龙真因为手牵着他，也被他牵得跌坐在地下。魏仙怕白平再赶过来打，急忙正起。
Avoid falling. Unexpectedly, he couldn't catch it and fell straight to the stone steps of the upper room. There was a thud and a big purple pimple immediately appeared on his head. Because Longzhen held his hand, he also fell to the ground. Avoid falling. Unexpectedly, he couldn't catch it and fell straight to the stone steps of the upper room. There was a thud and a big purple pimple immediately appeared on his head. Because Longzhen held his hand, he also fell to the ground. He was afraid that Bai Ping would come over and hit him again, so he hurriedly struggled to get up.
连滚带爬的向上房屋里就跑，跑到屋门口，听不见后面脚步响，才敢回头来看。只见白平还立在原处，怒目凝眉地向着自己。想到他继没赶来，像是泄了胆气，自己的胆子立刻又壮了。
He rolled and climbed up and ran into the house. When I ran to the door of the house, I couldn't hear the footsteps behind me, so I dared to look back. Bai Ping was still standing there, looking at him with angry eyes and frowning eyebrows. Thinking that he didn't come, I think he was discouraged. My courage immediately became stronger again.
便顿着脚喊仆妇到来，来人，拿我的片子，把这混账东西送警察厅，等我慢慢跟他起诉。真他妈的反了，无故的殴打大律师，还有王法，不枪毙也该无期徒刑。白平听着，忽而对他冷笑。
Then he stamped his feet and called to the maid, "Come here, take my film and send this bastard to the police station. Wait for me to slowly sue him." He really did the opposite and beat the barrister for no reason. And Wang Law? If not shot, he should be imprisoned for life. Bai Ping suddenly sneered at him.
却不再开口。龙真从地下爬起来，忙用乞怜的目光向白平使个眼色，便又走到魏仙面前，想将他推入屋内。哪知魏仙已自跑进屋里，一梳时又跑出来，手里果然拿着一张名片。
But he didn't speak anymore. Longzhen got up from the ground, winked at Bai Ping with pleading eyes, then walked up to Wei Xian again, trying to push him into the house. Unexpectedly, Wei Xian ran into the house by himself and ran out again in a flash, holding a business card in his hand.
又连声地喊仆妇，龙真正左右为难，急得没法。这时院与女厕所里恰跑出个魏仙太太，一面系着裤子，一面且走且嚷道：“别吵，别吵！怎地大清早就打起架来，闹得人家使也拉个半截。”
He called the servant girl again and again. Longzhen was in a dilemma and was too anxious to do anything. He called the servant girl again and again. Longzhen was in a dilemma and was too anxious to do anything. At this moment, a Mrs. Wei Xian ran out of the women's restroom in the corner of the courtyard, fastening her trousers. As he walked away, he yelled, "Don't make a noise. Don't make a noise. Why are you fighting so early in the morning? It's making everyone shit."
差点弄一裤兜子，你们缺德不缺？说着已走到白平跟前，用手将他一推道：“你先上后边歇着去，什么事全看我。”说完又叫龙真道：“你来，把你老师拉到后院去。”魏仙见自己太太走来，
I almost got a pocket full of pants. Are you lacking in virtue? As he said this, he walked up to Bai Ping, pushed him with his hand and said, "You go to the back and rest first. Everything depends on me." After that, he called Longzhen and said, "Come here and drag your teacher to the backyard. I was afraid to see my wife. I almost got a pocket full of pants. Are you lacking in virtue?" As he said this, he walked up to Bai Ping, pushed him with his hand and said, "You go to the back and rest first. Everything depends on me." After that, he called Longzhen and said, "Come here and drag your teacher to the backyard. I was afraid to see my wife coming."
更住了胆量，更跳脚喊道：“你们别管，我非得教他尝尝厉害。” 耍混耍到我当律师的头上来了，看他还活得长远。这时龙真已拉住白平，拼命向后院牵叶，口里却低声小语道：“我的小祖宗。”
He was even more courageous, and jumped to his feet and shouted, "Don't worry about it. I have to teach him a taste of his skills. The fooling around is getting to my head as a lawyer. Let's see if he can live long." At this time, Long Zhen had already grabbed Bai Ping, desperately pulling towards the backyard, whispered in a low voice, "My little ancestor.
你只当在我身上积德，先回你屋里去，慢慢的说。”白平不由得随他走去，却回头说道：“我原该立刻离开这里，不过你既说要办我个无期徒刑，我就先在这里候着你的办法。无论是法律武力。”
You just need to accumulate virtue in me. Go back to your room first, and speak slowly. You just need to accumulate virtue in me. Go back to your room first, and speak slowly. Bai Ping couldn't help but follow her, but turned back and said, "I should have left here immediately, but since you said you wanted to sentence me to life imprisonment, I will wait here for now. Either by legal force."
我都能奉陪。此际魏仙太太也赶过劝白平道：“快走吧，回头我教你顺气。”又见白平还向魏仙争辩，仓促中便用一只手帮着龙真推他，一只手去掩他的口，无意中却像把白平抱在怀里。
I can accompany you. At this time, Mrs. Wei Xian also rushed over to persuade Bai Ping, "Go quickly, I will teach you to be gentle later." Seeing that Bai Ping was still arguing with Wei Xian, she hurriedly used one hand to help Long Zhen push him, and used the other to cover his mouth. Unintentionally, it was as if she was holding Bai Ping in her arms.
魏仙见自己的太太和龙真两个人都这样竭力地劝慰白平，却把自己丢在一边，以自心中气恼。再见自己太太和白平那种不避嫌疑的样子，忍不住勃然大怒，拍着门框大骂道：
Wei Xian saw his wife and Long Zhen, both of whom tried their best to comfort Bai Ping, but left Bai Ping aside, feeling angry in their hearts. When I saw my wife and Bai Ping not avoiding suspicion, I couldn't help but get furious. He slapped the door frame and cursed.
你们俩都给我滚开！不要脸的东西都打算怎么样？雇来的臭要饭花子也用这样维持他，安的什么心？你们看他是小白脸，怕他受委屈，好他妈的不要脸！骂着又气急败坏地跑过。
You too, get out of here, you shameless things. What are you planning to do? The hired stinky beggar also used this to maintain him. What are you worried about? You see him as a pretty boy, and you are afraid that he will be wronged, so damn shameless. He cursed and ran past angrily.
一把将太太拉开，不想使的力气太大，把太太扯得一个趔趄，虽没跌倒，却已撞在墙上。白平只疑他还来对付自己，便又站住，哪知魏仙却已走回去，口里还不要脸的天生婊子的骂。
He pulled his wife away. Not wanting to use too much force, my wife staggered. Although she didn't fall, she hit the wall. Bai Ping only suspected that he was still coming to deal with her, so she stopped again. Unexpectedly, Wei Xian had already walked back, still calling her a shameless, natural-born bitch.
这时龙真已赶过去扶住姐姐，那魏仙太太才自站好，忽然乘着龙真的牵制，向后一退，倒坐在地下，面色气得发青，手拍的砖地乱响道：“你们不用打，姓钱的，咱们趁今天干吧。我爱小白脸。”
At this time, Long Zhen had rushed over to help her sister. Mrs. Wei Xian had just stood up, and suddenly took advantage of Long Zhen's hold, stepped back, and sat down on the ground. His face turned green with anger. He slapped his hands on the brick floor and said, "You don't need to fight. Qian, let's do it today. I love pretty boys."
杏林的脸白，不错不错，我爱我爱，我们全爱。闹着又在地下打了个滚，重又坐起来，指着魏仙大骂道：“你个不是人做的东西！这几年把你吃肥了，吃油蒙了心，就敢骂你亲娘？你说我爱小白脸。”
The man named Lin has a pale face. Not bad, I love it. We all love. He rolled on the ground again, sat up again, pointed at Wei Xian and cursed, "You are not made by a human being. In the past few years, I have made you fat, and your heart has been clouded by fat. I dare to scold your own mother. You said I love pretty girls.
必是你想个绿帽子戴，这个县城别枉了你的心，这就给你个样看一看。说着站起来扑向白萍，就要搂抱。倒下的白萍躲避不迭，满院乱跑。魏仙太太却跟在后面追。龙真又气又笑。
You must want to be a cuckold, this one is ready, don't waste your heart. This will give you a look. As he said that, he stood up and rushed towards Bai Ping, about to hug her. Bai Ping was so frightened that she couldn't avoid it and ran around the courtyard. You must want to be a cuckold, this one is ready, don't waste your heart. This will give you a look. As he said that, he stood up and rushed towards Bai Ping, about to hug her. Bai Ping was so frightened that she couldn't avoid it and ran around the courtyard.
只可又跟在魏仙太太后面拉劝，真是闹得沸有盈天。魏仙想不到魏打骡子惊了马驹，心中气愤惊悔种种感触，就使他正在那里不言不动。龙真好容易将姐姐拉住。
He could only follow Mrs. Wei to persuade her. It really caused a stir among friends. Wei Xian didn't expect to frighten the foal by beating the mule, and he felt angry, frightened, and regretful, which made him freeze there without saying anything. Long Zhen managed to hold her sister back.
那魏仙太太喘吁吁地哭闹着，又一转身奔了魏仙来，冷不防先刷了他2个嘴巴。魏仙因白萍在旁，自己不能不做些威风，就瞪眼道：“你这娘们要疯，敢打我！”
Mrs. Wei Xian was panting and crying, then turned around and ran towards Wei Xian Lai, and unexpectedly brushed his mouth. I was afraid because Bai Ping was there. He couldn't help but show some authority, and glared, "You bitch, you are so crazy, how dare you hit me?"
哪知话未说完，又被太太将手沁住，张口就咬，痛得魏仙呀呀的叫。到龙真将他的手从他嘴里夺出来时，魏仙太太又一屁股坐在地下了，一手扯住魏仙的腿腕，不放他跑。
Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, his wife grabbed his hand again and opened his mouth to bite him. He was so painful that he screamed in fear. When Long Zhen took his hand out of her mouth, Mrs. Wei Xian sat down on the ground again. He grabbed Wei Xian's legs and wrists with one hand, not letting him run away.
嘴里又吵斗似的哭喊道：“你们谁也别劝，谁劝我就跟谁滚！姓钱的，咱们今天算笔总账，该我的给我，散你娘的兔子会！姓钱的，你没有我，你也配住大瓦房，穿起霞缎，坐包月车。”
He cried as if he was frying beans again. "Don't persuade any of you. I will get out with whoever persuades me. Mr. Qian, let's calculate the general ledger today. Give me what is mine, and let your mother's rabbit party go." The surname is Qian. Money, if you don't have me, you still deserve to live in a big tile-roofed house, wear Qixia satin, and take a monthly car.
在外边装你妈的人，奶奶今天明白了，养汉还不如养气包。这个家是我的，没有你一点什么，立刻你给我滚蛋！你说我爱姓林的，我就跟他过。魏仙越听他说的越不像话，急得只有跺脚。
People who are pretending to be your mother outside. Grandma understood today that raising a man is worse than raising a chi bag. This home is mine, and it doesn't have anything to do with you. Get out of here right now. You said I loved the man named Lin, so I went with him. The more Wei Xian listened to what she said, the more outrageous it became, and he could only stamp his feet anxiously.
自己既不敢打闹，又没脸去劝，只向着龙真丢眼色，希望他给解围。不想龙真只当作没看见。那魏仙太太喘了2口气，又接着喊道：“给你们劝架，倒劝出你的不要脸的话来。你不要脸。”
He didn't dare to make a fuss, and he didn't have the shame to persuade him. He just looked at Long Zhen and hoped that she would come to the rescue. I don't want Long Zhen to just pretend he didn't see it. Mrs. Nowixian took a few breaths, and then shouted, I tried to stop you from fighting, but I tried to persuade you to say shameless things. You are shameless.
我更不用要脸，我也不是大闺女出身，到现在还是想跟谁就跟谁。姓林的好，我跟他睡2宿，你也是干看着。不过我怕对不过妹妹，所以不动邪心。你倒给我提醒来了。好，我就以歪就歪。
I don't even need to be ashamed. I am not an eldest daughter, and I still follow whoever I want. The guy named Lin is good. I slept with him for 2 nights, and you just watched. But I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to deal with my sister, so I didn't have any evil intentions. You gave me a reminder. Good. I just go astray.
我姐妹俩全跟姓林的，你姓钱的趁早滚蛋。白平听着，自己倒难以为情，想不到这种女人会泼辣无耻到这样。想要躲开，又舍不得这出热闹活剧。魏仙却明知道，捋了胡须。
My 2 sisters are all named Lin. You surnamed Xian, get out of here as soon as possible. Bai Ping felt embarrassed when she heard this. She didn't expect that such a woman could be so shameless. She wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't bear to part with this lively drama. But Wei Xian knew that he was stroking the tiger's beard.
今天自己不免要出个大丑，不如拼着丢人，快止住了狮子的狂吼，省得越闹越厉害。便低头去拉太太道：“你起来，就是怨我说话不对，咱们上屋里说去，别教外人看笑话。”
I was inevitably going to make a big embarrassment today, so why not try my best to embarrass myself and quickly stop the lion's roar to avoid making the noise worse? He lowered his head and pulled his wife over and said, You got up because you were complaining that I said something wrong. Let's go up to the house. Go ahead. Don't teach outsiders to laugh.
这时，太太霍地随着他的手站起来，魏仙还以为太太真听劝，居然不撒泼打坠咕噜，心里正在心兴，不想太太站起，不奔屋里，倒向门口跑去，且跑且喊道：“你要上屋里去说，怕人笑话。”
At this time, the wife stood up in a hurry following his hand. Wei Xian thought that the wife really listened to his advice and actually didn't make a splash and hit Gulu. I was feeling happy in my heart, but I didn't want my wife to stand up, and instead of running into the house, she ran towards the door and shouted, You have to go up to the house to talk, for fear of being laughed at.
奶奶我不怕， 小子，咱们街上见吧。”这时魏仙可真忍不住，忙赶上前将他拉住，低声央告道：“怨我怨我，你给我留脸！”龙真见闹得太不成话，忙跑到前面挡住。魏仙太太见走不出去。
"I'm not afraid of Grandma, boy. Let's meet on the street." At this time, Wei Xian couldn't help it. He rushed forward and grabbed her, and begged her in a low voice, "If you blame me, please save my face." Long Zhen saw that the commotion was too much and hurriedly ran to the front to block it. Mrs. Wei Xian saw that she couldn't get out.
站住又打了魏仙几下，魏仙竟仅承受，一些也不敢躲。太太气也稍平，由龙真扶向屋里走去。孩子骂着走了几步，忽然眉头一皱，连连哎呦几声，就喊着胸口疼，往下一溜，就在地下打起滚来。
He stopped and hit Wei Xian a few more times. "Be respectful and bear with fear first. Some dare not hide. My wife is a little less angry." He was supported by Long Zhen and walked into the house. He even took a few steps while scolding himself. Suddenly he frowned, groaned several times, complained of chest pain, and slid down, just rolling on the ground.
也不知疼得这样，还是故意做作。魏仙却已吓黄了脸，忙和龙真连揪带架的将他捧进上房里，立刻又闹着要开水，请医生。战事到此才算告一结束。白平见魏仙也被收拾得苦了，怒气尽消。
"I don't know if it hurts like this or if it's intentional." Wei Xian was frightened, but his face turned yellow. He quickly grabbed Long Zhen and carried her into the upper room. He immediately started clamoring for boiled water and a doctor. The war is finally over. Seeing that Wei Xian was punished, Bai Ping suffered a lot, and her anger disappeared.
只觉好笑，自夺进后院自己屋里，坐在椅上，自己气得笑了半天。真想不到这些稀奇古怪的事，全在这几天里教自己遇着。看来此处是万万不能再住下去，若再留恋不行。
"I just find it funny." He walked into his own room in the backyard. Sitting on the chair, I was so angry that I laughed for a long time. I really didn't expect that all these weird things happened to me in the past few days. It seems that we can no longer live here. It's no good if I can't miss you any longer.
那真自己都觉好笑了，又想要走，便快快地趁着此际给他们个不辞而别，省得又被龙真私缠个不了。主意既定，便站起收拾行李，预备飘然自去。哪知正收拾间，忽听外面门响，呼隆一声。
That was really funny even to myself. I wanted to leave quickly, so I took this opportunity to leave them without saying goodbye. To avoid being bothered by Long Zhenxi again. Having made up his mind, he stood up, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave. That was really funny even to myself. I wanted to leave quickly, so I took this opportunity to leave them without saying goodbye. To avoid being bothered by Long Zhenxi again. Having made up his mind, he stood up, packed his luggage, and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, when I was cleaning up my room, I suddenly heard a sound from the door outside and a groan.
似乎门关上了，忙抬头看时，原来屋门已被人从外面倒锁上。白平大为惊异，赶到门首，向外问道：“谁？为什么锁起我？你们讲理不讲？我是犯了。”话未说完，只听外面龙真的声音说道：“
It seemed like the door was closed. When she hurriedly looked up, she found that the door of the house had been locked from the outside. Bai Ping was greatly surprised. It seemed like the door was closed. When she hurriedly looked up, she found that the door of the house had been locked from the outside. Bai Ping was greatly surprised. She rushed to the door and asked outside, "Who? Why did you lock me? Are you being unreasonable? I have committed a crime." Before he finished speaking, Long Zhen's voice outside was heard saying,
我就知道你要走，怎这样沉不住气？只顾你走，也该替我想想。你先安心等等，回头有好话和你说。白平还要说话，不想他已履声妥妥地走了。白平这满腹的气愤，直觉无处发泄。
I knew you were leaving, why can't you keep calm? I only care about you leaving, but you should also think about me. Just wait with peace of mind. I'll have something good to say to you later. Bai Ping still wanted to speak, but she had already walked away with a squeak. Bai Ping was so angry that she had nowhere to vent her instincts.
推门时又锁得很紧，只得退坐到床上，倚着行李，望着屋顶，发了会子呆。又过了约莫有1个钟头，才又听有吕声从前院走进来。接着锁响门开，白平还以为是龙真。
When I pushed the door, it was locked tightly, so I had to retreat and sit on the bed. Leaning on the luggage, looking at the roof, I was stunned for a while. About an hour passed before I heard the sound of. When I pushed the door, it was locked tightly, so I had to retreat and sit on the bed. Leaning on the luggage, looking at the roof, I was stunned for a while. About an hour passed before I heard the sound of footsteps walking in from the front yard again. Then the lock clicked and the door opened. Bai Ping thought it was Long Zhen.
不想赫然当门站着的却是钱卫先。卫先拆着腰，铁青着面孔，瞧定白平，却不走近。白平以为他又来寻衅，便仍旧坐着不语，等他先发。那位先站了一会，才咬牙顿足地向前走了几步。
Not wanting to stand in front of the door, it was Qian Weixian. Weixian, with his hands on his hips and a livid face, looked at Bai Ping but did not walk in. Bai Ping thought he was coming to provoke again, so she still sat silently, waiting for him to make the first move. Na Wei stood there for a while, then gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward.
径自坐在床边，又叹了一口气道：“林先生，咱们前事不提，一切怨我鲁莽。”说完又接着顿足叹气。白平真没料到他会来谢罪，只可敷衍他道：“也一半是兄弟错，那些不谈了，现在正要向您告辞。”
He actually sat on the edge of the bed. He sighed again and said, "Mr. Lin, let's not talk about the past, and blame me for being reckless." After that, he stamped his feet and sighed. He actually sat on the edge of the bed. He sighed again and said, "Mr. Lin, let's not talk about the past, and blame me for being reckless." After that, he stamped his feet and sighed. Bai Ping really didn't expect that he would come to apologize, so she could only perfunctorily say to him, "It's also half of my brother's fault. Let's not talk about that. I'm going to say goodbye to you now."
魏先瞧了白平一眼，且不答言，只顾喘长气。又好半晌，才苦着脸道：“咱们随便抬2句杠，谁跟谁有什么深仇？料想林老兄也不至恼我。告辞的话，请您千万别谈。”说完又迟疑了一会道：“
Wei first glanced at Bai Ping and didn't reply, just taking a long breath. After another long while, he said with a grimace, "Let's argue casually. Who has a deep grudge against whom? I don't think Mr. Lin will offend me. Please don't talk about it when I say goodbye. After saying that, he hesitated again. After a while he said,
老兄既跟我同食同住，就算我们家庭的一员。我家里的笑话，你也不必见笑。如今现在你不必客气，这不是走了好运，也不算我倒霉，简直白平听了半天也不明白他要说什么。
Since my brother lives and eats with me, he is considered a member of our family. You don't have to laugh at my family's jokes. Now, you don't have to be polite. This is not good luck. It doesn't count as my bad luck. It's simply. Bai Ping listened for a long time and didn't understand what he was going to say.
而且这样口才也不太像个律师了，便也不接口，只瞧他说下去。那魏先突然把眼一睁，像出睡醒般的。霍地立起来，又跺跺脚道：“你给我惹了祸，我是一败涂地。这又不是打官司的事。”
And with such eloquence, he didn't look like a lawyer anymore, so he didn't say anything and just watched him go on. Na Weixian suddenly opened his eyes, as if he had just woken up from sleep. Huadi stood up, stamped his feet again and said, "You brought me into trouble, and I am completely defeated. This is not a lawsuit."
只可让你得意。白平还是听不明白，正忍不住要问。这时魏仙太太和龙真不知什么时候已来到屋里。魏仙太太一把推开魏仙，自己坐在床上道：“姓钱的，教你来说，你还忍着？”
It can only make you proud. Bai Ping still didn't understand, and couldn't help but ask. At this time, Mrs. Wei Xian and Long Zhen had come to the room at some unknown time. Mrs. Wei Xian pushed Wei Xian away and sat on the bed. Said, "My surname is Qian, can I ask you to tell me? You still endure it."
这个忍得过去吗？又回头向白平道：“我全告诉你吧，这个家业全是我的，是我的就有我妹妹的一份。以先魏先怂恿着我要把龙真挤出去，我差一点没上他的当。”
Can this be tolerated? Then he turned back to Bai Ping and said, "Let me tell you everything. This family property is all mine. If it is mine, my sister will have a share. You are fearful and encouraging first, trying to squeeze Long Zhen out. I almost didn't fall for his trick."
如今这小子跟我这样翻脸无情，我全明白了。跟他算伤透了心，撵他又死软着不走，那么不走也行。这个家从此要归我管，随我的便。我和龙真是一样，龙真既一定跟你。
Now that this guy has turned against me and is so heartless, I understand everything. It broke my heart to tell him. Even if you drive him out, he will remain stubborn and refuse to leave, so it's okay not to leave. From now on this home will be under my control, as I wish. Long Zhen and I are the same. Long Zhen will definitely follow you.
你就是和魏仙一样，以后你也算一份家主。魏仙要敢欺负你，你不要怕，他是律师，他的刀把全在我手里拿着呢。方才我都跟他定规好了，所以叫他来，一则给你赔礼。
Just like Wei Xian, you will also be considered the head of the family from now on. If someone dares to bully you first, don't be afraid that he is a lawyer. The handle of his knife is all in my hand. I had made arrangements with him just now, so I taught him how to do it. An apology to you.
一则这些话要从他嘴里说给你，如今他不肯说，我说也是一样。白平听完他这加七加八的一套话，心中虽然明白，脑里却昏然起来，直不晓得 这位太太的处置是依着什么规律？
One of these words shall come to you from his mouth. Now he refuses to say. I said the same thing. After Bai Ping heard her confusing words, although she understood in her heart, her mind became confused. She didn't know what rules were followed in handling this lady.
而且魏仙怎会这样服帖，便向魏仙太太道：“这如何能办？我跟您不亲不故，怎？”魏仙太太已抢着道：“这论的什么亲故？俗语说，亲由攀起，友自交来。世上的亲友，当初谁是天生来的呀？我看你好。”
And how could Wei Xian be so obedient? So he said to Mrs. Wei Xian, "How can we do this? I'm not close to you, so why?" Mrs. Wei Xian had already rushed to say, "What kind of relationship is this?" As the saying goes, it is said that relatives come from climbing up, and friends come from making friends. Who are the relatives and friends in this world who are born in the first place?
就要攀你这门子亲。说着，又用眼飘飘魏仙道：“我看他不好，就立刻跟他断路。”姓钱的，你还等我再说，还不？魏仙不敢等他说完，忙向白平陪着苦笑道：“林老哥，你只当未顾我，别再推辞。”
I want to marry you. After that, he said with his eyes fluttering, "I think he is not good, so I will cut off the relationship with him immediately." Mr. Qian, please wait for me to say it again, not yet. Wixian didn't dare wait for her to finish speaking, so he hurriedly turned to Bai Ping and said with a wry smile, "Brother Lin, you only treat me as a guard. Stop saying no."
谁叫我自找烦恼，惹了大祸呢？你要不依着他们，他们就要说你不愿意我，或者竟赶了我，那你就害苦了我了。来来，咱俩从今天起就是连金的兄弟，这个家业有你一半。
Who taught me to ask for trouble and cause big trouble? If you don't follow them, they will say that you don't want me. Or if you drive me away, then you will harm me. Come on. From today on, we are brothers-in-law, and our family fortune is half of yours.
房子你想住哪一间随便捡，家居、钱，无论什么，有我的就有你的。他刚说到这里，那太太立刻拦住道：“那，我的东西用不着你送人情，我自己会分派，这里没你的事了。走走。”魏仙皱着眉头。
Pick whichever house you want to live in. Furniture, money, whatever, what's mine is yours. As soon as he said this, the wife immediately stopped him and said, "Hey, I don't need you to give me anything as a favor. I will distribute it myself. It's none of your business here. Take a walk. Pick whichever house you want to live in. Furniture, money, whatever, what's mine is yours." As soon as he said this, the wife immediately stopped him and said, "Hey, I don't need you to give me anything as a favor. I will distribute it myself. It's none of your business here. Take a walk." Wei Xian frowned.
逡巡地溜了出去。魏仙太太笑向白平道：“今天我们家。”说着立刻又改口道：“咱们家的事乱七八糟闹成臭杂拌，大概你都听糊涂了。本来咱这个家原就比旁人特别，蛟龙真慢慢地告诉你。”
He slipped out in a hesitant manner. Mrs. Wei Xian smiled at Bai Ping and said, "Today our family." Then she immediately changed her words and said, "Our family's affairs are in a mess and become a stinking mess. Maybe you are confused. Originally, our family was more complicated than before. Others are special. Teach Longzhen to tell you slowly."
说着又转头向龙真道：“你连我立的家规都告诉他吧，也好叫他安心。你们细细地说，我走了。”不提魏仙太太自去。这里龙真见他姐姐出了门口，立刻倒在床上，笑得乱滚，滚得乏了。
After saying that, he turned to Long Zhen and said, "You can tell him even the house rules I have established. It will also teach him to feel at ease. You tell him carefully, I'm leaving. Don't mention that Mrs. Wei Xian left on her own." Here Long Zhen saw her sister coming out of the door, and immediately fell on the bed, rolling around with laughter. Tired of rolling.
又拉着白萍的手傻笑。白萍知道他此际正在志得意满，也不理他。龙真笑够了以后，得意忘形地道：“哥哥，老师，你说老天有眼，姻缘有份，棒打不回。早先算命的就说我有福，真是灵验。”
He held Bai Ping's hand and giggled. Bai Ping knew that she was complacent at this moment and ignored her. After Long Zhen had laughed enough, she got carried away and said, "Brother, teacher, you said that God has eyes, marriage is destined, and you can't beat me back with a stick. The fortune teller said earlier that I was blessed. It is really efficacious and efficacious."
说着见白萍正颜厉色的不答言，忙自己脸定了心神，沉着气道：“魏仙今天可报应了。昨天我就和你说过，我姐姐是带着私囊嫁的她，直到如今，他们也没拜过天地。”
As he said this, seeing Bai Ping's stern face and not answering, he calmed himself down and said calmly, "Wei Xian has received his retribution today. I told you yesterday that my sister married him with her own money. Until nowadays, they have not worshipped heaven and earth."
我姐姐始终也没改那混世的脾气，常同魏仙说，露水夫妻好了就凑，坏了就散。而且这几年魏仙干的伤天害理的事，把柄全在我姐姐手里，所以魏仙是真怕她。
My sister has never changed her mischievous temper. Chang Tongwei first said that a due couple should get together when things get better, and break up when things get bad. Moreover, the handle for all the outrageous things Wei Xian has done in the past few years is in the hands of my sister, so Wei Xian is really afraid of her.
近来他跟魏仙也相缘分满了，三天两头的拌嘴，我早知道要出毛病。说着又小声道：“他现在常出去看戏，桥上唱老生的什么亭，早和魏仙变了心。可笑魏仙这个傻瓜，还常陪着他去听戏。”
Recently, she and Wei Xian seemed to have a close relationship. They bickered every now and then. I knew something was going to happen, she said in a low voice. She often goes out to the theater now, and when she saw a singing booth of Laosheng, she changed her mind long ago. It's funny that Wei Xian, this idiot, often accompanies her to the theater.
还不明白是伺候着他去吊膀子呢。这也不提，可巧今天魏仙跟你打架，鬼催着他倒霉，竟而不干不净地拉上了他，中了他的心病，就趁着泼翻了车。你别当他是胡闹。
I still don't understand that I am waiting for her to hang my arms. I won't mention it, but it happened that Wei Xian fought with you today, and the ghost pushed him to his misfortune, and he actually pulled her in without being clean. She got into her heart and took advantage of poor to overturn the car. Don't think she's just fooling around.
他真想把魏仙赶跑了呢。不过魏仙还见机央告的可怜，他也软了一点，想架着你折磨魏仙。魏仙这时自然怎说怎应，不想他只顾跟醉仙胡搅，倒给咱俩开了路。白萍听得好笑，就笑着道
She really wanted to drive Wei Xian away. However, he is still afraid of the opportunity, and his petition is pitiful. She also softened a little and wanted to hold you up and torture Wei Xian. Wei Xian naturally said and responded at this time. I didn't want her to just follow the lead, but she opened the way for us. Bai Ping heard it funny, so she smiled and said,
你也不大明白，他气头上的话，你怎当得真？龙真笑道：“那你是不知道我姐姐的脾气，我敢保险她准没有反悔。方才她背得同我说，3两天里还要抓差和魏仙打一顿，定要把她挤出去。”
You don't quite understand. How can you take her words seriously? Longzhen said with a smile. Then you don't know my sister's temper. I'm sure she won't regret it. Just now she told me behind my back that she would be beaten for 3 or 2 days if she catches him. He squeezed out.
不然就把他这些年伤天害理的事连凭带据都举发在当官，送他个10年监禁。白平皱眉道：“他们也是好几年的夫妻，何至这样狠？”龙真翻翻跟想道：“哦。”
Otherwise, he will be reported to the official with proof for all the outrageous things he has done over the years, and he will be sentenced to 10 years in prison. Bai Ping frowned and said, They have been married for several years. Why are they so cruel? Longzhen rummaged over and thought. Oh.
我想，大概他跟那个什么婷已经弄上手，心里再容不得魏仙了。你是个规矩人，不懂得当过姚姐的人的脾气，跟人好时要命都舍得，逆烦了立刻翻脸，丝毫都不容情。白平听了微笑。
I think she has probably already gotten involved with that so-and-so pavilion, and there is no room for fear in her heart. You are a well-behaved person, but you don't understand the temper of someone who has been a kiln sister. You are willing to risk your life if you want to be friendly with someone. When he gets bored, he immediately turns his back, showing no mercy at all. Bai Ping smiled after hearing this.
龙真心里一转，忙道：“你可别把我看成和他一样。”白平笑道：“你又爱多心。”龙真道：“不是多心，要被你错想了，我这冤上哪里诉？”说着便坐起，接着说道：“我姐姐新定的家规，叫我告诉你，从今天起。”
Longzhen's heart changed and she quickly said, Don't think of me as the same as her. Bai Ping smiled and said, You are overhearted. Longzhen said, It's not overhearted. Longzhen's heart changed and she quickly said, Don't think of me as the same as her. Bai Ping smiled and said, You are overhearted. Longzhen said, It's not overhearted. You may have misunderstood me. Where can I appeal this grievance? Then he sat up and continued, My sister's new family rules, let me tell you, starting from today.
这个家是我们姐妹俩，再加上你，只有3个人。魏仙不过是熬时候，不算数了。你想怎样，要什么，只管跟姐姐说，别自己受委屈。还有，说着把脸一红，又嗫嚅道：“也是他说的，就是教咱俩赶快。”
There are only 3 people in this family, including us sisters and you. Being afraid of being first is just to survive the time, it doesn't count. Whatever you want, just tell your sister. Don't feel wronged yourself. Besides. As she spoke, she blushed and muttered, That's what she said too, just to teach us to hurry up.
趁着这个月里，白平想了想，忙正色道：“这个还是办不到。无论你家里变到什么样子，咱们的事也定要依着昨天的话，绝不能改。不然，龙真接日道，不然你就走，对不对？你真是一条路走到黑。”
During this month, Bai Ping thought for a while and said sternly, "We still can't do this. No matter what happens to your family, our affairs must be based on what we said yesterday and cannot be changed. Otherwise," Longjun continued, "otherwise you will leave, right? You really have a road to darkness."
白平也自觉好笑，却忍着道：“我早把道理反来覆去的对你讲了，你要诚心捣乱，还怨我死心眼。”龙真道：“自然你的理足，这事以后我绝不再说，省得总吃没味。可是我姐姐的家规，你总能依呀。”
Bai Ping also felt that it was funny, but she held back and said, "I have told you the truth over and over again. You want to cause trouble sincerely, but you still blame me for being stubborn?" Longjun said, "Of course you have enough reason for this matter. I will never say it again, otherwise it will be boring. But you can always follow my sister's family rules."
白平自想事已至此，跑也跑不脱，且自跟他们混下去，看些稀奇古怪的新闻也好。旁的人到洪荒未辟的地方去探险，还常被野兽吃了呢。我住在这里，也只当是牧师在野人部落里传道。
Bai Ping thought to herself that things had come to this point and she couldn't escape even if she ran. Just hang out with them and watch some weird news. When other people explore unexplored places, they are often eaten by wild beasts. I live here only as a priest preaching among the savage tribes.
只把魏仙太太当作野人女王，龙真是野人公主，魏仙算是个鬼巫。好在我已是薄性命、是名姓、没牵挂的人，无论到什么地步都不算受损失，想着便点头答应。龙真只喜欢的手舞足蹈。
I only regard Mrs. Wei Xian as the savage queen, Long Zhen as the savage princess, and Wei Xian as a ghost witch. Fortunately, I have lost my life, lost my name, and have no worries. No matter what the situation is, it is not considered a loss, so he nodded in agreement after thinking about it. I only regard Mrs. Wei Xian as the savage queen, Long Zhen as the savage princess, and Wei Xian as a ghost witch. Fortunately, I have lost my life, lost my name, and have no worries. No matter what the situation is, it is not considered a loss, so he nodded in agreement after thinking about it. Longjun just likes to dance.
从此便把白平看得像可远观而不可亵玩的莲花一样。到晚间，魏仙太太又把前院魏仙的办公室夺过来，当作白平的卧室，兼作龙真的书房。魏仙虽不愿意，但他这少人请教的律师。
From then on, Bai Ping looked upon her like a lotus that could be viewed from a distance but not played with. In the evening, Mrs. Wei Xian took over Wei Xian's office in the front yard and used it as Bai Ping's bedroom and Longjun's study. Although Wei Xian was unwilling, he was a lawyer whom few people consulted.
原没用办公室的必要，又在捆威压迫之下，只得躲静求安。从此，白平居然应时当令，演成了这野人国的人才驸马。魏仙太太待他常有许多不当理的恩义，使他受宠若惊。
There was no need for an office. Under the pressure of Hao Wei, he had to hide and seek peace. From then on, Bai Ping actually responded to the orders and became the talented consort of this savage country. Mrs. Wei Xian often treated him with many unreasonable favors, which made him feel flattered.
魏仙虽对他恨入骨髓，但是面子上十分恭维，做尽了小人丑态。龙真更不必说，中年怨女乍得情郎，不知要怎样温存体贴，暖送含蓄。纵然这情郎总是冷冰冰的，他只因有欲火存焉。
Although Wei Xian hated him deeply, he was very flattering and behaved like a villain. Not to mention Long Zhen, a middle-aged resentful girl and Chad's lover, who doesn't know how to be gentle, considerate and warm. Even though her lover was always cold, she only had the fire of desire.
也丝毫不敢怨怼。白平因此倒享了意外幸福，真非始料所及。而且龙真跟白平读书习礼，居然踏举循规，日有进益。白平也很高兴。过了1个星期，白平看龙真兢兢业业的情形
I didn't dare to complain at all. As a result, Bai Ping enjoyed unexpected happiness, which was beyond her expectation. Moreover, Long Zhen and Bai Ping studied etiquette and followed the rules, making progress day by day. Bai Ping was also very happy. A week passed. Bai Ping saw Long Zhen working hard.
真不忍托辞赴约，便加以夸奖。龙真只笑靥相向，似乎希望白平践诺，颁赐奖品。白平没法说了不算，只可和他拖略行迹的在家中谈了半日。龙真已喜欢的雀跃300。在这炎炎夏季里
I really couldn't bear to make excuses and break the promise, so I praised him. Long Zhen only smiled at her, as if hoping that Bai Ping would fulfill her promise and award the prize. I really couldn't bear to make excuses and break the promise, so I praised him. Long Zhen only smiled at her, as if hoping that Bai Ping would fulfill her promise and award the prize. Bai Ping had no choice but to talk to her at home for half a day, and Long Zhen liked her very much. In this hot summer,
稍有暇时，就替白平料量秋服冬衣。白平道深为感激。光阴转瞬，白平在钱家已住了1个月。龙真向学修身，先意诚挚，指使白平对他无此可指。在1个星期日里
when I had a little free time, I helped Bai Ping measure autumn and winter clothes. Bai Ping was deeply grateful. Time flies. Bai Ping has lived in Qian's house for a month. Long Zhen studied to learn from others and cultivate. When I had a little free time, I helped Bai Ping measure autumn and winter clothes. Bai Ping was deeply grateful. Time flies. Bai Ping has lived in Qian's house for a month. Long Zhen studied to learn from others and cultivated her moral character. She first established her ambitions and made Bai Ping blameless for her. On a Sunday,
白平在早晨便请他出主意游乐1日，自己情愿奉陪。龙真得了这个特奖以后，立刻仿佛眼前别有天地，乐不可支，对白平道：“我从前些日做梦都想着这一天，早打算好了。”
Bai Ping asked her to come up with ideas for a day of fun in the morning, and she was willing to accompany her. After Long Zhen won this special award, she immediately seemed to have a different world in front of her. She was overjoyed and said to Bai Ping, I have been dreaming about this day in the past few days. I have already planned it.
咱们吃过午饭就出去，先到中天看电影，散了到中央公园，晚饭到谐英吃番菜，吃过了再到哪里去呢？说着自己沉吟起来。白平拿起张报纸看了看道：“今天晚上恰巧第1舞台有个游艺会。”
We went out after lunch and went to Zhongtian to watch a movie. Went to Central Park. Went to Jiaing for dinner. After eating, where should I go? As she spoke, she began to ponder. Bai Ping picked up a newspaper, read it and said, Tonight there happened to be an entertainment party on the first stage.
怎样？龙真抢着道：“那好极了，我才后悔，只管我出主意，也没问你愿意不。你既然高兴，我更高兴。”商量定了，俩人胡乱吃了午饭。龙真这时受了白平的教化， 不再那样浓妆艳抹，只淡淡装书。
How about? Longzhen rushed to say, That's great, I regret that you only gave me the idea and didn't ask if you were willing. Since you are happy, I am even happier. After discussing it, the two of them had lunch casually. At this time, Longzhen was taught by Bai Ping and no longer dressed up in such heavy clothes, but only lightly dressed up.
道教仙时捡了许多丑怪，不过他对白平的衣饰却十分注意，替他调理的风度翩翩。龙真看着十分欣然自得，熬到2点多钟，只向魏仙夫妇嘘邀了一声，他2个自然托辞不去。
It was a lot less ugly than before, but she paid great attention to Bai Ping's clothes and made him look elegant. Longzhen looked very happy and contented. She stayed up until more than 2 o'clock and only gave a false invitation to Wei Xian and his wife. Naturally, they couldn't excuse themselves.
龙真便挽着白平双双走了出去，路不近，却不肯坐车，只并肩共挽着慢慢走，仿佛要把自己这个美貌的情郎活动陈列给路人看。到电影场后，黑须须的还不觉怎样，极致散了电影。
Longzhen took Bai Ping in her arms and walked out together. The road was not close, but they refused to take the car, so they walked slowly arm in arm with each other, as if he wanted to display the activities of his beautiful lover to passers-by. When we arrived at the movie theater, we still didn't notice anything in the dark place. By the time the movie was over,
进了中央公园，正当夕阳西下，许多成双作对的游旅都携手同游。龙真虽不自觉这许多女子都比自己俊美万倍，却只看见许多男人没一个能比得上白平。
Entering Central Park, just as the sun was setting, many pairs of wandering couples were traveling together hand in hand. Although Longzhen didn't realize that these women were thousands of times more beautiful than herself, she only saw that among the many men, none of them could compare to Bai Ping.
心里的得意都在田启的胸脯上表现出来。遇有男人瞧自己一眼，便暗恨这样丑人也配看我。你也不看看我挽着的人是什么样。遇见女人向白平一送秋波，就自觉从骄傲里又生出酸意。
The pride in my heart was reflected on my raised chest. Whenever a man looks at me, he secretly hates that such an ugly man deserves to look at me. You don't even look at the person I'm holding my arm with. Whenever a woman looks at Bai Ping, she will feel sourness arising from her pride.
暗骂无耻的东西，看我男人做什么，你们自然爱他。可是你们哪有那样福，我才是有福的呢。想着更微近白平，仿佛唯恐旁人看不出他们是夫妇，唯恐不惹人羡妒似的。
Curse shamelessly secretly, look at what my man does. Of course you love him. But how can you be so lucky? I am the lucky one. He wanted to get closer to Bai Ping, as if he was afraid that others would not see that they were a couple, and that he would not arouse the envy of others.
俩人在园里兜了一个圈儿，这肘节已是夕照垂西，人影在树，游人更多了上来。龙真又挽着白平走到柳荫深处，选了个略清静的地方坐下，唤那卖茶处的堂倌拿来2瓶汽水。
The two of them walked in a circle. The sunset was already setting at the elbow, and the figures were in the trees. More tourists came up. Longzhen took Bai Ping and walked deep into the willow shade again, and chose a quiet place to sit down. Call the waiter at the tea shop and bring him 2 bottles of soda.
慢慢的且饮且谈，正值那微风夹着花香树气，阵阵欢来。龙真傍微白平，并肩款坐， 看着眼前的方圆暮色，守着身旁的如意郎君，直觉着不仅白瓶已归他自己独有。
Drink and talk slowly, just as the breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and trees. Longjun cuddles up to Bai Ping, sitting side by side. Looking at the twilight of Fangyuan in front of me, I watched the wishful husband beside me. Drink and talk slowly, just as the breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and trees. Longjun cuddles up to Bai Ping, sitting side by side. Looking at the twilight of Fangyuan in front of me, I watched the wishful husband beside me. She intuitively felt that not only Bai Ping was her own.
就是这良辰美景，也仿佛只为他一人而设，心中的得意简直无可预说。忽然用右臂向白平微靠道：“喂，哥，老师。”说着又含羞笑道：“我今天暂且不叫你老师，行吗？”白平正着神几点点头。
Even this beautiful morning seemed to be just for her. The pride in my heart is simply indescribable. Suddenly, she leaned towards Bai Ping with her right arm and said, "Hey, brother, teacher." Then he smiled shyly and said, "I won't call you teacher today, okay?" Bai Ping nodded in confusion.
龙真把他手里的空杯接过来，低笑道：“哥哥，你别笑话我。我觉着这会儿像喝醉酒似的，昏悠悠的舒服。”白平道：“怎的？你走累了？”龙真摇头道：“不，你这……可……今天我才懂得什么是幸福，这样的日子。”
Longjun took the empty cup in his hand and said with a low smile, "Brother, don't laugh at me. I feel as if I'm drunk and comfortable at the moment." Bai Ping said, "What's the matter? You go. Are you tired?" Longjun shook his head and said, "No, you cough. I only know what happiness is today."
不过上1年半载，死了也是龇牙的鬼。白平听了，看着他说话。龙真又道：“哥哥，你这会儿心里觉着怎样？”白平笑了笑。龙真见他头上的一细绺头发被摇得离了原位，落在额前。
However, in the past year and a half, it was also the ghost of Barya who died. Bai Ping listened and looked at her as she spoke. Longjun said again, "Brother, how are you feeling right now?" Bai Ping smiled. However, in the past year and a half, it was also the ghost of Barya who died. Bai Ping listened and looked at her as she spoke. Longjun said again, "Brother, how are you feeling right now?" Bai Ping smiled. Longjun saw that a thin lock of hair on his head was shaken out of place and fell on his forehead.
便甩手只轻轻挑了上去。白平正待向他说话，忽听得背后有人憋着气哼了一声，接着使似有东西倒在地上，紧跟着有女人的声音很惊惶地喊了一声呀，又一个男人叫道：“怎的了？”
Then he flicked his fingers and gently picked it up. Bai Ping was about to speak to her when she suddenly heard someone behind her snort angrily, and then something seemed to fall to the ground. Immediately after, a woman's voice shouted in panic, and another man shouted, "What's wrong?"
白平急忙回头看时，只看身后10余步处有一个穿白衣的女子倒在土地上，从草花旁边。旁边一个西装少年正跪到地下要扶他坐起，又一个穿胡色长袍的女郎弯着腰低头恶视。
When Bai Ping looked back hurriedly, she only saw a woman in white lying on the ground next to a bunch of grass and flowers about 10 steps behind her. Next to her, a young man in a suit was kneeling on the ground to help her sit up. Another girl in a lake-colored robe bent over and looking down in astonishment.
白平也忙赶去看， 只一低头便也压了出来。方要伸手上前，这时那少年叫道：“晕了吗？”白平忽地略一踌躇，看了那西装少年一眼，又霍地跳回去，仓促中摸出了1块钱，抛在杯里。
Bai Ping also hurriedly looked at it. She just lowered her head and came out. Fong was about to reach forward, when the young man shouted, "Are you fainted?" Bai Ping hesitated for a moment, glanced at the young man in a suit and jumped back, hastily took out $1 and threw it into the cup.
拉了龙针向员外就走。第3章剪不断，理还乱。话说白平所见晕倒的女子，正是自己当初的爱妻芷华。在这猝然相遇的时候，原是不暇思索，想向赶前救护。
He pulled Long Zhen and walked out of the garden. Chapter 3 keeps cutting, and the reasoning remains chaotic. It is said that the fainted woman Bai Ping saw was his beloved wife Zhihua. When they met unexpectedly, I had no time to think and wanted to rush to rescue him.
但见他身旁正跪着个极漂亮的西装少年，立刻心里一动，便勾起了旧事。自想这少年虽不是仲英，但看起情形，这个少年也定是芷华的情人，不然行迹何至这等亲密，意思何至这等关切。
But when she saw a very beautiful young man in a suit kneeling next to her, her heart immediately moved, and old memories were brought back to her mind. I thought that although this young man was not Zhongying, but judging from the situation, this young man must be Zhihua's lover. Otherwise, how could he be so intimate in appearance, and how could he be so concerned in his thoughts?
而且女人的不端，只虽在第一次既有初次，那很容易的有第2次了。他既能负了我而别恋仲英，岂不能抛了仲英再去恋别人？只这一刹那间的思想，立刻就有逼他撤步抽身。
Moreover, a woman's misbehavior is only for the first time. Since there is a first time, it is easy for a second time. Since she can betray me and not fall in love with Zhongying, how can she not abandon Zhongying and fall in love with someone else? Just this moment of thought immediately forced him to retreat again.
匆匆拉着龙针走去。这里那少年仓促中把芷华扶得坐起，见他依然摇摇欲倒，还在晕中。那穿湖色长袍的女郎也蹲在他身边，声声呼唤芷华姐。那少年抬头向寺外看了看，忙唤那女不道。
He hurriedly pulled Long Zhen away. The young man here hurriedly helped Zhihua sit up, but saw that she was still shaking and fainting. The girl in the lake-colored robe also squatted beside her, calling out to Sister Zhihua. The young man raised his head and looked around, and hurriedly called to the female subordinate.
淑敏，你去瞧前面空桌上的汽水瓶里，里面可还有冷汽水，快拿来喷一下。那女郎顾不得答应，忙跑过拿了半瓶汽水来，喝些噙在口里，正待向芷华面上喷去，这时芷华已潸然哼出声来。
Shu Min, look in the soda bottle on the empty table in front of you. There is still cold soda in it. Take it and spray it. The girl didn't care to agree, and hurriedly ran over to get half a bottle of soda, drank some and kept it in her mouth, and was about to spray it on Zhihua's face, when Zhihua already groaned.
舒敏不由得把水全咽进喉里，问那少年道：“是欧，还用喷不？”是欧摇摇头。此际芷华已睁开根，挣扎着扭头向前面上一看，突然叫道：“呀！他又走了，不行，我今天非得找着他不可。”
Shu Min couldn't help but swallow all the water down her throat and asked the young man, "Shu, do you still need to spray?" Shu shook his head. At this moment, Zhihua had already opened her heels, struggled to turn her head and looked forward, and suddenly shouted, "Ah! He's gone again. No! I have to find him today."
说着，一面手撑土地，忙要站起，一面喘吁吁地道：“我不容易，今天才见着他，他真狠，又走了。”舒敏一面扶持，一面问道：“你说的是谁？”芷华失神落魄，指着前面空椅道：“她，我的屏，同一个女人坐着。”
As she spoke, she held her hands on the ground and was about to stand up. She panted and said, "It's not easy for me. I just saw him today. He was so cruel. He left again." Schumann supported her and asked, "Who are you talking about?" Jihua pointed to the empty chair in front of her in a daze and said, "He, my Ping, is sitting with the same woman."
这一会儿就不见，舒敏还不大明白，世欧却已了然，忙道：“我曾看见，才走不大功夫，我去追。”说着便分花拂柳地跑去。舒敏这里扶芷华坐在椅上，安慰着她，定神回想
"It will be gone in a moment." Schumann didn't quite understand it yet. But Shu understood it and said hurriedly, "I have seen it. It doesn't take much time to walk. I'll chase him." With that said, she ran away in a blur of flowers and willows. It will be gone in a moment. Schumann didn't quite understand it yet. But Shu understood it and said hurriedly, "I have seen it. It doesn't take much time to walk. I'll chase him." With that said, she ran away in a blur of flowers and willows. Schumann helped Jihua sit on a chair and comforted her. She calmed down and thought about it.
忆起方才同芷华世欧走到这里的时节，前面椅上正坐着一双男女，虽不知是谁，但看后影极是漂亮，那神情也很亲密。芷华竟自立定了呆看，忽然晕倒。自己正吓得喊叫。
Recalling the time when I walked here with Jihua Shu, there was a man and a woman sitting on the chair in front of me. Although I didn't know who they were, they looked very beautiful from the back, and their expressions were very intimate. Jihua actually stood up and stared blankly, then suddenly fainted. He was screaming in fear.
记得有个男人跑来，躬身似乎就要帮着世欧去扶他，不知怎的又回身躲去，忙乱中也没有留神。到芷华醒时，那一双男女就都已不见。想起来不由恨自己糊涂得很。芷华病后曾告诉我
I remember that a man came running towards me, and he seemed to be leaning down to help Shu, but then he turned around and hid for some reason. I didn't pay attention in the rush. When Jihua woke up, the man and woman were gone. Thinking about it, I can't help but hate myself for being so confused. Jihua once told me after she got sick.
她的丈夫林白平曾因为一件闲事怄气离家，她就赶出来寻找，想他们夫妇感情素日定不很坏。那人倘是她丈夫，怎见自己的妻子倒在地下，都不来扶护，反倒躲了，这真令人不懂。
Her husband, Lin Baiping, once left home in a fit of rage due to some idle business, so she rushed out to look for him, thinking that their relationship must not have been bad. If that man was her husband, how come he didn't come to help his wife when he saw her lying on the ground, but hid instead? This is really confusing.
或者也许芷华认差了人。舒敏正这样想着，那椅上的芷华倏地喘着力气来道：“他一定还没出这园子，我自己去找。”舒敏忙劝通：“只要没出这里，世欧一定找得着。你身子这样弱。”
Or maybe Jihua admitted someone wrong. Shu Min was thinking this. Jihua, who was sitting on the chair, gasped and stood up suddenly and said, "He must—" Or maybe Jihua admitted someone wrong. Shu Min was thinking this. Jihua, who was sitting on the chair, gasped and stood up suddenly and said, "He must not have left the garden yet, I will look for it myself." Shu Min hurriedly persuaded, "As long as he has not left here, Shu will definitely be able to find him. You are so weak."
方才又受了刺激，先不要动，我替你去。芷华道：“不成，你不认识。”舒敏道：“怎不认识？那会我已看得明白。”说着指点前面的空椅道：“不是在那里坐着的一男一女吗？”芷华听了这话
"I was stimulated again just now, so don't move yet. I'll go for you." Jihua said, "No, you don't know him." Shu Min said, "How come you don't know me?" I could see it clearly then. He pointed to the empty chair in front of him and said, "Isn't that a man and a woman sitting there?" Jihua heard this.
徒弟又变了颜色，低头自语道：“一男一女，还有一女呢，那是谁呀？他真抛了我了。”说着，那眼泪奔涌出来，身子一软，又跌坐在椅上，手扶着头，嘤嘤啜泣起来。舒敏忙劝他不要哭。
The color of the ground suddenly changed again, and he lowered his head and muttered to himself, "A man, a woman, and another woman, who is that? He really abandoned me." As he said that, tears welled up. His body went limp, and he fell down on the chair again, holding his head in his hands and sobbing. Shu Min quickly advised her not to cry.
在这里叫人瞧见不成样子，正在焦急，世欧已匆匆跑回来，报告说在这个园子里都寻遍了，一直追出园外，也不见两个男女。舒敏正指着椅上的芷华，急得对他甩手。
It's so ugly to see here. Being anxious. Shu has hurried back. The reports said that they searched all over the garden and even chased them out of the garden, but no two men and women were found. Shu Min was pointing at Jihua on the chair and waved her hand at him anxiously.
哪知芷华听了世欧的话，伸手是净了泪痕，痴痴的仰天出了一会神，半晌才是一声长叹，接着又向着眼前的空椅惨笑。舒敏见他的神情不好，天色又渐渐黑上来，才要催他一同回家。
Unexpectedly, after listening to Shu's words, Jihua stretched out her hand to wipe away the traces of tears. Unexpectedly, after listening to Shu's words, Jihua stretched out her hand to wipe away the traces of tears. She looked up to the sky and lost consciousness for a while. After a long while, she let out a long sigh, and then smiled miserably at the empty chair in front of her.
那芷华略一凝神，瞧见舒敏和世欧在侧，便盈盈地立起身道：“咱们回去吧。”舒敏在他耳边悄悄说道：“芷华姐，你也不必难过。现在既然知道姐夫是在北京，只要耐心寻找，绝不会寻不着。”
Na Jihua concentrated for a moment, saw Shu Min and Shu beside her, then she stood up and said, "Let's go back." Shu Min whispered in her ear, "Sister Jihua, you don't have to be sad. Now that you know that your brother-in-law is in Beijing, as long as you search patiently, you will never fail to find it."
说着柳眉一拧，那脚下的小蛮靴突然在地上一跳道：“咱们都是呆子，这些日都没想到，放着北京、天津这些新闻报，咱们寻人都忘了登广告。姐姐，你回去就你个底子，送到个大报馆去登。”
As Lu Mei Yining spoke, the little boots under his feet suddenly jumped on the ground and said, "We are all idiots. We never thought these days that in the newspapers like Beijing and Tianjin, we would forget to advertise when we were looking for people. Sister, when you get back, make a plan and send it to a major newspaper for publication.
管保明天姐夫就颇风似的寻来咧。芷华苦笑道：“已经见着，他还躲去，还想他寻来呢。”舒敏转脸见石欧已先走开10几步，便又道：“姐夫大约是和你有什么误会。”
My brother-in-law will come looking for me tomorrow like a storm. Zhihua smiled bitterly and said, I've already seen him, but he's still hiding. Do you still want him to come back? Shu Min turned around and saw that Shu had already walked away for more than 10 steps, and then said again, Brother-in-law probably has some misunderstanding with you.
你只在广告里恳切地向他解释一下，难道还有什么解不开的愁？芷华听他的话，觉得十分刺心。霍帝把惨白的脸变成淡红，便装着擦眼，用手巾把脸遮上。沉了一会，才叹息道：
You just explain it to him earnestly in the ad. Is there any unresolved grudge? Zhihua felt very sad after hearing her words. Huadi turned his pale face into a light red, and pretended to wipe his eyes and covered his face with a handkerchief. After a while, he sighed.
妹妹替我想的自是周到了，可是你忘了她旁边已又有了漂亮女朋友呢。可，你知道是他的女朋友，还是我的替身？完了，一切都完了。我的心可以冷一冷冽。舒敏才要说话。
My sister is very considerate for me. But you forgot that he already has a beautiful girlfriend next to him. Cough. Do you know if she is his girlfriend or my stand-in? It's over. All is lost. My heart can be cold. Shu Min just wanted to speak.
芷华已紧紧握住他的手道：“妹妹，你待我真是情至意境。从今以后，求妹妹再多疼我一点，就是请你再不要对我谈这件事。我到死也感激你。”说着又落下泪来。舒敏连忙替他拭干了泪痕。
Zhihua has held her hand tightly and said, Sister, you are so kind to me. From now on, I ask my sister to love me more, and I just ask you not to talk to me about this matter again. I will die. Thank you too. She cried again. Shu Min quickly wiped away her tears.
扶着他的玉臂，一面抚慰着，一面慢慢追随着石欧走出园来。三人坐车回到舒敏家里，芷华一进门便推说头痛，走进自己寝室去睡。到开晚饭时，舒敏自去唤他，轻轻走进芷华屋里。
He held her jade arm, comforted her, and slowly followed Shu out of the garden. The three of them took the car back to Shu Min's house. As soon as Zhihua entered the door, she excused herself from having a headache and went to her dormitory to sleep. When dinner was served, Shu Min went to call her. Walk gently into Zhihua's house.
便听着极微细的哭声，知道他伤心已极，便低低唤了2声。那芷华听得呼唤，停住了哭声，却装作睡着。舒敏连呼不应，只可替他盖上床夹被，自退出来和石欧一同晚餐。他兄妹对芷华的事。
Then a very faint cry was heard. Knowing that she was extremely sad, he called out twice. Na Zhihua heard the call and stopped crying. But he pretended to be asleep. Shu Min responded repeatedly, so she could only cover her with the bed quilt, get out, and have dinner with Shu. What happened to his brother and sister towards Zhihua?
只知他们夫妻反目，她丈夫负气抛家，这也是以前芷华吐血病好时所诉说。至于细情，自然毫不明白。 今天在中央公园看见那般光景，都十分替芷华委屈，又十分替她可怜。
All I know is that they turned against each other and her husband abandoned the family in anger. This is what Jihua said when she recovered from vomiting blood. As for the details, I naturally don't understand them at all. When I saw that scene in Central Park today, I felt very sorry for Jihua. I felt very sorry for her.
他俩都是富于情感的人，便急得饭也不顾吃。只要戴芷华想一个办法。兄妹记忆了半晌，到底还要行那广告政策，费了很大的时间，才和你出一段极恳切极含糊的启事稿到平胸剑。
Both of them are emotional people, so they are so anxious that they don't even care about eating. As long as Dai Jihua thinks of a way. The brother and sister discussed for a long time whether they should implement the advertising policy. It took a lot of time to draft a very sincere and vague announcement. Brother Pingjian.
自哥离家，妹追寻来京，大病积带。左偶遇公园，右相避面。妹为自私救京，不敢为哥寡情。哥倘垂怜薄命，请益临存。即不蒙赦宥，妹得一土司中，死亦瞑目。芷华这下面又注上舒敏家的地址。
Since my elder brother left home, my younger sister came to Beijing after him and was seriously ill. We ran into each other in the park yesterday, but we avoided each other again. The younger sister only misses her old talent, and dare not call her elder brother unkind. Brother, if you take pity on your fate, please save. Even if she is not pardoned, she will be able to express her personal feelings and die in peace. Jihua. The address of Xu Min's home was added below.
舒敏自作主张，并不告知芷华，就由世欧自行送到报馆里去。这里舒敏自去照顾芷华。到了次日，舒敏老早的起床，等的报纸送来，见那启事已登在封面重要地位上，自己又念了一遍。
Xu Min made her own decision and sent it to the newspaper office by Xu without informing Jihua. Here Xu Min goes to take care of Jihua. The next day, Xu Min got up early and waited for the newspaper to be delivered. I saw that the notice was posted in an important position on the cover. Xu Min made her own decision and sent it to the newspaper office by Xu without informing Jihua. Here Xu Min goes to take care of Jihua. The next day, Xu Min got up early and waited for the newspaper to be delivered. I saw that the notice was posted in an important position on the cover. I read it again to myself.
觉得此旨很是恳挚，自想芷华的丈夫若见了这段启事，倘还忍心不来，那他定然是另有外遇，坏良心抛了芷华，这个人也没甚人味了。想着便拿着这张报纸，想去告知芷华。
I feel that the purpose of the poem is very sincere. I thought that if Jihua's husband still couldn't bear it after seeing this explanation, then he must be having another affair. A bad conscience abandoned Jihua. This person is not very human anymore. I held this newspaper as I thought. I want to tell Jihua.
好教他暂且宽心，添些希望。及至走进芷华房里，静悄悄地不闻一些声息。只当他还在睡着，轻轻地掀起帐子看时，见他身上斜搭着一床薄被，侧身向外头歪在枕边，玉臂曲着掩在额际。
So that she can relax temporarily and give her some hope. When he approached Jihua's room, it was so quiet that he heard no sound. When she was still asleep, she gently lifted the curtain to look, and saw that she had a thin quilt draped across her body, her head tilted to the pillow, and her jade arms were bent to cover her forehead.
还是昨晚睡时光景。舒敏不忍惊他的美睡，便坐在床边，翻着报纸闲看，等他自己醒来。这样做了好一会，还不见他略有转色，闷着无聊，便把报纸放下。
It's still the same scene as last night when I went to bed. Schumann couldn't bear to disturb her good sleep, so she sat on the edge of the bed, flipping through the newspaper and waiting for her to wake up. After sitting like this for a while, she still didn't turn slightly. Feeling bored, I put down the newspaper.
转脸把纸华掩着面目的手臂慢慢移开，想要看看它的颜色。不想手方挪动，纸华的一张白金指似的惨淡面孔早已呈入舒敏眼里。舒敏心里立刻又吓得扑扑乱跳，疑惑他一时心展。
Turning around, he slowly removed Jihua's arm that was covering her face, wanting to see her color. Without moving her hands, Jihua's pale face like platinum paper had already appeared in Shumin's eyes. Shumin's heart immediately jumped with fright, and she was confused by her narrow-mindedness.
或者竟已出了什么变故，连忙用手向他脸上摸时，觉得上还温热，只鼻尖略有些凉，又低低叫了2声，纸华朦胧中还能答应。舒敏略放了些心，重新又把他的辫儿放好，把背角又整了整。
Or something has happened. When he quickly touched her face with his hand, he felt that it was still warm, only the tip of her nose was slightly cold. After calling out twice more, Jihua could still agree in her hazy state. Schumann felt a little relieved, put her arms in place again, and straightened the corners of the quilt.
这时无意中眼光顺着背角瞧到床下，忽见床围边的一只痰盂里面红成一片，忙低头定神去看，原来竟是少半痰盂的鲜血，惊得舒敏几乎又叫起来，但怕吓着纸华，急自忍住，再留神瞧。
At this time, I accidentally glanced down the bed along the corner of the quilt, and suddenly saw a spittoon next to the bed curtain that had a red inside. I hurriedly lowered my head to look carefully, and it turned out that there was less than half of the spittoon filled with blood. Schumann was so shocked that she almost screamed again. But he was afraid of scaring Jihua, so he held himself back. Pay close attention again.
才看见床围枕角都微沾血渍。舒敏战静静地蹑足走出，到前边找着世欧，很焦急地告诉他纸华又吐了血。世欧正仰在沙发上看书，听了舒敏的话，猛然把书一抛，冒冒失失地道：“是吗？”
Only then did I see that the corners of the bed curtains and pillows were slightly stained with blood. Schumann tiptoed out warily. Went to the front to find Shu and anxiously told him that Jihua had vomited blood again. Shu was lying on the sofa reading a book. After hearing Shumin's words, he suddenly threw the book away and said casually, "Yes, is."
舒敏发急道：“怎么不是？又吐了半盆子呢？”世欧或地立起，顿足道：“要命！要命！要我的命！”说完，又伸手去搔自己的头发，把刚才梳得既光且平的分头都抓得像一团乱草。舒敏拉着他道
Schumann said anxiously, "Why not? I vomited half a bowl again." Shur-O stood up and stamped his feet and said, "It's my life, it's my life, it's my life." After that, he stretched out his hand to scratch his hair. The parted hair that had been combed smoothly and evenly just now was like a mess of grass. Schumann pulled him and said,
你闹什么？看你这拧眉苦脸的怕人相，我才被他吓了一跳，你又来吓唬人，你干嘛这样？世欧听了脸上一红， 忙定了定神，装着微笑道：“我又怎样来？不过你闹得太凶，我正看书看得入神。”
What are you making a fuss about? Look at you, you are so afraid of others with your frown on your face. I was just startled by her, and you are here to scare people again. Why are you doing this? Shiroyu's face turned red after hearing this. He quickly calmed down and pretended to smile. How can I come? But you were making such a fuss that I was engrossed in reading.
把我吓得，舒敏呸了一口道：“你是个小孩子，还把你吓掉了魂。”世欧不由他再说下去，便拉他走出道：“别说闲话，快去看病人。”舒敏被他拉得一溜歪斜，跑进纸花房里。
It scared me. Shumin sighed and said, Are you a child? Did it scare you out of your wits? She couldn't help her talking anymore, so he pulled her out and said, Stop gossiping and go see the patient quickly. Shumin was pulled away by him and ran into Jihua's room.
世欧沉心静气地瞧瞧病相，又听了脉，便和舒敏出来，到前边才道：“芷华这是因为昨天又受了刺激，旧病复发。他上一回身体已病得极弱，这次很是危险。我自己治下去不大有把握。”
She calmly looked at the symptoms of the disease, listened to the pulse, and then came out with Shumin. They went to the front and said, Jihua was stimulated again yesterday and her old illness relapsed. She was already very weak last time. This time is very dangerous. I am not sure that I can cure it myself.
只可请个出名的西医来，共同商量着诊治。舒敏这时只有着急，丝毫不得主意，只催着世欧急速料理。世欧立刻出去，请来个同道的朋友，替芷华定了方，吃下去，大家心里才略得安稳。
We can only invite a well-known Western medicine doctor to come and discuss diagnosis and treatment together. Shumin was only anxious at this time and had no idea at all. She just urged Shu to cook quickly. Shu immediately went out and invited a friend of the same religion to make a recipe for Jihua. After eating, everyone felt a little more at ease.
芷华这一病很是绰绰，成天界昏昏沉沉。过了十几天，血虽止了不吐，但神经还不清爽，嘴里总是沾液不断。舒敏朝夕在床前侍奉，始终面无倦色，口无怨言。世欧对于医治芷华十分尽心。
Jihua was very depressed due to her illness, and she felt groggy all the time. After more than 10 days, although the bleeding stopped and I didn't vomit, my nerves were still not clear and my mouth kept wandering. Shumin served in front of the bed day and night, never looking tired or complaining. Shu is very devoted to treating Jihua.
料量药品和食物更是着意。从芷华病后，舒敏见世欧渐渐面色湿润，目眶深陷，起先还疑他是偶尔失眠，后来见他气色日坏，几乎要和床上的病人一样，便问他是否有病。
The amount of medicine and food is even more careful. After Jihua fell ill, Shumin noticed that Shu's complexion gradually lost color and his eyes were sunken. At first, she suspected that he had occasional insomnia. Later, I saw that his complexion was getting worse and worse, almost like the patient on the bed, so I asked him if he was sick.
世欧只是摇手不认。芷华病到半个多月以后，却是日渐起色。那舒敏却无意中受了感冒，也自病倒。虽不甚重，却已没法看护芷华，只一下就忙坏了世欧，要身兼2个病人的看护和医生。
She just shook his head in denial. After Jihua had been ill for more than half a month, she was indeed getting better day by day. Na Shumin accidentally caught a cold and fell ill. Although it is not serious, it is no longer possible to take care of Jihua. Shi-O was suddenly extremely busy, having to serve as both a nurse and a doctor for 2 patients.
直乱了1个多星期，舒敏的病已好，只要避风在自己屋里调养，不需吃药。芷华也神志清明，不过尚不能起坐。日常除了女人特别的事是由一个仆妇服侍，其余一切都要是欧料良。
After being confused for more than a week, Shumin's illness has recovered. As long as you stay in your own room away from the wind, you don't need to take medicine. Jihua is also conscious but cannot sit up yet. In daily life, except for special things for women, which are served by a maid, everything else has to be done according to European standards.
芷华十分过意不去，心里感激不已。闷急时便用铅笔写封短信送给舒敏，舒敏也照样酬答。世欧又当了这不出院门的邮差。光阴转瞬，一霎眼已到8月中秋，一家里一别二主。
Jihua was very sorry and grateful. When I was very bored, I wrote a short message with a pencil and sent it to Shumin, and Shumin responded in the same way. She once again became the postman who couldn't leave the house. Time flies, and it's the Mid-Autumn Festival in August. There is 1 guest and 2 hosts in a family.
倒有2个病着，便也没高兴庆这佳节。这一天晚饭后，世欧自己闷闷地立在院中，看了会出声的圆月，觉得四围寂寂，远处的市声和戏园子的锣鼓，偶尔被微风吹来，也是些凄清意味。
However, 2 of them were sick, so they were not happy to celebrate this festival. After dinner that day, she stood in the courtyard feeling depressed. After watching the rising full moon for a while, I felt that the surroundings were quiet. However, 2 of them were sick, so they were not happy to celebrate this festival. After dinner that day, she stood in the courtyard feeling depressed. After watching the rising full moon for a while, I felt that the surroundings were quiet. The distant sounds of the city and the gongs and drums of the theater, occasionally blown by the breeze, also sounded a bit desolate.
月色铺满半院，照到身上，像水一般的凉。慢慢地踱了几步，一俯一仰，都觉出自己的孤寂。突然心里踌躇万端，不愿再在院里久立，便走进舒敏屋中。见舒敏正歪在床里，拿着一本书看。
The moonlight covered half of the courtyard and shone on my body, making it as cold as water. Taking a few steps slowly, leaning down and leaning up, I felt my loneliness. Suddenly my heart was filled with confusion. Not wanting to stand in the courtyard for any longer, he walked into Shumin's room. I saw Shumin leaning on the bed, reading a book.
世欧向他说话，却只不应。细看时，原来他正拿着书盹睡。世欧自己一笑，又退出来，依旧到院中闲步，无意中走进后院，就听见芷华在屋里微微作声。抬头见他屋里虽然点着灯，
She spoke to her, but she didn't respond. When I looked closely, it turned out that she was taking a nap with a book. She smiled to himself and backed out. Still strolling in the courtyard, he accidentally walked into the backyard and heard Jihua making a slight noise in the house. Looking up, I saw that the lights were on in her room.
但是月光映在窗上，显得灯光月光全变成暗淡。再走近几步，才听出芷华是在慢声长叹。世欧听着，立刻心里发生一种不可言说的感慨，似乎通身都觉酥麻，就吃立在那里，不能移动。
But the moonlight reflected on the window made the lights dim. After walking a few more steps, I heard Jihua sighing loudly. She listened and immediately felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. It seemed that my whole body felt numb, and I just stood there, unable to move.
仿佛屋中人身世的悲哀都波及他的心坎，不知为何，竟自觉酸痛得很。暗想从芷华到自己家来，她也不过只是妹妹的一个女朋友，因为她身体多病，境遇艰辛，所以为着人类的同情。
It was as if the sorrow of the people in the room's life had affected his heart. Don't know why. I felt very sore. He secretly thought that when Jihua came to his home, she was just a girlfriend of his younger sister. Because of her illness and difficult circumstances, she felt sympathy for mankind.
不免对他多加护惜，但是我也不知怎地，无故地对他关怀到那般密切。近来更了不得，竟被他的小影冲塞了我心房的全部。我和他非亲非故，连朋友关系都由间接而来。
I can't help but take more care of her. But I somehow managed to care about her so closely for no reason. What's even more extraordinary